Chapter 102. Early in the morning, Yushu is taken out. She follows Shuirue out of the Ji family. There is no one behind them, only a servant named Hataku. This situation makes Yushu feel ridiculous. 2 days ago, she has been thinking hard about how to find an opportunity to meet child Shui. But when she really gets the opportunity, she has nothing to say. Shuirue takes a few steps forward and finds that Yushu doesn't follow him. He turns his head and says, "Why don't you go? Aren't you hungry? Let's find a place to eat breakfast first." Yushu comes back to her senses and goes down the steps. She looks at the carriage opposite and points at it. "Don't you want to take the carriage?" Shuirue sneers. "I just want to go out for a walk. Why do I need to take the carriage? Lead the way." Yushu walks with her heavy legs. She didn't sleep last night. Now she wants to find a place to lie down. "What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine." Yushu looks up and turns to walk to the east. Shuirue has long legs. He catches up with her in 2 or 3 steps. He walks beside her, keeping a distance of 3 feet. After they left the street, Yushu led him in the direction of Changmenpu Street with familiarity. She paid attention to Shuirue's reaction, but when she saw that he didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, she led him to South Street and entered a tea house. It's not that she doesn't want to take him to the snack stall to make a fool of himself, but considering that she is eager to find a comfortable place to sit down and rest her legs, it's also the first time for Yushu to come to a place like the tea house. She is looking around for a good seat. Shuirue's attendant, Hataku, has already called the waiter. He asks for a private room and goes upstairs. He takes out a piece of silver and hands it out. Yushu thought to herself, "Rich people are always burning." She followed him to the 2nd floor and sat by the window. Although it was a private room, it wasn't a private room like the one in the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Instead, it was a separate tea table separated by a few folding screens. The tea set was arranged properly and could seat 4 people. "Waiter, what would you like to order?" Shuirue, "A pot of longjing." Yushu, "What's delicious?" The 2 of them spoke at the same time and turned to look at each other. Waiter, "Sir, we have the best Westlake longjing, hot crab roe buns and crystal dumplings." Shuirue, 2 servings of crab roe dumplings. Yushu, "Give me a pot of longjing tea." The 2 of them touched lips again. Yushu's shoulders shook and she covered her mouth with her fan. She let out a chuckle. This young master Shui wasn't that annoying after all. Shuirue's gaze fell on her curved eyes. He reached for the teacup on the table. When he touched it, he found that it was empty. He coughed lightly and turned to see the waiter still standing there in a daze. He said unhappily, "Didn't you hear? Hurry up and serve the tea." "Yes, yes. Please wait for a moment." Hataku stood outside the private room while Yushu and Shuirue sat opposite each other at a tea table. When he turned his head, he could see the scene on the street outside the window. Shuirue looked out of the building. Yushu rested her chin on one hand and covered her face with the fan. She yawned and closed her eyes to doze off. After a while, Shuirue asked, "Yesterday, I met you on the street and you called me Brother Chow. Who is that?" Yushu opened her eyes and looked at the side of his face. She looked at his neatly trimmed sideburns and said slowly, "He is someone I know." "Oh." Shuirue turned his head. His arrogant face showed curiosity. "What kind of person is he?" Yushu thought for a moment and rolled her eyes. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Hypocritical." Shuirue was stunned. He frowned and said unhappily, "You mistook me for such a person? Hypocritical, huh?" Yushu said. "My eyes were dazzled for a moment." Shuirue snorted coldly. "You mistook me for someone else twice." "Oh, that means I was dazzled twice." Yushu said perfunctorily. Shuirue wanted to say something, but he heard a waiter coming in with a tray. The waiter put down the teapot and steamer and said, "Enjoy your meal." Yushu had been hungry for a long time. She picked up the chopsticks and knocked them on the table to align them. She opened the steamer basket, pinched a white bun with a yellowish hue, and placed it on the plate in front of her. She covered it with a fan, lowered her head, and blew on it. Then she took a small bite, inhaled, and blew on it again before continuing. Shuirue poured tea for himself. When Yushu finished eating the 3 buns, she noticed that he did not move his chopsticks. She stopped and said, "These buns are steamed well, and the stuffing is very fresh. Don't you want to try it?" Shuirue shook his head and did not say anything. He poured another cup of tea. Yushu did not care about him and ate until she was full. There were 2 steamers of buns, and there was not a single one left. When she put down the chopsticks, Shuirue laughed. "Your appetite is not small." Yushu shyly said, "It's okay." Shuirue's face was full of mockery. Was he praising her just now? After eating breakfast, Yushu led Shuirue to walk around Changmen Street. Shuirue saw her listless look and said a few words of ridicule. Yushu took the opportunity to say that she wanted to go back to the Fu. Shuirue did not force her and walked her to the Ji family door. He did not even enter the door before he got on the car and left. As soon as Yushu entered the door, she was found by Ji Hyotani. When they met, he asked her where she and Shuirue went. Yushu told him everything without hiding anything. There was nothing to hide. Ji Hyotani warned her a few words and asked someone to take her away. As soon as Yushu returned to the small courtyard, she fell asleep on the bed. Her clothes and jewelry were taken off, and her shoes were taken off by Qiu Xiang. At noon, Aunt Lu called her twice, but she did not wake up. So she let her sleep. In the afternoon, old maid Huang came to teach her the rules. Yushu had to get up. After sleeping for a while, she felt much better. In the afternoon, old maid Huang taught her the etiquette of drinking tea and pouring tea. Yushu filled her stomach with water and frequently ran to the bathroom. But as soon as she ran, something happened. Her good friend, who was late for a few months, came to report. Speaking of the most troublesome thing for women, it was nothing more than a few days every month. Since Yushu became a little girl and came here, she had never experienced this kind of trouble. If Zhao Hui had not asked her about it, she would have almost forgotten about it. After a month, there was no news from her, so she forgot about it. Suddenly it came. She called Qiu Xiang, who was outside the door, to find old maid Huang. Yushu's legs were numb from squatting for a long time, so she came with something. Fortunately, the Ji family had a conscience. They did not use ashes on her, but clean tampons. Everything was done. Yushu was supported by Qiu Xiang to go back. It was not because she was weak, but because her legs were numb and she could not walk steadily. Thanks to her good friend, she did not need to drink tea anymore. Old maid Huang said a few words to her and left with the maid. Yushu lay back on the bed. When she was not sleepy, she took out the booklet and flipped through it. She was not afraid of being seen. Anyway, only she could understand the words she wrote with the charcoal pen. The next morning, Shuirue came again. Ji Hyotani was about to go to the gambling house to have a look, but he was stopped. He led Shuirue to sit in the reception hall. Shuirue stood in the reception hall, sat down and drank half a cup of tea. He said, "I heard that there is a scenery in the Ji residence's garden. Can I have a look today?" Ji Hyotani smiled. Sir Shui came at the right time. The scenery in the garden has just opened. The color is thick. I will take you to enjoy it. Shuirue said, "I saw that uncle is going out. There is no need to accompany me. Is your daughter in the residence? Please come out and accompany me." Ji Xiaogu was stunned. Yesterday, Ji Xingxuan had left, and he did not want to leave Shuirue, who had specially paid him a visit, hanging out. That was why he politely suggested that Yushu accompany him for a walk. At that time, Shuirue had agreed, and he did not think much of it. However, Shuirue had come again today, and he had directly mentioned Yushu. That was when Ji Xiaogu felt that something was amiss. Why does it seem like he really likes her? He looked up and down at the dignified young master in front of him, and then thought of his ill-behaved and vulgar stepdaughter. He immediately shook his head and tossed this absurd thought out of his head. It was still possible to fall in love with his second brother Xingxuan after just 1 or 2 meetings, but it was impossible for that wicked girl to fall in love with him. Wait a moment. Ji Hyotani asked a servant to call Yushu. After waiting for a cup of tea, the yellow maidservant came and whispered something in Ji Hyotani's ear. Ji Hyotani's face twisted. He turned his head and said to Shuirue helplessly, "Mr. Shui, my daughter is not feeling well. I'm afraid she can't go to the garden with you today. Not feeling well. Shui Rui held the saucer in his hand and glanced at Ji Xiaogu. Yesterday, I noticed that her face was weak and her body weak. Today she fell ill. It looks like Miss Yu's health isn't very good. Ji Hyotani's eyelids twitched. He was afraid that Yu Shu would be misunderstood as sick. He hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Shui, you misunderstood. This child has always been in good health. It is just that she has been taking care of her brother recently. She seems to be tired. Shui Rui nodded his head and looked disappointed. All right, I won't go to the garden today. Ji Hyotani persuaded him to stay for a while, and then sent him out. When he came back, he looked for the yellow maidservant, and asked her to order the kitchen to add a tonic soup for Yu Shu. She could eat it in the morning and evening to replenish her blood and vitality. On the other side, Yu Shu also heard that Shui Rui came and asked her to accompany him to the garden. She was suspicious and puzzled about his behavior. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about Yu Shu's worries. The wound on his back had formed a scab and began to itch. When no one was watching, he couldn't help but scratch it. Yu Shu moved to his room to accompany him. Since she had nothing to do, she took a copper coin and sat on the edge of his bed to do some divination. The bed was narrow, so after a few times, she accidentally dropped a coin and it rolled under the bed. Ah! Squeak! She stared at the light yellow ball rolling on the ground. After a somersault, she got up and grabbed the ground with all four limbs. Then she stood up and glared at her. Squeak, squeak. She was woken up from a good dream. Mice also have a temper. If it ran away immediately, Yu Shu probably wouldn't be able to react. But she was too slow. Yu Shu had already taken off her shoes and threw them at it. With a whoosh and a squeak, she hit the target. The yellow-haired mouse was knocked out on the spot by Yu Shu and fell to the ground. Yu Shu grinned and walked over. She pinched its little tail and picked it up. Yu Xiaoxiu laid on the bed and witnessed the whole process. He was dumbfounded and said, Old mouse. Chapter 103. The last time she caught this little yellow-haired mouse, it escaped once. This time, Yu Shu didn't let her guard down. She found a cow tendon rope to tie its hair, and tied it to the leg of the bed. The little yellow-haired mouse had just fainted, and was lying on the ground. Its fur was different from that of a normal gray mouse. It was shiny, long and fluffy, and didn't look dirty at all. When it curled up into a ball, it looked quite cute. Yu Shu went out to wash her hands and picked up a branch under the wall. When she came back, she saw Yu Xiaoxiu looking at the little yellow-haired mouse. Yu Shu walked over and squatted down to look at it with him. Sis, it's so small. How can it steal money? Yu Xiaoxiu stretched out his hand and gestured. The mouse was not even as big as his palm. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be wrong? Last time, you accused me of stealing money from under your pillow. This little thief did it. Yu Shu used the branch to poke its head. It had a round bean-like nose, triangular ears, a small fingernail, a snow-white beard, and the fur around its left eye was black and shiny. It looked like it had been punched by someone. This was the first time she looked at a mouse so closely. She felt that it did not look like a mouse. How could a mouse not look disgusting? Yu Xiaoxiu said doubtfully. Then why did it come here? Who knows? Yu Shu poked it again. As she looked at it, she suddenly felt that it looked familiar. It seemed that she had seen it somewhere before. It was a little mouse with yellow fur. Hiss, that's right. On the day she transmigrated, in the Ji family's ancestral hall, there was a yellow-skinned mouse under the offering table. Yu Shu's eyes lit up. When she looked at the little yellow-haired mouse again, she felt a sense of familiarity. She looked up at Yu Xiaoxiu and smiled. You must be bored staying in your room every day. This little thing looks interesting. Let's keep it as your companion. He couldn't bear to kill a little thing that was fated to be with her, but it would be a pity to let her go, so he decided to keep her. Raising rats? Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. Who would raise rats? Why can't we raise it? There are people who raise flowers, birds, and insects. What's wrong with raising a mouse? Teach it to love cleanliness and not to run around. Also give it a name. The more Yu Shu spoke, the more she felt that it was feasible. She immediately stood up and walked out. I'll go boil some hot water for it to take a bath. Sis. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't get a response from Yu Shu. He wanted to cry but had no tears as he looked at the little ball at the foot of the bed. Although it was quite boring to be alone in the room, he didn't want to be with a mouse. Yushu spent the whole morning tormenting the little Goldie. She washed it and basked it in the sun. Of course, she did it behind Xiaoxiang's back, so she didn't scare the little maidservant to death. The little thing woke up when it was bathing. It squeaked and wanted to scratch people, but Yushu pressed it into the basin and made it drink a few mouthfuls of water. She flicked its head twice and then it became obedient. Yushu held its tail and put it on the windowsill to bask in the sun. It didn't even dare to run away. It sat up obediently with its butt up and used its claws to wipe the wet fur on its face. From time to time, it turned its head and carefully glanced at Yushu, afraid that she would do something to it again. Yushu pinched its tail and turned her head to discuss with Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, what name do you think we should give it? Yu Xiaoxiu had just seen with her own eyes how her sister bullied the little thing. She felt a bit of pity for it in her heart, so she did not resist it like before. Looking at the golden ball under the sunlight, she thought for a while and said, "How about calling it Jin Bao?" Kim Bao. Yushu thought for a while and felt that it was a good idea. She decided on the spot. Okay, this name is auspicious. Let's call it Kim Bao. As she spoke, she turned her head and called out to it twice. Seeing that it ignored her, she poked its little head with her finger. The little thing shrank its neck, and the dried fluff on its collar puffed up. It didn't realize that from now on, it had changed from wild to domesticated. In the end, Yushu wasn't sure whether this little thing was a real mouse or not. She was afraid that it wouldn't be clean, so she didn't directly give it to Yu Xiaoxiu to play with. She dried it, tied it again, tied it to the foot of the bed, and found some snacks to feed it. Kim Bao sniffed it and ate it obediently. It didn't resist Yushu's feeding. After eating, it even used its claws to wipe its face, as if it loved to be clean. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't help laughing. It smiled for the first time in days. At noon, Aunt Lu came to deliver lunch. Yushu hid Kim Bao under the bed so she didn't find it. It rained in the afternoon, and the yellow woman didn't come. Yu Xiaoxiu took the medicine and went to sleep. Kim Bao curled up under the bed, with its back to the siblings, and secretly rubbed the rope around its neck with its front teeth. Yushu pretended not to hear the little movement. She took a stack of paper and spread all the books that she copied when she studied with Qing Zheng on the table. She found all the useful ones one by one, and matched them with Yu Xiaoxiu's 8 characters of birth. She looked for loopholes that could be tampered with. Master Qing Zheng once mentioned to her that people's faces were divided into 2 kinds, dynamic and static. In layman's terms, static was the facial features, and dynamic was the complexion. One was born with it, and the other could change at any time. One was the internal cause, and the other was the external effect. Sometimes it was easy to confuse the two. What she needed to do now was to turn the external effect into an internal cause in a certain period of time to confuse people. This was the inspiration she got from the physiognomist of the Shui family that day. It was a coincidence that because Yu Xiaoxiu was beaten and injured as his sister, there was a bloody light on her face. The color of her complexion did not disappear, and the expert physiognomist saw it. The physiognomist couldn't determine whether it was dynamic or static, so he postponed it for 3 days. He thought that if the face was dynamic, the bloody light would disappear, and then it would not affect the marriage. Yushu wanted to make a fuss about this matter. The Ji family pushed her out because of her stupid life, and the Shui family was so careful because they were afraid of meeting a widow, which was the so-called jinx. Yushu was very sure that she was not the jinx. As Qing Zheng said, even her stupid life was not hers, but it didn't mean that she couldn't make a move to make herself a jinx temporarily. If the Shui family found that the Ji family promised to marry a real widow who almost ruined their family, would the Shui family spare the Ji family? Thinking of the time when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of being a jinx, and was convicted of marriage fraud, all her dowry was confiscated and the case was taken up. This kind of thing couldn't be cleared up. If they didn't become enemies, they should be happy. How could they dream of marriage? As for Miss Xingxuan, if she didn't find a suitable man, she shouldn't force her to marry him. Why should she hurt others? As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 bridges than to ruin a marriage. Yushu didn't have any psychological burden when she did such a wicked thing. In fact, she even regretted it. She could only borrow someone else's hand to teach the Ji family a lesson. She couldn't do it herself. After the deed was done, Ji Hyotani couldn't get anything on her. He didn't know that she had the ability to steal the sky. He would definitely vent his anger on them. However, in order to appease the anger of the Shui family, he didn't dare to kill her. Without her value, they would probably drive her, a widow, out of the Ji family. At that time, she didn't need to sneak around. She could take Yu Xiaoxiu to the capital openly. As for the young master of the Shui family, Yushu could only gloat that he didn't have the luck to marry Ji Xingxuan. After 3 days, Ji Hyotani took Yushu to visit the guest house of the Shui family again. Yushu had made preparations early in the morning. She asked Aunt Lu to help move Yu Xiaoxiu from the east room to the west room. She put a kitchen knife under his pillow and a basin of dirty water under the bed. She also burned a handful of ashes and put them at his feet. She closed the window and reminded him to light the candle by the bedside after an hour. Before leaving, Yushu patted her face in front of the mirror. She thought that if Qingzheng knew that she used the book he taught her like this, he would be so angry that his beard would curl up. Yushu and Ji Hyotani went out of the door. She deliberately fell at the door and dawdled for a quarter of an hour. She calculated the time and got on the sedan chair. Everything was ready. She was a little excited in her heart. She didn't expect that she would be closed at the guest house. The young master is sick. Governor Su has no time to entertain guests today. Master Ji, please go back. Sick. Yushu was stunned. She felt depressed that this person was sick at the wrong time. At the same time, she was a little worried. It rained last night. Could it be that he caught a cold? Ji Hyotani first expressed his concern. After the ceremony, he asked, "Did Governor Su say when we should come again?" The director didn't say anything. Ji Hyotani didn't get any news. He resentfully left with Yushu and returned to the Ji family. As soon as they left, some people came to the guest house. A man and a woman got off from a horse carriage. Behind them was a 15 or 16-year-old handsome young man. The man was the second master of the Lu family, Lu Jingtai. The other one was Shui Wenjie and his son, who were now living in the Lu family. The youngest sister of the Lu family married into the Shui family in the capital. This was a big event in Yang City. Shui Wenjie's father was the nephew of Minister Shui. They weren't very close. In addition, the Lu family didn't know that Suli brought people to Yang City. It was only yesterday that Lu Jingtai met Master Ji. Secondly, at the dinner table he let it slip. Only then did he know that the director of Minister Shui's family came to Yang City, and that the Ji family had a chance to get married. Wenjie, when you see Governor Su, you must be polite. Do you understand? And your eldest cousin, you haven't seen him before. Don't be rude. I know, mother. You've said it many times. Shui Wenjie answered absent-mindedly. Ji Xingxuan left the day before yesterday. He couldn't see her off. He had been sulking until now. Lu didn't know his son's thoughts. He watched as his brother knocked on the door. After a while he came back. Second brother, what's wrong? He said that young master is sick and can't receive guests. Ah, did he see a doctor? Is he not acclimatized? He didn't say that. I want to ask the Ji family. You can take Wenjie back first. Lu Jingtai alighted from the carriage at the entrance of the Ji family. Lu and his son sat in the carriage and went home. Shui Wenjie's anger had finally subsided. He was curious about something else. Mother, why did eldest grandpa's family come to Yang? Why didn't father come? Lu said casually. The Ji family wants to get married to your eldest grandpa's family. They're here to ask for gifts. Get married? With who? Lu didn't know what his son was thinking. I heard that your eldest grandpa has his eyes on the fourth daughter of the Ji family. He wants to ask for her to be given to your eldest cousin. Shui Wenjie was stunned. The next moment he sat up abruptly. His head hit the roof of the carriage. Lu was startled. He hurriedly helped him up. What are you doing? Let mother take a look. Does it hurt? Shui Wenjie grabbed Lu's hand. His face was pale. Mother, the Ji family wants to marry Xingxuan? No. How can she marry? How can she? Chapter 104. Old Lady Ji was still waiting for the news at home. When she came back, she heard that Master Shui was ill and didn't see a doctor today. She couldn't help feeling anxious. Fearing that there would be complications, she told her son to prepare gifts. She would visit the house tomorrow and see what was going on. Yushu was sent back to the small courtyard. On the way back, she thought about it. She began to feel that Master Shui's illness was a little strange. Why did he pick this day? Didn't he visit the Ji family in high spirits 2 days ago? Because of this, the engagement was delayed for a few days. Thinking of a possibility, Yushu's eyelids couldn't help twitching. Could it be that Master Shui didn't want to see this marriage go through like her, so he obstructed it? Clapping her hands, Yushu felt that it was more and more possible. She said that Master Shui was Chao Zixin. How could Chao Zixin take her as a concubine? Not to mention that they didn't have that kind of intention at all. Based on their friendship, he couldn't watch her jump into this fire pit. Then what was his plan? Could it be that he already had a way to ruin this marriage? Yushu was half happy and half worried. She was happy that she found that Chao Zixin didn't agree with this marriage. She was worried that she couldn't figure out what Master Shui wanted to do. She had her own plan. If Master Shui really ruined this marriage in other ways, wouldn't it mess up her plan? Sister, you're back so soon? Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yushu entering the room with her head down. He thought that something was wrong. He turned over nervously and pointed to the candle on the bedside. I lit it as you said. What, didn't it work? Did I make a mistake somewhere? Yushu came to her senses and saw his nervous look. She shook her head and said, No, it didn't work today. Master Shui is ill. Yu Xiaoxiu heaved a sigh of relief. He reached under the pillow and took out the kitchen knife. It was really scary to have such a thing under his head. Yushu sat down at the tea table and poured herself a glass of water to drink while thinking about something. Kim Bao was tied to the leg of the tea table. As soon as he saw her coming over, he shrank behind the leg of the tea table and looked at her curiously. His 2 little ears stood up vigilantly. The rope around his neck was newly changed this morning. The one yesterday was bitten off by him, and he even got hit on the head twice for that. Miss, you're back, Aunt Lu said from outside the door. Young master's medicine is ready, Nubi has brought it. Oh, Yushu responded and opened the door to let Aunt Lu in. She asked her to take the kitchen knife and the basin out to clean up. After Yu Xiaoxiu drank the medicine, she took the wound medicine that Aunt Lu took from Dr. He of the medical center and removed the gauze on Yu Xiaoxiu's back. Children's skin and flesh grow fast. In just a few days, the whip wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back had formed a hard scab. Yushu still felt distressed when she saw it. The wound on her back had already healed because Qing Zheng's medicine only left some faint marks. The wound on Yu Xiaoxiu's back would probably leave a scar. Although boys were not as good as girls, who would want to have a scar on their body, especially when it was caused by humiliation. Yushu blamed herself very much. Being a good sister and not letting her brother get hurt was her biggest obsession in her 2 lives. Looking at the scar on Yu Xiaoxiu's back, Yushu was even more sure that she would go to the capital and take the Dian examination. Not only did she promise Qingzheng to find the Book of Mystic Nyu Luren, but she also wanted to stand out and be above others. No matter what young Master Shui or Brother Chao thought, she still had to do what she had to do. It was better to rely on herself than to rely on others. Sister, my wound is almost healed, right? It's just itchy these days. It doesn't hurt if I don't move around. I'll put on some clothes and go sit in the courtyard. Yushu applied medicine to Yu Xiaoxiu's wound, put on her clothes, washed her hands and opened the window. Sitting by the window, she did 2 divinations for herself. One was to ask if she could leave the Ji family smoothly, and the other was to ask if she could arrive in the capital safely. Fortunately, both divinations were correct, which made her feel relieved. The next day it was sunny. Yushu got up early. She had planned to solve the rule of time of disaster in one go, but old maid Huang gave her a book of women's commandment to read. She listened to it dizzily all morning. At noon, old lady Ji sent someone to ask old lady Huang to leave. Yushu had lunch and gave Kim Bao a bath. Then she moved a stool to sit by the bed and played with Yu Xiaoxiu with snacks. Kim Bao, sit down. Kim Bao, don't move. Kim Bao, raise your hand. Of course, Kim Bao would not listen to them. It held its claws and squatted on the stool. Its black pearl-like eyes were rolling, and it always looked for a chance to escape. Yushu did not let Yu Xiaoxiu touch it. She taught it by pointing at its hair and making it into various postures. Yu Xiaoxiu found it interesting and said to Yushu, "Sister, didn't you say it would steal money? Why don't you tease it with a silver horn? Maybe it will be obedient." Yes, wait a minute. Yushu's money was hidden on the top of the shelf bed where she slept. She went back to the room and took out the money bag. She pinched a piece of silver the size of a fingernail. As soon as she took it out, she heard Kim Bao make a sound. It was squatting lazily a moment ago, but it suddenly became excited and wanted to jump on her. As soon as it jumped up, it was pulled back by the rope around its neck. "Ha ha!" Yu Xiaoxiu laughed. Yushu held the silver and shook it in front of Kim Bao. It immediately got up again, and its head shook back and forth with her hand. It looked for a chance to jump, but Yushu easily dodged it, and it lay down again. "Ha ha!" Kim Bao persevered, but after falling down too many times, it became angry. It couldn't stand being teased anymore, so it lay on the stool and refused to move. Yu Xiaoxiu laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He begged Yushu, "Sister, give it one." Yushu placed the silver horn on Jin Bao's stomach. As soon as her hand left Jin Bao's stomach, little Blondie hugged the silver with a whoosh and sat up. His two front paws wrapped around the silver, and he squinted his eyes as he rubbed his chin against the silver. His white beard curled up, and he looked like a miser. Yushu had seen it like this before, but it was the first time Yu Xiaoxiu saw it. He stared at it for a while, then pointed at it and said to Yushu, "Sister, this isn't a mouse spirit, right?" Yushu said disdainfully, "If it's a real spirit, it can be caught. This is a mouse, idiot." Kim Bao didn't know that Yushu was laughing at it. After getting its favorite silver, it happily rolled on the stool and chirped at Yushu. Yushu reached out and lifted its chin. This time, it didn't hide and obediently let her touch it. Yushu now understood that to coax this little thing, money was more effective than food. Now that Kim Bao had the silver, it didn't want to run away for a while. It held the small piece of silver and played with it on the stool. Yushu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to look after it, and went out to wash her hands. It rained yesterday, but the stars were bright tonight. Yushu sat in the courtyard and looked at the stars. Qiu Xiang and Aunt Lu had gone to bed early in the morning. After some time, she heard a noise behind her. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu standing in front of the door under the lantern. "Sister. What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "Yes. Come and sit." Yushu waved at him. When Yu Xiaoxiu came over, she gave him the chair, and went into the house to move another one. The two sat side by side and looked up at the stars. Yushu said, "Do the private schools teach astrology?" "It's in the books, but the teacher hasn't talked about it yet." "Sister, look at that star, it's so big. That's the Migres star, also known as the Once-You star. Have you heard of the story of the Once-You star?" "No." Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and looked at Yushu. His eyes were full of interest. Yushu was not good at telling stories, but she could not refuse Yu Xiaoxiu's expectant gaze. She organized her words, cleared her throat and said, "Once upon a time, there was a white snake. It cultivated in the mountains for 1,000 years, and became a spirit. It descended to the world to repay a debt of gratitude, and to find." Yushu's story was not exciting, and there was no cadence, but Yu Xiaoxiu listened with great interest. This was the first time someone told him a story, and only him. Because of Yu Xiaoxiu's support, Yushu originally wanted to tell a simple story, but she unconsciously dragged it out. She told the legend of the white snake from the beginning until the flood of Jinshan, and the disaster of the people of Qiantang River. When she was in high spirits, she suddenly heard the beating of gongs and drums outside the courtyard wall. It was very loud in the middle of the night, and it surprised her. Yushu closed her mouth and listened carefully, but she could not hear clearly. She felt a tightness on her arm. She turned her head and saw Yu Xiaoxiu's vigilant look. She patted him and said, "Go back to the house first, don't come out." Yu Xiaoxiu saw her getting up to leave, and hurriedly pulled her back. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'm going to listen and see what's going on." "It's okay, you go back to the house first." Yushu pushed him into the house, closed the door, and walked to the gate of the courtyard. When she opened the door, she saw the fire outside, and someone was shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" He ran to the south. Thief. Yushu frowned, and a bad memory came to her mind. She remembered that one night 3 months ago, the Ji family hired a thief, and they kidnapped her and her brother by the pond. She brought them back to the courtyard to treat his wound, and sent them out of the Ji family through the back door. It was also that day that she was beaten up by old lady Ji, and driven out of the Ji family. Yushu didn't blame the thief for implicating her. She hoped that he would steal more treasures from the Ji family, but she didn't want to meet him again. With this thought in mind, she reached out to close the courtyard door. Who would have thought that what she feared would come true? A gust of wind blew and a black shadow appeared in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly wanted to slam the door. However, she was still half a step away and the other party reached out to block her. Under the moonlight, the eyes behind the black mask shone slightly. He looked at Yushu, and it was a little familiar. "It's you." Yushu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. When she heard this, she knew that it was the unlucky thief who was turned into a dice last time. She opened her mouth and whispered gloomily, "Why are you here again?" The other party seemed to laugh, and before Yushu could make out who it was, she heard someone behind her asking, "Miss, why are you standing there? What happened outside?" It was Xiang. Aunt Lu had always been a deep sleeper. She wouldn't be woken up even if it wasn't for the crowing of the rooster. Yushu stared at the pair of dark eyes in front of her. She took a deep breath and exhaled. She turned her head and said to Xiang, who was in the corridor, "I'm fine. I don't know what's going on outside. Go to young master's room, and see if all the doors and windows are closed." Oh. Chapter 105. It was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why aren't you asleep yet? It's so late." "You came when I was about to sleep. Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house, and losing half of my life counted?" "No. Every debt has a debtor." Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was due to her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the Ji family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in a—" There was still ringing outside, and people were shouting to catch the thief everywhere. There was no light in the room, and only shadows could be seen in the dark. Yushu sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at the dark shadow standing under the back window. She wondered why she was so lucky to meet her again and again. The masked thief probably felt Yushu's sad gaze. She turned around and said, "Why are you still up so late? I was about to sleep when you came." "Thank you for helping me last time," the thief said in a gentle tone. "Did I cause you any trouble after I left that day?" "Trouble? Was being beaten and kicked out of the house, and losing half of my life counted?" "No. Every debt has a debtor." Yushu never thought of pursuing responsibility with a thief. What happened at that time was because of her carelessness and the ruthlessness of the Ji family. Hearing Yushu's answer, the thief was silent for a moment and then asked, "Didn't you live in? Weren't you a servant of the Ji family? If you're not a servant, you might as well be a servant." Yushu laughed at herself. Thinking about their current situation, it was worse than before. Back then, no one cared about them. Now the Ji family treated her like a prisoner. The masked thief sensed that something was wrong with her tone and asked with concern, "Did something happen to you?" If it weren't for the chaos of arresting people outside, Yushu would have thought that this thief had come to the Ji family to chat with her. However, Yushu could hear the kindness in his words. Although she felt that he was a busybody, she didn't hate him. "Hey, you think you can help me when I'm in trouble? You better pray for yourself first. Why aren't you injured this time?" She remembered that this thief was in a very sorry state last time. No. He heard the teasing in Yushu's words. He touched his nose through the veil and said, "If you don't tell me, how do you know that I can't help you? Tell me, maybe I have a way. Don't you think you're too enthusiastic? Do you really think that I helped you out of kindness last time, so you're thinking of ways to repay me now? There's no need. I had no other choice at that time. I was saving myself, not helping you. You don't have to thank me either," Yushu said in a soft voice. The thief was probably shocked by Yushu's blunt words. After a while he sighed and said, "You're really straightforward." Yushu snorted and walked to the window. When she was a few steps away from the masked thief, he took 2 steps back. This small movement was noticed by Yushu and she secretly sneered. He hid in a girl's boudoir in the middle of the night. Was he still concerned about the difference between a man and a woman? Yushu leaned against the window and peeked out through the crack. Seeing that the fire was gone and the noise was far away, she turned her head and said, "They're gone. You should take this opportunity to escape. This is the South Stride courtyard. Judging from the movements just now, they should be chasing you to the south. You can go west now and you'll be out. You're a thief. You should know how to climb over the wall, right?" The thief looked at Yushu's calm face with the help of the moonlight outside the window. After a while he softly said, "Mm." Then he turned around and moved towards the door. Yushu followed him in the dark. Of course, she didn't want to send him off, but to close the door after he left. The 2 of them went out of the bedroom and came to the living room. Just when they were 2 steps away from the door, the thief suddenly turned around. She was caught off guard and bumped into him. She staggered and leaned back. When she was about to sit on the ground, the thief caught her and pulled her back. The next moment, the 2 of them were face to face. Yushu was lying on his hard chest. Her nose hurt so much that her eyes were filled with tears. She took a deep breath and smelled the night breeze. This sudden intimacy made the 2 pairs of eyes stunned in the dark. Yushu's mind went blank for a moment. When she was still in a daze, she heard someone knocking on the door. "Sis, are you asleep?" Yushu's body stiffened. She sniffed and acted as if nothing had happened. I'm going to get up to drink some water. It's fine outside. Xiaoxiu, you should go to sleep. Cover yourself with the quilt. Don't catch a cold." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't suspect anything. She said, "Oh." Then she turned around and went back to her room. When she heard the sound of the door next door, Yushu hurriedly pushed the thief away. In her previous life, she had never hugged a man so closely. She felt a little sullen, but when she pushed him, he didn't immediately let go. There was even a warm arm wrapped around her waist. It seemed like he was hugging her tightly. This small action made her angry. She raised her arm and grabbed the man's clothes. Her other arm suddenly bent up, and her sharp elbow pressed against the man's Adam's apple. The so-called self-defense technique, when practiced to the highest level, is to defeat the enemy with one strike. The enemy's throat, eyes, and lower body. Let go. In the quiet living room, although Yushu's voice was soft, there was a strong warning hidden in it. She didn't have the previous politeness. The thief didn't expect this move from Yushu. The joint on his throat clearly told him that this was not a weak girl. He was distracted for a moment, and she attacked his vital point. If she was a little more ruthless, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have time to cry. However, such a ruthless threat didn't make him angry. Instead, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It was so itchy that he wanted to reach out and scratch it. In the dark, a pair of eyes became dark and unclear. "I'm sorry." He first let go of his hand and raised his arms. He made a harmless gesture and apologized. After the alarm was lifted, Yushu coldly snorted and took 2 steps back. She pointed at the door and said, "You can go." Sensing Yushu's hostility, the thief bitterly smiled, knowing that he had screwed up. The little bit of good impression that Yushu had of him just now was gone. Sighing inwardly, he retreated to the back, stared at her again, opened the door, and left. "See you later." Yushu cursed in her heart. Seeing that the door was closed from the outside, and the shadow outside the door had disappeared, she relaxed her guard. She went forward to close the door and bolt it. She came back to check the windows in the room. After confirming that they were all closed, she took off her shoes and climbed into the bed. After tossing and turning, she thought of being hugged by the thief and letting him take advantage of her. She gritted her teeth and fell asleep. The next morning, Aunt Lu came back from the kitchen with a basket of food. While setting the food on the dining table, she nagged Yushu about what happened last night. I heard that there was another thief in the mansion last night. He woke up most of the mansion. It seems that he ran away. They didn't catch him. Old Madam was furious. The masters didn't sleep all night. They are still listening to the lecture in the East Room. Yushu smiled. She was happy whenever she heard the heart-wrenching story of the Ji family. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiu thought of the thief they met before. He looked up at Yushu. He wanted to say something, but he didn't because Aunt Lu was here. Yushu picked up the bean sprout from the plate with chopsticks. When Aunt Lu was not paying attention, she threw it under the table. Kim Bao, who was hiding under the table, squatted down, bent down and sniffed. Then he picked it up with his 2 little claws and ate it. He didn't care about meat or vegetables. After breakfast, old maid Huang came. Yushu was really afraid that she would read the women's commandment again and waste her time in the morning. Old maid Huang pulled her into the room and urged her to wash her face and change clothes. Hurry up. The Xue family sent an invitation. Mr. Xue invited you to the mansion for tea. Yushu felt strange and asked, "Didn't he get sick the day before yesterday?" The yellow-haired woman didn't know anything, so she quickly dressed her up. From the wardrobe, she took out a pink and yellow floral gown and put on a lake green pleated skirt. Her shoes were newly made, and she also brought a set of jade jewelry with her. After dressing her up, she stood in front of the mirror, looking like a little bird, trying to make Yushu look like a well-behaved girl. When they arrived at the door, Ji Hyotani was already waiting. Yushu saw that there was only one sedan chair. She turned her head and asked, "Where is third master? Don't you want me to go with you?" Ji Hyotani didn't sleep last night because of the thieves. He didn't look good. He frowned and said to Yushu, "He invited you to have tea. Why would I go? When we get there, remember to behave yourself. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Remember to greet Mr. Xue for me. Don't make trouble for me." Yushu was used to pretending to be polite to him. She treated his cold face as a wall and bent down to get on the sedan chair. Sitting in the sedan chair, Yushu played with the fan in her hand. Along the way, she thought back and forth. Was it Master Xue or Chao Zixin who invited her to have tea? The sedan chair stopped in front of the guest house. Yushu got off the sedan chair with Qiu Xiang's help. She took a look and found that the door was open today. When she went forward, the person inside the door wasn't the servant who had been guarding the door the last 2 times. Instead, it was Xue Rui's manservant, Baoda. When he saw Yushu and her servant, he called out, "Young Miss Yu." Then he stretched out his hand to lead her in. "Has your young master recovered from his illness?" Yushu asked. "Miss Yu, thank you for your concern. Young master has recovered." Hadaku was very polite to Yushu. After walking down the corridor, Yushu found that this was not the same path as last time. "Where are we going?" "To the tea room. Young master is waiting for you there." Yushu stopped. "Aren't we going to visit Governor Su first?" Hadaku turned his head and said, "Governor Su left early in the morning." Hearing this, Yushu smiled. Could it be that Master Xue saw that the housekeeper wasn't around and secretly asked her to come? After passing through the small garden, they arrived at their destination. In front of them was an independent hall. There were a few bluestone steps in front of the door. Under the eaves, there were square bamboo lanterns with flowers and birds. It must be very beautiful when they were lit at night. Hadaku stood in front of the door and said, "Young master, Miss Yu is here." There was a landscape screen in front of the door. Yushu couldn't see the person inside. She only heard a voice. "Let her in." "Miss, please." Yushu wanted to go in. Qiu Xiang wanted to follow but was stopped by Hadaku. "Miss, follow me somewhere else." Miss. Qiu Xiang asked Yushu helplessly. "Let's go with him." Yushu didn't want Qiu Xiang to be in front of her. Although this girl looked stupid, she was undoubtedly a spy placed by Ji Hyotani around her. Hadaku brought Qiu Xiang away. Yushu looked at the open door. Holding her ankle-length skirt, she stepped in and walked around the screen. In front of her was a tea table, incense table, flower racks and jade vases, but there was no one. Inside, Chapter 106. Here. Yushu turned her head and walked towards the southwest corner of the living room. She reached out and pulled open the curtain of the red and blue beads. There was a crisp tinkling sound, and her vision was slightly dim. Before she could see the person clearly, a burst of tea fragrance filled the air. In the exquisite small room, the windows were closed, and the green stove was boiling water. Jade smoke was curling up, and on the Fortune Longevity Exorcism couch, first young Master Shui was dressed in white silk clothes. His hair was tied up with a silver crown, and his waist was like a hook with a plain yellow buckle. He held a teaspoon in one hand and a fragrant bowl in the other. His forehead was smooth, his nose was straight, and his eyebrows were long. He looked dignified, and he looked like a leisurely noble young master. Yushu was stunned, as if it was the first time she had seen this person. At this moment, a thought suddenly came into her mind. This was probably the real Mr. Shui's demeanor. When Shui Rue saw Yushu coming in, he just raised his eyes, held the wooden teaspoon backhand, and pointed to the opposite side. Sit. Well. The room was filled with the smell of tea. Yushu couldn't help but move slowly. She lifted the corner of her skirt and sat down on the round stool opposite the tea table. She put her hands on her knees. Seeing that he was concentrating on making tea and ignoring her, she looked for fun and stared at his hands moving back and forth. His palms were not thick, and his fingers were long. His nails were trimmed clean, and the wrinkles on his fingers were very shallow. The joints were clearly visible, and he exuded a kind of scholarly aura. He looked like the kind of person who often held a pen and read books. Yushu's mind moved. She had originally decided not to care about who he was, but the words involuntarily blurted out. Mianjai has been closed these days, and all the customers have run away. Do you really not want your business? Shui Rue's fingers paused, and he put down the teacup. He looked up at her, and his face was less arrogant than before. His eyes and brows were natural and gentle. Do you still think of me as that person? Yushu clasped her hands together and said in an extremely firm tone. It's not as if you are him. As he looked at her gaze that didn't have the slightest hesitation and his figure was clearly reflected in her bright eyes, Shui Rue's heart moved, and the depths of his eyes became even more warm. He placed the teaspoon lightly on the wooden tray and spoke without the slightest warning. Follow me. The water on the stove boiled and bubbled. Yushu's vision blurred, and the face in front of her became clear again. She heard what he said and understood, but she would rather not have understood. What did you say? Absurd, inexplicable, and unbelievable. This was what Yushu was feeling right now. Shui Rue smiled and didn't repeat that sentence, but the meaning in his eyes was so obvious. Seeing him smile like this, Yushu felt inexplicably annoyed and said coldly, Mr. Shui, you must be joking. Aren't the Ji family and the Shui family discussing marriage? When this matter is settled, I will be the concubine of Miss Four. What are you talking about now? It's not up to me to decide. I'm only asking if you agree to be with me. Shui Rue was calm and composed. What if I don't agree? Yushu sneered. If I don't agree, there won't be such a thing? Yes, Shui Rue stopped smiling and said very indulgently. If you don't agree, then there won't be such a thing. Ha! Yushu was amused as if she had heard a joke. She tilted her head and looked at him. Then what if I agree to follow you and be your concubine? With my identity, I'm afraid I can only be a concubine, right? Then, the marriage between the Ji family and the Shui family will be discussed. In the future, you can marry the Ji fourth miss, whose life is higher than the sky, right? Shui Rue frowned and said with a serious expression. I'm talking about the matter between you and me now. If you're afraid that I'll give you the cold shoulder after marrying Ji Xingxuan, then you can be at ease. I'm not interested in her at all. The marriage with the Ji clan was decided by my grandfather, and it wasn't because I took a fancy to her. If you're afraid of being a concubine, you can rest assured that I'm not a fickle person. Even if I marry in the future, I won't mistreat you. Looking at his serious face and self-righteous tone, Yushu was finally sure that he wasn't teasing her. When she thought that the bastard in front of her was actually the same person as the kind Chao Zixin, her heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. Grabbing the skirt on her knees, Yushu said bitterly, I just want to ask you one thing. Shui Rue nodded. Speak. Are you still Brother Chow? Shui Rui's eyes darkened. He looked at her deeply and said warmly, You're with me, so I am. Hearing this, Yushu's eyes quickly darkened. She stood up and shook her head at him. You're not him. Chao Zixin would never say such words to her. After she finished speaking, she didn't want to stay a moment longer. She turned around and walked away. In a few steps, she arrived at the door of the small room. Just as her hand reached the bead curtain, she heard footsteps behind her and a burst of tea fragrance. Between the door railings, there was an arm in front of her blocking her way. You haven't answered. Yushu frowned and said without turning her head. Isn't it obvious? I don't agree. She could pretend to be courteous with the Ji family, but she didn't want to pretend with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a sigh above her head. Okay, I also want to let you go. Before Yushu could come back to her senses, she felt a grip around her waist. She was dumbfounded when he picked her up by the waist. Her feet left the ground as he walked towards the exorcism couch. What are you doing? Yushu exclaimed. She didn't think and used her foot to kick his lower body, but she was quickly held down by his knee. Without waiting for her to move, his other hand twisted both her arms. Ignoring her struggle, he strode forward, knelt on the couch and put her on it. He looked at her flushed face from above and a dangerous aura that belonged to a man blew over. Chao Zixin. Yushu gritted her teeth. Her heart was beating fast. Her hands and feet were pressed and she couldn't move. The huge gap between the strength of a man and a woman made her unconsciously panic. The arm tightly wrapped around her waist told her that this was not a joke. The familiar face in front of her was not the gentle and smiling Brother Chow, but Master Shui. Knowing that it was useless to shout, Yushu quickly calmed down and forced a smile. You get up first. We can talk about it. Shui Rui's eyes narrowed, and he freed a hand to undo his belt before tossing it to the side. Yushu's expression changed greatly. He bent down and buried his face in her warm neck, and he took a deep breath before he said in a low voice, There's no room for discussion. After saying that, Yushu felt the palm on her waist move to the side, and began to untie her belt. The light touch on her neck made the hair on her back stand up. As soon as her hand was free, she beat him hard. She was so fierce, but he didn't even make a sound. She turned her head stiffly to avoid his intimacy. When she saw the cup on the tea table, her eyes became cold. Without hesitation, she stretched out her hand to grab the cup and smashed it on his head. Bang! The cup immediately shattered and she heard Shui Rui let out a muffled groan. The force that was pressing down on her body loosened, and something dripped onto the side of her ear. She pushed him away in panic and sat up. When she raised her head, she saw him holding his forehead with his hand and beads of blood were dripping down from the gaps between his fingers. Yushu's heart was beating fast. She shivered and her body moved. She took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and leaned forward to help him cover his wound. But as soon as she touched him, he waved his hand away. Don't touch me. You, young master, Governor Su is here. Hearing the voice, Yushu turned her head and saw two people walking in from the door. When she saw the scene in the room, she was stunned. It was Su Li and Hataku. In their eyes, the scene in the room. Yushu was panicking, Shui Rui's clothes were messy, and his forehead was bleeding. It seemed that the man failed to use force and was smashed by the woman. Young master. When he came back to his senses, Hataku screamed and rushed over. Governor Su looked at the two of them with a dark face and asked in a deep voice, Young master, what's going on? What else could it be? Shui Rui sneered. He pushed the servant away, stood up, and walked out of the door with his clothes unbuttoned. When he passed by Su Li, he said coldly, I don't like this woman. Send her back. Don't let me see her again. After that, he waved the curtain and left. He didn't look at Yushu at all. Hataku quickly chased after him. Yushu clenched the handkerchief and watched him leave. Her eyes fell on Su Li, who had a dark face. She lowered her head and quickly got down from the bed. She stood to the side and said carefully, Governor Su, I miss you. Pack up and go out. Remember not to talk about what happened today. It will damage the reputation of both families. Su Li frowned and looked at her, then went out with his hands behind his back. Only Yushu was left in the room. She stood in the same place, lost in thought for a while. Then, she pursed her lips and tidied up her clothes. She looked back to see if there were any hairpins or rings left behind. She saw the blood on the exorcism couch. It was so glaring that she turned her head away and walked out with heavy steps. When she reached the door and walked out of the tea room, a gust of wind blew across her back. Only then did she realize that she was drenched in cold sweat. "Miss Mississippi." Chiu Xiang ran over from the other end of the corridor and looked into the room. She asked carefully, "Can we go now?" "Yes." Yushu stuffed the handkerchief back into her sleeves and pulled her. Without anyone leading the way, they left in the direction they came from. In a loft not far from here, Shui Rue was lying on a low bed. His eyes were closed as Hataku treated the wound on his head. Su Li stood in front of him and frowned. After a long time he said, "Young master, when will you stop being so impulsive? There are so many beauties in the capital. This Miss Yu is only average. Why did you force yourself and hurt yourself? How am I going to explain this to the old master when I get back?" Hearing this, Shui Rue opened his eyes and said coldly, "Are you lecturing me?" Su Li's face tightened, and he lowered his head. "I'm just worried that the Ji family has a bright future. Ji Xingxuan has already won the favor of the Great Commissioner. In the future, she will definitely occupy an important position in the Celestial Commissioner's office. If young master marries her, you don't have to. If this marriage is ruined, the old master will." "Don't use grandfather to pressure me." Shui Rue interrupted him. "What did grandfather say when we came here?" "The old master said that young master should make his own decision." Chapter 107. In the morning, she received an invitation from the guest house to have tea. When she arrived, Yushu was still relaxed. But when she left, her heart was heavy. On the surface, Yushu acted as if nothing had happened. She led Chiu Xiang out of the guest house and didn't let the little maidservant notice that something was wrong. When she sat on the sedan chair, her face darkened. The young master of the Shui family was Chao Zixin. There was no doubt about this. Although he didn't admit it from the beginning, she never doubted this. However, she never thought that Chao Zixin would have that kind of thoughts towards her. She thought that they were friends and not enemies. He didn't approve of this marriage like she did. She didn't expect that when they met today, he would directly ask her if she agreed to be his concubine. Concubine. She was grateful to Chao Zixin and admired Chao Zixin, but it was definitely not the intimacy between a man and a woman. Regardless of the fact that she didn't have that kind of feelings towards Chao Zixin, just based on the involvement of the Ji family, it was impossible for her to have anything with him. The key wasn't whether she was willing to be someone's concubine or not. It was the identity of the damn Ji family's young lady, a scapegoat, at the mercy of the enemy. Of course she rejected him. What she didn't expect was that Chao Zixin would do that kind of thing to her. Yushu raised her hand to touch her neck that was still burning. She clenched her fists angrily as the image of him looking down at her surfaced in her mind. It was the kind of dangerous look a man would have when looking at a woman. She lost her cool and believed that he would do anything to hurt her. In a fit of anger, she smashed the cup on his head and injured him. Seeing that his face was covered in blood, she knew that his injury was not light. She had used a lot of strength in that blow. If the cup had been a little heavier, it would have made a hole in his head. She wasn't a little girl with long hair and short knowledge. She had a mature perspective on human affairs. Later, when she saw Governor Su and Hataku barge in, she realized that he wasn't trying to force himself on her. He had chosen such a straightforward method to let her go. When she coldly told Governor Su that he didn't want to see her again, she knew that the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family was over. Without her, Ji Xingxuan wouldn't be able to get married. Thinking of what Governor Su warned her before she left, Yushu knew that the Shui family didn't want to spread this scandal. The reason why they rejected this marriage was definitely not her. Thinking of this, Yushu's heart felt stifled. She knew that Chao Zixin had no choice now. That steward Su wasn't easy to deal with. It wasn't that she hadn't guessed what method he would use to reject this marriage. She didn't expect that the result would be that she hurt him, and he would protect her. No matter what his purpose was, she couldn't blame him for doing this. He ruined her plan, messed up her plan, and lost the opportunity to make the Shui family and the Ji family hate each other. It was annoying, but what annoyed her more was that she didn't discover his intention, and fell into his trap from the beginning. What you should be with me sounded like it was true. In fact, he just wanted to provoke her so that she would continue to act according to his script. From the moment she stepped into the tea room, he had been scheming against her. Damn it. Yushu touched her burning neck and cursed in a low voice. Although she was angry, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't really do that to her. As soon as Yushu returned to the Ji family, she was asked by Ji Hyotani. He wanted to know whether Child Shui had recovered, and what he had said to her. Then he asked about Governor Su. Yushu pretended that nothing had happened. She only told him that Child Shui had invited her to drink a pot of tea. She didn't see anyone else, so she didn't reveal anything. Ji Hyotani asked someone to take her back to the small yard, and asked Qiu Xiang to come down and talk to her, in case Yushu hid anything from him. Yushu's clothes were taken away by the yellow maid. She changed into comfortable clothes and went next door. Yu Xiaoxiu could already get out of bed. He sat by the window and played with Kim Bao all morning. When Yushu came in, he was playing with it with a piece of silver, and there were some crumbs on the side. Yushu dragged her feet listlessly to Yu Xiaoxiu's bedside. She lay down and kicked off a pair of shoes. Yu Xiaoxiu turned to look at her. He held the fluffy Kim Bao in his hand and walked to the bedside to sit down. Sister, what's wrong with you? Yushu opened her eyes. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu, she gradually calmed down. I'm fine. I'm just tired. She pointed to the little thing in his hand with her chin and said, remember to wash your hands after touching it. Don't eat anything. I know. Go to sleep. I'll wake you up after lunch. Yu Xiaoxiu thought that Yushu was really tired. He didn't ask much. He took Kim Bao to the side and didn't disturb her. After Yushu woke up, she felt much better. After lunch, she went back to her room, closed the door, and immersed herself in studying the law of Yi. What happened this morning made her temporarily not in the mood to think about what would happen next. She just wanted to do what she liked. She didn't know why the yellow maid didn't come in the afternoon. Yushu was so focused on her arithmetic that she didn't know how long it had been. The sky outside changed from noon to dusk. She sat by the window for 6 hours. In the evening, Aunt Lu came back from the kitchen with food. Seeing Qiu Xiang standing at the door, she said to her, tell Miss Su to come out for dinner. Okay. Qiu Xiang never stuttered a single word. She turned around and knocked on the door. Seeing that there was no response, she stammered, little miss, it's dinner time. There was still no movement in the room. Aunt Lu and Qiu Xiang looked at each other. The former put her ear on the door. Just when she was about to listen in, she suddenly heard a loud bang. Startled, Aunt Lu's heart jumped. She quickly knocked on the door and shouted, Miss Su, what's wrong? It was quiet inside. Then there was the sound of a table and chair rubbing against each other. It sounded like someone was helping a fallen chair up. Just when Aunt Lu couldn't help but want to knock on the door was pulled open from the inside. Yushu stood by the door as if nothing had happened. It was as if nothing had happened. Only her bright eyes revealed a bit of excitement. Because she was trying her best to restrain herself, no one could see it. I fell asleep on the table. I was startled awake and dropped the chair. Ah, did you fall? Aunt Lu stuffed the food basket into Qiu Xiang's hands. She touched Yushu's body worriedly. Yushu smiled and waved her hand. I'm fine, I'm fine. There was no better time than now. After spending 2 months, she finally conquered the law of time of calamity. She had already determined the most effective function to calculate fortune and calamity. Based on different values, she could determine different calamities. Other than the uncertainty of life and death, she could predict the time of calamity with the help of the fortune teller. She could predict the time of calamity with the help of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. As long as she had the fortune teller's horoscope, she would be able to predict the time of calamity, unless she met someone like her who had a horoscope. Regardless of whether it was a high official, noble or common people, apart from food and clothing, they were only afraid of the word calamity. In order to avoid calamity, they chose blessings, bought feng shui, burned incense, prayed to Buddha, and prayed to the 3 pure ones. It was precisely because few people knew when the calamity would come, and even fewer people knew why the calamity would come. It was clear that knowing the calamity was the best strategy. This was the reason why Yushu chose such a difficult task first. There were too many fortune-changing masters who knew how to read feng shui. There were many fortune-changing masters who knew how to raise feng shui objects. Fortune-changing masters were the most common type of fortune-changing masters. However, there were only a few mighty ones who could judge life and death, fortune or misfortune. She didn't have the ability to judge life and death, nor could she judge fortune or misfortune, but she could judge misfortune. Unlike the benefits and convenience brought by the law of clear rain, Yushu finally had a sense of security as she held the law of time of calamity, which was exclusive to her. In the Daoan dynasty, where Yushui was rampant and there were many capable people, Yushu finally had a sense of security. The boredom from the morning had been swept away. At dinner, Yushu had a great appetite. She ate 2 soured dishes, which made Yu Xiaoxiao feel better. Xiao frequently glanced sideways at her. After dinner, Yushu went back to her room to organize the law of time of calamity that she had just obtained. This law wasn't just a function. There were different ranges of values, which were related to different calamities. She had recorded it for a total of 8 pages. Together with the basic form of the law of clear rain, they were recorded in a handmade, thread-bound book. Because she used charcoal pens, there were a large number of Arabic numerals and modern arithmetic symbols, so she wasn't afraid of it being stolen. Even if someone saw it, there was an 80% chance that they would think it was scribbled. Her mathematical knowledge was 500 years ahead of the current generation, so it wasn't a joke. The reason she recorded it in the book wasn't because she was afraid that she wouldn't remember it. Of course, she was confident that she could use it flexibly. The reason she did this was because she had the intention to accumulate more laws of algebra in the future. Then, she would find a suitable time to selectively teach them to Yu Xiaoxiu, who was the person closest to her in the world. Her goal was to open a great e-shop in the near future. Of course, it wasn't enough for her to manage it alone. Her laws of algebra definitely couldn't be leaked out. She didn't plan on opening a sect or becoming a pioneer. It was better to leave the good things to her family and pass them on to her descendants 100 years later. This would prove that she didn't come to this world in vain. That night, Yushu thought about a lot of things, including what the next law should be aimed at, how to teach Yu Xiaoxiu modern mathematical knowledge bit by bit, and how to change the method of teaching the Ji family a lesson. She wasn't someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, but she would definitely pay back any enmity. The Ji family had repeatedly made things difficult for them and bullied her and her brother. It was like there was a bone stuck in her throat, making her feel uncomfortable if she didn't spit it out. No matter what, her little heart couldn't swallow it. On the day Yushu returned from the Shui family's guest house, 3 days had passed peacefully. The Ji family had been burgled the day before. The burglars had broken into the courtyard and entered their rooms. Old Lady Ji flew into a rage, and the entire house was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. On the other hand, there was no movement from the guest house. Old Lady Ji's anger subsided, and she suddenly remembered this important matter. Just as she was about to ask her son to bring Yushu to visit them, someone from the Shui family came first. That morning, Suli personally brought a servant to visit them. When the news spread to the inner court, Old Lady Ji hurriedly ordered her second and third son, who were listening to morning training, to receive them. Chapter 108. After Suli left, Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani went back to the backyard with heavy faces. Old Lady Ji was waiting for the good news. She didn't expect that it would be like this. In the beginning, they planned to buy time. They didn't refuse the engagement proposal of the Shui family, nor were they in a hurry to marry Ji Xingxuan. They were still waiting for the news of the 7th prince in the capital. However, if they were really kicked out by the Shui family, it would be a different story. Old Lady Ji heard her 2 sons repeat the exact words of the Shui family's Governor Su. Her face turned red and white. She couldn't help but get angry. She hit the ground with her walking stick and said angrily, "Refuse. It's obviously refuse." The Shui family was the one who wanted to get engaged. Now it's them who regret it. Do they take advantage of their powerful family to make fun of us? The concubines of our Ji family are not as noble as those in the capital. Anyway, we are one of the top families in Yang City. How can they make fun of us like this? The three masters of the Ji family listened to Old Lady Ji's anger. Although they were also angry, they were more helpless. They all knew that Old Lady Ji said these words out of anger. The Shui family was indeed powerful. They were the relatives of the emperor. If they could get close to them, they would do it. If they couldn't go to the Shui family to judge. Seeing that Old Lady Ji was almost done venting, Ji Xiaoqun said, "Mother, it's fine if the Shui family can't get married. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Our Xingxuan is a daughter with a purple golden fortune. She'll be the best match for the princes. In the future, when Xingxuan gets a seat in the Celestial Commissioner, the Shui family will regret it." That's right. Old Mistress Ji held onto her walking stick and snorted. That Shui clan looks down on us, and I still think that their young master is not worthy of our Xingxuan. What we lose at the swings, we gain at the mulberry. The seventh prince has given her the Xingxuan Jade Rui. Xiao Han, write a letter to your father, and tell him about what happened here. Yes, mother. I'll do it now. Ji Hyotani suddenly thought of something else. He looked at Old Lady Ji's expression and said, Mother, since it's a marriage with the Shui family, what should we do with Yushu? Should we keep her in the mansion? Old Lady Ji frowned. You mean that evil girl? Why should we keep her? Is she going to be a concubine? Raise her? Just kick her out, lest we ruin the feng shui of our mansion. Ji Hyotani hesitated. The Shui family hasn't left yet. If we kick her out, what if they hear something? Won't they think too much? Old Lady Ji snorted coldly. The Shui family has wronged us first. How dare they argue with us? Even if they know it, so what? Although Ji Hyotani felt it was inappropriate, he didn't want to argue with Old Lady Ji when she was angry. He answered, Yes, mother. Then he turned around and went out. When he was at the door, he was stopped by Old Lady Ji. Wait, she has a younger brother. He ran away for a few days last time, and didn't come back. Since he doesn't want to stay in the Ji family, let's drive him away together. He doesn't have a drop of the Ji family's blood. And he also eats the rice of the Ji family for free. When Yushu woke up this morning, she did 2 divinations for herself with the 6 lines. The first one was about her becoming a concubine. Different from the previous days, she guessed that someone from the Shui family would come today. The second one was about her leaving the Ji family. The result of the divinations was datong, which made her eyelid twitch and she couldn't concentrate on anything. When the sun rose, someone came to the small yard. It was the steward of Third Master's yard. He told Ji Hyotani that they should pack their things and leave the Ji family today. However, he didn't mention that someone from the Shui family came to propose their marriage this morning. Unlike Aunt Lu, who was flustered, and Xiao Xiang, who was at a loss, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were secretly happy and couldn't wait to leave this shabby place as soon as possible. Yushu had another thing to consider. Steward, I still have something to ask Third Master. Can you take me there? Third Master is very busy. He doesn't have time to see you. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll tell him for you. Yushu said seriously. It's important. I have to tell him face to face. Please take me there. The steward of the third branch saw that she was nervous. He hesitated for a moment, and then signaled 2 attendants to stay to prevent Yu Xiaoxiu from taking things in the room. Then he led Yushu away. Because someone from the Shui family came in the morning, Ji Hyotani didn't go out today. He was sitting in the study and reading the account book of the business in the city. Hearing the servant's report, he frowned and asked someone to lead Yushu in. Third Master. Yushu was very good at pretending to be respectful in front of Ji Hyotani, although she despised him in her heart for bullying the weak. What's the matter? Let me hear it. Yushu lowered her head and said, May I ask Third Master, if you send someone to drive us away, does the marriage with the Shui family not count? Ji Hyotani snorted. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Weren't you very unyielding before, and didn't want to eat the rice of the Ji family? Now that you're gone, what else do you have to say? Yushu raised her head to look at the gloomy expression on his face. She was certain that the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family was going to be finalized. Thinking of her divination this morning, she felt more confident. She said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask Third Master to give me and my brother's residence cards. Since we are not members of the G family, it would be inappropriate for us to hang them under the G family's name. Otherwise, if we cause trouble outside in the future, the G family's name will be tarnished. If she wanted to leave, she had to leave cleanly. She couldn't leave any evidence behind. That household card was equivalent to the ID card and household register of the common people of the Dan dynasty. With that thing, she could buy a house and start a family. Otherwise, she would just be a vagrant. Today, with the divination, Yushu couldn't guess Ji Hyotani's thoughts, but she dared to bet on her luck, and this matter went smoothly. Ji Xiaogu coldly stared at Yushu. How could he not know what she was thinking at this moment? She wanted to cut all ties with the Ji family. If this was any other day, how could he let her have her way? But Yushu's last sentence had moved him. The little girl in front of him was young, but she was a troublemaker. If he allowed her to cause trouble outside, it would ruin the reputation of the Ji family. The gains would not make up for the losses. Anyway, this sister and brother were lonely after leaving home. Even if they could steal some money to make a living, they wouldn't be able to do anything. He didn't need the residence card, he could easily control them. With this thought, Ji Hyotani made up his mind. He immediately stood up and went to the back room. He took out the box hidden in the bookcase and found 2 residence cards. He took them out and threw them in front of Yushu. He didn't forget to warn her. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Ji family. If you dare to use the name of the Ji family, I will not forgive you easily. Yushu picked up her and Yu Xiaoxiu's residence card and confirmed the name, stamp and fingerprint on it. She was a little excited. In the past, she didn't know the importance of this thing. When she was kicked out of the Ji family, she thought that she had nothing to do with the Ji family. She let Ji Hyotani control her for nothing. Now not only her, but also Yu Xiaoxiu's. She thought it would take some effort, but she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Keeping the 2 residence cards close to her body, Yushu raised her head to look at Ji Hyotani, who was sitting behind the desk. She said, "Third Master, Xiaoxiu and I left the Ji family. We know that it will be difficult to return. Before we leave, we would like to ask Third Master to let us siblings and mother meet." This sentence was purely for show. Yushu didn't believe in Ji Hyotani's character. Because of her and Yu Xiaoxiu, Aunt Chui would definitely be neglected. But this was also good. With Aunt Chui's brain, she wasn't suited to live in the inner courtyard where there was internal strife and intrigue. She wasn't favored and lived a stable life. Ji Hyotani still had some pretense of benevolence and didn't make things difficult for her. He waved his hand and said, "Pack your things, I'll have someone bring you there." Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu went to see Aunt Chui. It was rare for the mother and son to get together, but there was no family joy. When Aunt Chui heard that they were leaving, she immediately scolded Yushu but didn't dare to ask Yu Xiaoxiu to stay. Yushu turned a deaf ear to Aunt Chui's scolding. When Aunt Chui was done scolding her, she used the excuse of having a private conversation with her birth mother and sent her maid, Xiao Sui, out. She turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and handed it to concubine Chui. Looking at concubine Chui's dumbfounded expression, she said, "This is a gift from me and little Xiao to mother. Don't ask where the money came from, just keep it for future use. Little Xiao and I are leaving the Ji family today, so we no longer have anything to do with this place. However, mother is still a member of the Ji family, so you have to abide by your duties. There are no outsiders here, so I'll tell mother that you know what to do. Don't listen to Third Master. Remember that you were framed and almost chased out of the family last time. If the Ji family can no longer tolerate you in the future, and you can't find us, then find a place to settle down and live out your days in peace with this money." With that, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu, whose eyes were red, to kneel down in front of Aunt Chui and kowtowed a few times in place of her predecessor as a sign of filial piety and to calm Yu Xiaoxiu's heart. Yu. At this point, Aunt Chui could no longer care about scolding. With tears in her eyes, she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu back while crying and said to Yushu, "You have to take good care of your younger brother. If you dare to mistreat him, I won't forgive you even if he starves or freezes." Seeing that Yushu was behaving like a mother, Yushu agreed to whatever Yushu said. In the end, when Yushu was crying, Yushu asked for Yushu's date of birth. Only when someone outside rushed them did Yushu pull Yu Xiaoxiu, who was choking with sobs, away. With the guards leading the way, Yushu put her arm around Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and used her sleeve to wipe his tears. She said warmly, "From now on, you'll be with me." Yu Xiaoxiu cried for a dozen steps and wiped his nose. With a strong N, he held on to Yushu's hand tightly. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The clothes were the same as when they came. At most, there was a bag of paper and Kim Bao. After the guards checked the house and asked if Qiu Xiang was missing anything, they sent the siblings out from the back door. Only Aunt Lu followed them to see them off. At the beginning of June, the noon sun hid behind the clouds. The siblings held hands and left the Yishueji mansion in Yiyang City with a little mouse. Chapter 109. Yushu led Yu Xiaoxiu out of the Ji family's front door. Of course, they were going to go to Zhao Hui's house. On the way, the siblings discussed, "Sis, we're going to the capital. Is Aunt Hui coming with us? Aunt Hui's condition has just improved. She won't be able to travel by boat. I'll leave some money for Auntie Hu and Dr. He to take care of her. After a year or so, when her body is better, we'll see what she wants. Yes, Dr. He is really a good person. Oh, and Brother Chao, they're all good people." Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly mentioned Chao Zixin. Yushu was stunned. She fell silent and didn't reply. She looked up and arrived at Zhao Hui's house. Yushu went up to knock on the door, but found that there was a lock on the door. "Sis, why is the door locked?" Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and asked Yushu curiously. Yushu shook her fork and looked worried. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. She shouted a few times, but no one answered. Instead, she called out to the person next door. "Xiaoyu?" Yushu turned her head and saw Auntie Hu standing at the door with a kitchen knife in her hand. When she saw the siblings, she was very surprised. She hurriedly ran over and said, "Where have you been these days? Do you know that something big happened a few days ago? Dr. He injured someone and was arrested by the Yamen." Yushu's expression froze. Yu Xiaoxiu said nervously, Doctor He was arrested by the Yamen. Then what about my Aunt Hui?" Kim Bao, who was sleeping in Yu Xiaoxiu's sling bag, was woken up by them. It anxiously scratched the bag, but no one paid attention to it. "Your Aunt Hui? Auntie Hu, what's going on?" Yushu was afraid and shocked. She was afraid that something bad would happen to Zhao Hui. She was shocked that she was affected by the law of the time of misfortune that night. She had clearly used Zhao Hui's horoscope to predict her horoscope. She didn't know that she would be in trouble, so why did something happen? "Let's talk in the courtyard. Let's go." Auntie Hu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and pushed Yushu into her courtyard. She closed the door and turned around to say, "The morning before yesterday, I was drying clothes at home when I heard a commotion next door. I went over to take a look and saw that your Aunt Hui's door was wide open. There was a commotion in the house and tables and stools were smashed. I don't know what happened, but after a while I saw Dr. He kick a man and a woman out. The woman was fierce, grabbing her hair and biting her hands. Dr. He and the man were fighting. I don't know how they got hurt, but there was blood. That afternoon, people from the Yamen came and arrested Dr. He. Your Aunt Hui stumbled after them and fainted outside the door. Then where is she now?" Yushu couldn't help but interrupt. "That's right. That's what I wanted to tell you." Auntie Hu placed the kitchen knife in the bamboo basket and held Yushu's hand, saying, "That day when the Yamen came to arrest her, there was an old master in the alley. After watching the commotion, he asked about you. He said that your boss heard about your Aunt Hui and took your Aunt Hui away. He said that he was afraid that she would be alone and someone would cause trouble for her again. He wanted me to tell you that when you come back, you can go to that Tai something merchant to look for him. Oh yes, he said that his surname is Pei." It was Pei Jing. Yushu had a rough idea in her heart. The person who broke into Zhao Hui's house that day must be the family that she was previously engaged to. She didn't expect that this group of shameless people would dare to come to her house. Fortunately, He Fengji was present at that time and didn't let Zhao Hui be alone. However, he was arrested for injuring someone and suffered an undeserved disaster. Frowning, Yushu thanked Auntie Hu and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away in a hurry. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu rented a horse carriage on Changmenpu Street and directly rushed to the headquarters of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce. As soon as they entered the door, they heard Fatty Xing's loud voice. "Hey, isn't this Ashu? Where have you been these days?" Xing Qi was sitting at the door of the hall drinking tea. As soon as Yushu came in, she saw him. He raised his hand and waved at her. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and walked over. "Manager Xing, is Mr. Pei here?" Xing Qi saw that she was sweating and understood a little. He stood up and said, "No, let's go. I'll take you to his house. Your aunt is also there." Seeing that Xing Qi also knew about the matter, Yushu didn't ask much. She followed him to the door and waited for the car with Yu Xiaoxiu. They took the car from the north of the city to Pei Jing's house in the west of the city. Pei Jing's house was also a big house. There was a guard in front of the door. Obviously, the guard recognized Xing Qi. The guard didn't stop them. A servant went in to inform Pei Jing. Xing Qi took Yushu to the front yard and waited in the living room. The Pei family was a businessman. Maybe their house was not as big as the Ji family, but the courtyard scenery was no worse. Yushu didn't have the mood to appreciate it at the moment. She sat in the living room for a while, and then went to the door to wait. The servant served tea. After a while, Yushu saw Pei Jing, who was wearing a loose green gown, turning the corner of the veranda. Before he reached, Yushu saluted. "Mr. Pei." Pei Jing stood at the door and looked at Yushu from head to toe. He pointed to the room and said, "Go in and sit down. I have something to ask you. Your aunt is resting. My wife is accompanying her. It doesn't matter." "Yes." Yushu followed him back into the living room. When Xing Qi saw him, he stood up and said, "Take your time. I'm going back to the Chamber of Commerce." Yushu said, "Thank you, shopkeeper Xing, for sending me here." Xing Qi waved his hand and left. Pei Jing looked at Yu Xiaoxiu. "This is your younger brother?" "Yes, his name is Xiaoxiu." Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu over and bowed to Pei Jing. Pei Jing touched Yu Xiaoxiu's head and called a servant girl in. He stood outside the door and said, "I have something to say to your sister. Follow her to the courtyard to play for a while, okay?" Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu. Seeing Yushu nod, he patted Kim Bao, who was moving around in the bag. He obediently followed the senior servant girl. When Yushu heard Pei Jing talking to Yu Xiaoxiu, she knew that he had discovered her female identity. She didn't show any fear. Only after Yu Xiaoxiu left did she apologize to Pei Jing. "I had to hide it from you, Mr. Pei. I hope Mr. Pei will forgive me." Pei Jing didn't look angry. He was very understanding. "When you're outside, it's right to be wary of others. Moreover, you didn't lie to me. On the contrary, you helped me a lot." Seeing that he didn't care, Yushu relaxed. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask more, she heard Pei Jing say, "I've sent people to inquire about your Aunt Hui. I know some inside information. The family she offended is the family of the deceased Yuan Wai Do in the west of the city. The Do family itself isn't much in Yang City, but they are related to the Ishua Ji family in the east of the city. That Ji family's second master's wife calls Yuan Wai Do her biological uncle. Yuan Wai Do passed away a few years ago, leaving behind his eldest daughter, Do Hong, to manage the family. She also has a younger sister, Do Lu. The doctor who treated your Aunt Hui injured Do Lu's husband. It said that the man's leg was broken. Yesterday he filed a complaint to the Yamen, accusing the doctor of assault. The Yamen opened the court to investigate the case, but the doctor refused to admit his guilt. He was beaten and thrown into prison. He will be tried again in the future. A case like this will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison." After listening to Pei Jing's story, Yushu's expression turned ugly. She didn't expect that the matter would become so big. She didn't expect that it was related to the Ji family. Pei Jing spoke for a long time. He drank the tea inside. "If I had tried to find a way, I could have helped him for a year or so. But this Do family is related to the Ji family." "Ji family?" "County Magistrate Ma's wife is the daughter of the Ji family. How can I ask for a favor?" "Yes, sir, I can't thank you enough for bringing my Aunt Hui home and taking care of her. Yu Shu had never been a person who was insatiable. Pei Jing temporarily took Zhao Hui in, which was already a favor to her. There was no reason for him to save He Fangji. But He Fangji was implicated because of Zhao Hui. Now that he was in court, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. I told you all this because I want to tell you that the Dou family's reputation is not good outside. Now that something like this happened, they won't let it go even if they sue them in prison. If they find your Aunt Hui, they will definitely make things difficult for you. You should stay in my mansion for the time being and stay out of trouble. Yu Shu thought that this was the only thing she could do now. She had to settle down and think of a way to save He Fangji. Pei Jing brought Yu Shu to the backyard to look for Zhao Hui. When they reached the door, Yu Shu heard a mournful cry. It was Zhao Hui. Madam, please let me go. If I stay here, that child will definitely come looking for me. I really can't bear to drag her down. You don't know, my life was saved by her. I spent hundreds of silvers on medicine, hundreds of silvers. Tell me, where did she get it from? She hid it from me and didn't tell me. I've never seen such a loyal child. If she knew about what happened recently, she would definitely not let it go. She would definitely stand up for me. But this is not something she can handle. Madam, please let me go, I beg you. There was another female voice in the room comforting her. Younger sister, if you leave like this, where are you going? It's me who implicated Lang Zhong. The Dou family has no sense of shame. In the past, they stole my family's wealth. Now they have forced me into a dead end and implicated others. I will go to the Yamen to sue them. Even if I have to give up my life, I will seek justice. Hua. Yu Shu pushed the door open and saw a pitifully thin Zhao Hui kneeling on the floor with a white veil wrapped around her head. Her face was white as she held onto a middle-aged woman's hand and begged. Yu Shu's heart ached as she walked forward and hugged her. Aunt Hui. What did Zhao Hui do wrong? She was diligent, kind, and honest. Such a good person, why didn't she have a good life? On the contrary, those shameless and heartless people lived more freely than anyone else. Little Xiao Yu? Zhao Hui was in a daze as Yu Shu hugged her. After a while, she hurriedly pushed her away and frantically wiped away her tears. She lowered her head and said, "You, why are you here?" When Yu Shu saw that Zhao Hui still wanted to hide it, she felt even more uneasy. She reached out to help her up and helped the woman back to the bed. Without waiting for Zhao Hui to speak again, she said, "Aunt Hui, I heard about what happened to Lang Zhong. Don't worry. Let's think of a solution together, okay?" Hearing this, Zhao Hui's body stiffened. She lifted her head and smiled bitterly. "Child, what nonsense are you saying? It's not your turn to think of a solution. Didn't you go home? Why did you come out again?" Chapter 110. Pei Jing and Madame Pei considerately left, leaving Yu Shu and Zhao Hui to talk in the room. Yu Shu put a pillow on Zhao Hui's back and pulled the blanket over her. She held her hand and asked, "Aunt Hui, tell me in detail what happened that day. How did Dr. He injure him?" Zhao Hui didn't want Yu Shu to get involved again, so she pushed her hand away and said, "Don't ask. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get yourself into trouble." "Aunt Hui," Yu Shu said with a straight face, "It's not you who's in trouble, it's Dr. He who's in trouble. I'm the one who asked him to take care of you. So how can it have nothing to do with me? Do you know that if this case is decided, Dr. He will be imprisoned for 5 years, not 5 days? Tell me everything now so I can think of a solution as soon as possible." Zhao Hui was shocked, and her expression became hesitant. Yu Shu added fuel to the fire. "If you don't tell me, then I'll go talk to the Dou family right now. It'll be best if they beat me up, and I'll also go to the Yamen to report them." "Don't." Zhao Hui sat up straight and anxiously pulled Yu Shu's hand. "Xiao Yu, don't mess around. Then hurry up and tell me." "You." Zhao Hui looked at Yu Shu helplessly and recounted what happened that day in detail. Yu Shu sneered. As expected of a relative, the Dou family was even more shameless than the Ji family. A few months ago, Dou Lu had injured Zhao Hui on the street. The other party was afraid that she would die, so they hurriedly hid at home. Now that the incident had passed, they heard that Zhao Hui wasn't dead. They were afraid that Zhao Hui would report them after she recovered, so they went to threaten them. Dr. He happened to be there. Do Lu was shrewish, and wanted to go to the side of the bed to pull me apart. Dr. He pushed her and she fell to the ground. Her man didn't let it go and smashed the table and stools in the room and started fighting with Dr. He. Dr. He was afraid of hurting me, so he pushed them out. By the time I got out, there was already blood. The man's leg was somehow broken. Wait. Yushu interrupted and asked suspiciously. Why was it somehow broken? Wasn't it Dr. He who hit him? Zhao Hui shook her head, her face also filled with confusion. After they left, Dr. He told me that he didn't know how he hurt the man and broke his leg. Yushu frowned. This matter sounded strange. Could it be that they had falsely accused Dr. He? It's all my fault. If I had known that they would come looking for me, I would have hidden somewhere else. Dr. He wouldn't have helped me. Zhao Hui said sadly. Yushu didn't comfort her. With the current situation, it was hard to explain. The Dou family insisted that Dr. He was the one who injured her, and that County Magistrate Ma was in cahoots with them. Even if Dr. He didn't plead guilty now, he would probably be tortured into a confession. It was just like when Zhao Hui was wrongly accused of marriage fraud. That Dou Jiaqiang said that her appearance and 8 characters didn't match, and even found a e-shop to testify. An idea flashed through Yushu's mind. She rubbed her chin and asked Zhao Hui seriously. Aunt Hui, do you remember which e-shop the Dou family found to testify against you? Zhao Hui looked at her and whispered. It's the Ji family. Pa! Yushu slapped her thigh and suddenly stood up. Zhao Hui was startled and asked nervously, Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Yushu said, I remember you said that there was a housekeeper in Yang City who sent you there. Have you been in contact with him all these years? Zhao Hui shook her head. Yushu was about to be depressed when she heard her say, although I haven't been in contact with him, I know that he has a bookstore on the street behind Zhangmenpu. Yushu was overjoyed. She vaguely had an idea. She turned around and rubbed her palms as she paced back and forth in the room. She frowned and thought carefully. Pei Jing and foreign Qin Shi returned to the bedroom. It was already noon. Pei Jing had the habit of resting at noon, so he was even more listless today. Qin Shi helped him take off his outer robe, and the couple lay down side by side on the bed. Qin Shi saw that Pei Jing was frowning, so she advised, Don't be upset. I know that you like that child very much and want to help her, but this kind of private matter, we will help if we can. If we can't, then there's nothing we can do. Do you really want to get into trouble for them? You don't put the Dou family in your eyes, but they still have the Ji family behind them. This matter really doesn't need us to interfere. Pei Jing nodded and said, Foreign is right. Let them stay in the Fu for now. You go back and persuade Zhao Hui. Tell her to get over it, so that Ashu doesn't do anything stupid with her. Qin Shi made a sound and then sighed with emotion. Speaking of which, that Zhao Hui's life is really bitter. She's a good young lady, but now she's in trouble. AI. Oh. Did Foreign hear what she said? Lu Jing had only found out that Zhao Hui had swindled her marriage many years ago, and became enemies with the Dou family, but he didn't know more. Qin Shi said that Zhao Hui was the daughter of a merchant in Yanzhou. She was engaged to the Dou family, but her parents passed away early and she was left alone. Before she died, she entrusted the housekeeper to send her to her husband's family in Yiyang. Hiss, Foreign said that she was from Yanzhou? Pei Jing heard Qin Shi's opening words and his heart moved. He thought of something and interrupted her. That's right, isn't it the same? It's nothing, Foreign can continue. Pei Jing thought that perhaps he was being overly suspicious. How could there be such a coincidence? Qin Shi gave him a strange look and continued to tell Zhao Hui's story. She talked about how the Dou family's brother died and shamelessly accused Zhao Hui of swindling her marriage. She went to the bazaar to prove that the horoscope she sent was fake, and that she had taken the orphan girl's wealth. She was filled with righteous indignation. When she finished, she sighed and said, It's a pity that she was alone and her dowry was taken. She was reduced to this day. It was not easy for her to live a stable life, but another disaster occurred. Everyone has their own fate. Pei Jing stretched out his hand to pick up the small pot on the tea table, and poured a cup of water for Qin Shi. That's right. Qin Shi gently placed her hand on Pei Jing's chest and said, Jingji, when you were in trouble in a foreign land, you were almost unable to recover. If it wasn't for that kind-hearted person's help, I'm afraid you wouldn't be who you are today. Pei Jing's eyes suddenly became a bit sad. He patted her hand and thought for a moment. He casually asked, "Then does Zhao Hui have any other relatives in her hometown?" She said she doesn't know. Why don't you help her ask around? Her father's surname was Zhao. It was said that the old man was also a kind person. Wherever he went, people would respectfully call him Good Man Zhao. Pada. The quilt in Pei Jing's hand fell on the bed frame and broke into several pieces on the ground. Jingji. Qinshi quickly got up in shock. She saw that Pei Jing's eyes were red, his lips were trembling, and tears were about to fall. Zhao Hui watched as Yushu walked back and forth in the room, muttering to herself as if she had lost her soul. For a moment, she was worried. She called out to her several times but didn't get a response. She unconsciously raised her voice. "Xiao Yu." Yushu came back to her senses. She turned her head and saw Zhao Hui's worried expression. She quickly walked over and sat down on the side of the bed. Zhao Hui grabbed her hand. "What happened to you? Don't scare me. If you can't think of a way, don't hurt your brain with anxiety." Yushu shook her head. She pursed her lips and said, "I think I have a way to save Dr. He." Zhao Hui was happy at first, but then she asked doubtfully, "What way? Tell me. I'm not sure if this will work. I need to find someone who understands the law and ask clearly." Yushu grabbed her hair in annoyance. She had a plan in her heart, but she didn't have enough manpower. "I can't do this alone. If Mr. Pei is willing to help me." "If I am willing to help you, what will you do?" A voice was heard outside the door. Yushu and Zhao Hui were startled. They turned their heads and saw a shadow outside the door. Yushu quickly got up and walked to the door. She opened the door halfway and saw Pei Jing standing outside. "Mr. Pei." Pei Jing looked at her and stood outside the door. He asked the person inside the room, "Miss Zhao, can you tell me your respected name?" Yushu felt strange. She felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hui heard Pei Jing's voice from inside the room. She paused for a moment before answering. "My father passed away. His name is Renhe Zhao Renhe." Pei Jing closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened them again. Yushu was shocked to see that there were tears in his eyes. "Mr. Pei, what are you doing?" Pei Jing ignored her and said to the door, "I was born into a merchant family. When I was 20, I was elected as a fortune teller. When I was young, my eyes were on the top of my head. I thought that I was talented. When my father was ill, I left home and went to the capital to take the Dian examination. Who would have thought that I would fail all 3 exams? My name was Sunshan. I spent my days drinking and getting drunk. While I was in the capital, I suddenly received the bad news that my father had died. I hurried back home. On the way, I encountered bandits. My attendant and bodyguards were all killed. I fell on the grass by the roadside and was saved by a passerby. I was brought home to recuperate. During that period of time, I was muddle-headed and wanted to commit suicide. He persuaded me to stay in his restaurant and taught me business. 3 months later, I finally turned over a new leaf. I said goodbye to him and returned home. I observed mourning at home for 3 years and studied hard. When the mourning period was over, I went to visit my benefactor to repay him. I didn't expect him to be gone. I heard from my neighbor that my benefactor had passed away a year ago. His only daughter had sold the family property to marry someone else. I was deeply grieved. I took a handful of soil from his grave and brought it back to worship every year. I didn't expect that my benefactor's orphan would end up like this. In vain, I burned incense every year to comfort him. I didn't know that his spirit in heaven would see his daughter end up like this. How bitter would he be? At the end of his story, Pei Jing's tears trickled down his face. He was a wealthy merchant, yet he was sobbing silently. Zhao Hui, who was in the room, thought of her deceased father and also cried bitterly. Yushu, who was at the side, listened to this old fate. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Zhao Shi's father's generation was also a kind and virtuous person. Why didn't he have a good ending? One died young, the other met an unkind person. Could it be that good will be rewarded with good? The two of them cried inside and outside the room. Yushu didn't say anything to comfort them. She could see that Pei Jing was a hot-blooded man. Otherwise, he could have swallowed the past and said it now. He definitely wouldn't stand by and watch the matter between Zhao Hui and Dr. He. Chapter 111. Zhao Hui's life had been lonely and bitter. Many years ago, her husband's family had invaded her family's wealth. Many years later, she had been seriously injured by her sister-in-law on the streets and almost lost her life. Recently, she had been involved in a lawsuit. Originally, she had suffered but could not voice her grievances. At her wits' end. Even though Yushu had the heart to help, her strength was not enough. She could not compete with the Dou family Ji family, who knew that fate had its own destiny. In the past, Pei Jing had been indebted to Zhao Hui's father. Today, he had repaid the debt of gratitude. Who knew that there would be a turning point in the future? Yushu helped Zhao Hui freshen up and put on a new set of clothes. She helped her move from the inner room to the living room. Pei Jing and Madame Qin were both there. Dear heavens, little sister. These mistakes have caused you to suffer. Madame Qin's eyes were filled with tears. She stepped forward and pulled Zhao Hui to sit by her side. This time, she was not as courteous as before. This time, she was really close and tender. She had been Pei Jing's wife for more than 20 years. She could empathize with Pei Jing's feelings at this moment. Zhao Hui shook her head at her and turned to look at Pei Jing. In a hoarse voice she said, "Now that Sir Pei has mentioned it, I have some memories. When my late father was on his deathbed, I was still young. I had heard him mention an old friend a few times. He said that he had not received any letters for half a year, and was afraid that something had happened. He even gave me the letters he had sent in the past, and asked me to inquire about it when I had time. Later on, when my late father passed away, I was filled with grief and forgot about this matter. Those letters were probably buried along with his belongings. I think that at that time, my father must have been thinking about Sir Pei. Without a doubt, it was me. That year, when I returned to my hometown, I sent a letter to Uncle Zhao, saying that I was safe and sound. Then for half a year, I was so busy with my family business that I stopped sending letters. After that, when everything was settled, I personally went to Uncle Zhao. Who would have thought that? Pei Jing smiled bitterly and touched his eyebrows. At that time, Uncle Zhao was still concerned about my safety. After a moment of silence, Pei Jing composed himself and said to Zhao Hui, "Don't call me Sir Pei. In terms of age, I am older than you by a few years. If you do not mind, I am willing to accept you as my sworn sister and take care of you in the future. What do you think?" Zhao Hui was stunned and looked at Yushu. She was currently at a loss. Compared to Pei Jing, who she had accidentally reunited with, she was more dependent on Yushu, who had gone through thick and thin with her. "Sir Pei, there is no rush." Yushu spoke on behalf of Zhao Hui. At the moment, Dr. He is still in prison and the Dou family is still at large. They are still bent on killing Aunt Hui. We have to think of a way to deal with them as soon as possible. Pei Jing nodded and said, "Dr. He must be saved. I will go to the Dou family now and ask them to withdraw their complaint." Seeing that Pei Jing was so straightforward, Yushu was puzzled and asked, "Do you have a way to stop them from suing the doctor?" Pei Jing sneered. "That Dou family is just a third-rate merchant, relying on their ancestral business to survive until now. That Dou Hong is not business material either. If they do not know what's good for them, I will crush their business." Seeing this, Yushu was shocked. Pei Jing had always treated people humbly. She did not expect him to be so overbearing. It seemed that he had to stand up for Zhao Hui. "Sir Pei, please wait." Yushu said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but if you do this, even if you can save Dr. He, there will be no end of trouble. Let's not talk about who is right and who is wrong. If this matter were to spread, you will inevitably be known as a domineering person. Moreover, the Dou family has the support of the Ji family. If you ask the Ji family to stand up for them, not only will it cause trouble, they may even bite back. In my opinion, this matter needs to be considered at length." Her words were clear and logical. Pei Jing did not understand, but he was too angry and did not think too much. He only wanted to stand up for Zhao Hui. After Yushu poured a bucket of cold water on him, he immediately calmed down. He sighed and said to Yushu, "Young man, you are more composed than me." Yushu smiled. "It is not that I am composed, but that I do not want to let those shameless people get away with it. If you ask me, I will do it to the end. I will seek justice for Aunt Hui and punish those evil people." Pei Jing raised his eyebrows. "Do you have a plan?" "I do not dare to call it a plan for now. I still need to discuss it with Sir before I can decide on a plan." Yushu's eyes flashed. She did not say anything definite because she did not understand the laws of ancient society, and it was not good for her to speculate on her own. Pei Jing nodded. "Tell me about it first." Yushu looked at Zhao Hui and Madame Qin. Under the table, she swiped her fingers on her knees. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. They're suing us, so why can't we sue them? This is what I am thinking." 2 hours later, Pei Jing and Qin Shi returned to their room. Along the way, Pei Jing was thinking about his conversation with Yushu. When he sat down, he noticed that Qin Shi's expression was not right. He asked with concern, "What is wrong with Ji Ren?" Qin Shi hesitated, her expression changing. She hesitantly said, "Jing Ji, I think that child Ashu's heart is too big." Pei Jing's eyelids twitched and he chuckled. "Why do you say that, madam? I think she's a good person. She's loyal, courageous, and astute. Her plan is good, isn't it? It's much smarter than me going straight to the Dou family. She's taking drastic measures, attacking Wei to save Zhao. TSK, when I was her age, I wasn't as scheming as her." Hearing that Pei Jing was still in the mood to praise her, Qin Shi anxiously said, "But her method is not only targeting the Dou family, but also the Ji family. If she succeeds, will the Ji family let her go? That's why she needs my help in secret." Pei Jing took Qin Shi's hand and warmly said, "Ashu is a little girl. She owes Zhao Hui a few meals and knows to repay her kindness. I was greatly indebted to Zhao Gong in the past. Now that I have met his descendant, even the heavens have eyes. If I cannot help her, wouldn't I be worse than a child? When did I say I don't want you to help them?" Qin Shi angrily said, "I am worried about you. Fine, if you don't want to hear it, I won't say it. If you want to do it, I can't stop you. It's good that Madam understands me." Pei Jing patted her hand and stood up saying, "Madam, rest first. I will change my clothes and go out with Ashu." At dusk, Yushu and Pei Jing sat in a horse carriage and arrived at the entrance of Changmenpu Street. The two got off the carriage and looked left and right. On this trip, Yushu and Pei Jing wanted to find the housekeeper who had sent Zhao Hui to Yiyang City. Pei Jing asked, "Is it here?" Yushu said, "Aunt Hui said that he opened a bookstore on this street. His surname is Huang and his name is Zhou. Let's go look for him one by one." "Let's go." There were many bookstores on this street. The two went from the east side of the street to the west side. They went to each bookstore and asked, but they could not find anything. There was someone with the surname Huang, but it was not the one they were looking for. The sky was getting dark. Just as Yushu was wondering if she had heard wrong, Pei Jing pointed to the opposite side of the road and said, "There is another bookstore there. Let's go and take a look." Yushu turned her head and saw the bookstore on the opposite side of the road. She was stunned for a moment. Pei Jing had already crossed the street and entered the bookstore. She hurriedly followed him. As soon as she entered the bookstore, she saw an old man sitting behind the counter, reading a book. She thought to herself that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Then she heard Pei Jing ask, "Old man, may I know your name?" The old man raised his head and squinted at Pei Jing. He turned his head and saw Yushu standing at the door. His confusion turned into surprise. "Little girl, why did you come so late? I left you several literacy books. I was waiting for you to pick them up." Pei Jing looked at Yushu with a puzzled expression. Yushu smiled at the old man and said to Pei Jing, "When I was penniless, this old shopkeeper once gave me some books." The old shopkeeper heard their conversation and realized that they knew each other. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "We want to inquire about someone." Yushu paused. Then she asked directly, "Old uncle, is your surname Huang? Haven't I told you before?" The old shopkeeper said, "My surname is Huang." Yu Shu and Pei Jing looked at each other. Then the latter asked again, "Shopkeeper Huang, did you work as a steward for a family with the surname Zhao in Yin Prefecture a few years ago?" The old shopkeeper put down the book in his hand and looked back and forth between the two of them. Then he nodded hesitantly and said, "That's right." Yu Shu wanted to laugh out loud. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Why did everyone come together? After they found Huang Zhou, Pei Jing explained the purpose of their visit to Yu Shu. Shopkeeper Huang was very willing to testify on behalf of Zhao Hui. So, they didn't need to waste too much time talking before he readily agreed. Another unexpected joy was that he had saved a list of the dowry that Zhao Hui had sent to the Dou family back then. "Miss has a bitter life." When the Lord withdrew his hand, he repeatedly urged me to send her to the Dou family. But I didn't expect that it would turn out to be a wolf's den. Alas, I'm incompetent. I couldn't protect Miss, and she ended up in prison. I was too afraid to stand up for her at that time. Miss was released from prison and disappeared without a trace. I thought that she didn't want to see me. Who would have thought that she would make a living right under my nose and end up in such a plight? All these years have passed, but I still can't let it go. Now I'm on the verge of death. Since you're willing to stand up for me, this bag of old bones, why wouldn't I dare? When Huang Zhou brought up the events of the past, he felt very ashamed. Yu Shu comforted him with a few words and asked him a few more questions about the past. She followed him home to get the dowry list, and then left with Pei Jing. On the way, Pei Jing suggested that Yu Shu should go to the prison to visit He Fangji. She shook her head and refused. To avoid alerting the enemy, it's better not to go yet. Sir Pei, please don't use your name to stand up for him. In the future, we'll make sure that Dr. He suffers in prison doesn't fall. That's fine, I'll have to trouble Dr. He for now. Pei Jing looked at Yu Shu's assertive manner and unconsciously ignored her age. He asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Yu Shu said, "Teacher, please tell me about the rules of the court, so that I don't make any mistakes." Pei Jing frowned. You really want to replace Huinyang to beat the drum and cry injustice? You must know that if you go to court like this, you'll have to be flogged first before you can present the petition. Yu Shu nodded, her expression did not change. County Magistrate Ma and the Ji family are related. If we follow the rules and present the petition first, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be prepared in advance and collude in private. Teacher has said it before, beating the drum and crying injustice, the officials will go to court. Since the trial is about to begin, if we want to sue, we'll sue them unprepared. Pei Jing did not miss the last flash of ruthlessness in Yu Shu's eyes. His heart jumped. He felt that there was something he could not grasp, but he could not grasp the beginning and the end. Seeing that she had made up her mind, he knew that persuading her would be useless. He said, "Then we'll have to hide it from Huinyang first. If she finds out, how can she let you take her place? Flogging is not easy." Chapter 112. At night, Zhao Hui was anxiously waiting for Yu Shu to come back. Yu Xiaoxiu was also in her room. She was not in the mood to tease Kim Bao, so she tied it under the table and threw it a few snacks. Kim Bao did not make any noise when it had food. Zhao Hui was preoccupied, so she did not notice the little mouse in the room. As soon as the door opened, Yu Xiaoxiu stood up. Zhao Hui was sitting on the bed. She turned her head and saw Yu Shu pushing the door open. She said, "Why did you come back so late? Did you not find him?" Yu Shu comforted her and said, "I found him. He is on Chengmenpu Street. I was discussing something with Mr. Pei outside, so I came back late. Have you eaten?" Yu Xiaoxiu said, "Yes, I have. What about you, sister?" "Well, I used it outside." Yu Shu pushed Yu Xiaoxiu to sit down. She glanced at Kim Bao, who was spinning around her feet. She rubbed it with her toes and walked to Zhao Hui's bed. "Aunt Hui, don't worry. Uncle Huang is willing to testify for you. If it wasn't so late, he would have come to see you." Yu Shu took out the dowry list that she got from Huang Zhou and showed it to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui took the yellowed paper and turned it over a few times. When she touched it, she thought of the scene when her late father prepared the dowry for her. She felt sad again. Yes, this is it. I didn't expect him to keep it. Seeing that she was about to cry, Yushu quickly comforted her. Don't cry anymore. Have a good rest tonight. You have to go out tomorrow. Zhao Hui said. You want me to go out? Where? Yushu blinked her eyes maliciously. Go and collect some evidence. Early the next morning, Madame Qin personally went to Zhao Hui's room to dress her up and bring her new clothes for her to change into. The two of them were about the same height, but Zhao Hui was on the thinner side. Her belt was tighter, so it wasn't obvious. The wound on Zhao Hui's head had already healed under He Fengji's careful care, but there were still a few scars on the top of her head. After shaving her hair, Madame Qin skillfully mixed the wig into her real hair and used hairpins and silk flowers to perfectly cover the scars on her head. She also used makeup to cover her yellowish complexion. After changing into silk clothes and wearing gold and silver jewelry, Zhao Hui looked like a different person in front of the mirror. She looked rich and noble. No one could imagine that she used to be an auntie who bought wonton noodles on the street. Aunt Hui looks good in this dress. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui and sincerely praised her. If it wasn't for the teasing of fate, Zhao Hui would have always looked like this. Madame Qin also praised. I still have some good materials. I can cut them all into new clothes for younger sister in the future. Zhao Hui uncomfortably touched her earlobes and said to Yushu and Madame Qin, I still feel that wearing trousers is more convenient. I can't even walk properly like this. After many years of suffering, Zhao Hui was no longer the rich little girl who didn't have her hands wet with water. Older sister, from extravagance to simplicity, and then to extravagance. Yushu smiled. Let's wear this for now. It's really uncomfortable. We'll change when we get back. After checking that there was nothing wrong, Madame Qin called over a pair of personal maids to escort them to the door and onto the carriage. Yushu and Zhao Hui went out and only returned in the afternoon. After sending the tired Zhao Hui back to her room, Yushu called for a servant to lead her to the study to find Pei Jing. Sir Pei. Come in, hey. Pei Jing closed the account book in his hand and pointed at the chair opposite the desk for Yushu to sit down. How is it? Yushu took out 3 evaluation notes from the e-museum and handed them to him. After Pei Jing looked at them, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he threw the notes on the table. Let's see how they can cover up their lies this time. Yushu said. There is no time to lose. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the yamen to file a complaint. Pei Jing's expression became serious as he said, Since you have decided not to let me show my face, I will help you in secret. Don't worry, even if I cannot win this lawsuit and the Dou family holds a grudge against you, I will ensure your safety. Yushu nodded non-committally and picked up the 3 notes on the table. She lowered her head and played with it, her eyes hiding an unseen light. On the 9th day of the 6th month, Yushu woke up early and did not disturb Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu. She quietly left the door. Pei Jing was waiting for her in the front courtyard. Seeing her black hair, wearing an old blue shirt and dressed as a boy, he couldn't help but feel strange and asked, Are you going to wear this? And won't I be punished? It is inconvenient to wear a skirt. Yushu explained. Pei Jing did not suspect anything and sent her to the horse carriage. He gave her the written complaint that he had instructed someone to write last night and reminded, Be careful. I will go over when I hear the commotion. Yushu responded and pulled the curtain. The horse carriage drove towards the yamen in the north of the city. Halfway there, Yushu got off the carriage and sent the driver away. She dug some mud at the side of a small river and smeared it on her body and face. She then tore off the patches on her clothes and disguised herself as a little beggar and swaggered into Wanxiang Street. There were quite a lot of beggars in Yang City. The area around Wanxiang Street was crowded with them. A beggar walking on the street was not eye-catching. If a beggar walked into a gambling house, it would at most attract a few more glances. However, if a beggar walked into a gambling house with a Baoren sign and was seen by others, it would be a big deal. More than a month ago, the rumor of a beggar on the street was still hot on Wanxiang Street. There was even a storyteller in the tea house who made this part into a list for the customers to listen to. Every time a beggar was picked up, it would be more than one. Therefore, when a beggar entered the Baoren casino, there were people who were curious to see if this beggar was the one in the rumor. Once bitten, twice shy. Once bitten, twice shy in barn casino. Once bitten, twice shy. Seeing Yushu enter, someone came up to stop her. However, Yushu tossed a piece of silver into the hands of Ding Bao, who was blocking her way. What's wrong? You have money. Yet you don't let people in to play? She then took advantage of the people's stupefaction and went to the place where the signs were sold. She also threw a piece of silver and didn't even ask for the change. There weren't many customers in the morning in the E district. A dozen or so people were playing, and there were a few spectators around them. Yushu went over and found a spot. Looking at the questions on the wall, she took out a charcoal pencil and began to calculate on a piece of paper. She wrote down the answer and put the sign down. She crossed her arms and waited for the game to start, ignoring the whispers around her. Her appearance caused people to be suspicious. Seeing her place the bet, people began to whisper. When the first game started, she took her sign and went forward to claim her winnings. Like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, the E district immediately exploded. This can't be the beggar from A Beggar on the Street, right? It's the Miao Chi who won 40 games in a row that day. It's him, I remember now. I was there that day too. That beggar was wearing a dirty blue shirt. It's definitely him. Quickly find someone and tell them that the divine fortune-telling beggar has come to the Baron Casino again. By the time Yushu won her third game, the Baron Casino was already packed with people. Those who heard the commotion on Vientiane Street all rushed over to watch the show. On the second floor, the gambling house's shopkeeper Zhou was looking down from the window. Last time, Ji Hyotani had left a message that if he saw the beggar on the street again, he must invite him back. At first, shopkeeper Zhou wasn't sure if the beggar on the street was the one they were looking for. But seeing that Yushu had won 3 games in a row, he had an idea. Just as he was about to send someone down to invite him back, he saw a commotion downstairs. The beggar took the silver and turned around to leave. As Yushu moved, the people in the gambling house who came to watch the show all followed behind her. A large number of people left the hall on the first floor. Shopkeeper Zhou hurriedly sent someone to catch up with them, not forgetting to say, "Be polite, please come back." Just like that, Yushu left the Baron Casino with a group of people and came to the Vientiane Street. After a few steps, she looked back at the number of people behind her. As she had expected, the effect of being famous was really effective. She was satisfied and directly led the more than 100 people to the main road and the street behind it. Some people asked and greeted her politely, but no matter what they said, Yushu shook her head and didn't answer them. The crowd didn't know where she was going. On the way, some people left, but most of them were curious and stubbornly refused to leave until Yushu led them to the county government office. That's right, the county government office of Yang City was behind the Vientiane Street where Feng Shui gathered. Outside the government office, there were 2 bailiffs with sticks in their hands. When they saw such a large group of people suddenly appearing in front of the door, they looked at each other in surprise. Then they saw a beggar leave the crowd and walk forward. Yushu stepped up the stairs and went straight to the bright red drum. She picked up the dusty drumstick and heard a buzzing sound behind her. She took a deep breath, picked up the drumstick and fiercely smashed it. Dong 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 dong. Only then did the crowd realize that she actually wanted to beat the drum to seek justice. The 2 bailiffs' faces changed, but they couldn't stop her. They didn't need to go in and report. After a few knocks, several bailiffs heard the noise and ran out. When they saw the person beating the drum outside, they pointed the sticks in their hands at Yushu and angrily scolded. "How dare you, beggar? You dare to make noise outside the door? Do you know where this place is?" Yushu put down the drumstick and raised her voice. "I have a grievance." Because of this, there wasn't a single person in the whole year who would go to the door and beat the drum to complain about their grievances. However, the Yamen runners reacted quickly. After she finished speaking, they swarmed forward, grabbed her by the arms and dragged her into the hall. Yushu didn't resist at all and was dragged in. Outside the door, the 100 or so people who were attracted by Yushu saw this scene. Their curiosity was piqued, and they refused to disperse. They crowded at the door and looked inside, discussing spiritedly. From the main entrance to the court where the case was handled, it was only a dozen steps. Standing outside the door, The situation inside could be seen with a glance. When Yushu was dragged into the inner hall, she first raised her head to look at the mirror of eminence, hanging high on the table. Then, she heard a series of rapid footsteps. She wanted to turn around, but someone pressed her shoulder and kneeled down. Enter the court. Mighty. County Magistrate Ma had just arrived in the morning. He hadn't even sat down in the back hall when he heard the beating of the drum outside. He hurriedly put on his black veil and came out to take a look. The person kneeling in the hall was actually a beggar. He frowned and slammed the gavel in his hand. Bang. Who is beating the drum in the hall? What grievance do you have? Tell me your name. Chapter 113. After the marriage between the Shui family and the Ji family fell through, Shui Rui had to recuperate in the guest house for a few days due to his injuries. Suli had already ordered the servants to pack up. Now that he had recovered, he set off for the capital. When the two carriages passed by the north of the city, the coachman wanted to take a shortcut. However, when he turned into a street, he was blocked in the middle of the road. When the carriage stopped, Suli lifted the curtain and looked outside. He heard the coachman say, "Chief, there are many people in the middle of the road in front. It seems like the yamen is trying a case." Suli said, "Turn around and take a detour." Before he finished speaking, someone in the carriage said, "Wait, Hataku, go down and take a look. What's going on?" Suli turned his head and looked at his young master, who was lying on the leather mattress and eating sour pears with his head pillowed on it. He turned his body to make way for Bauda, who was sitting on the other side, to get out of the car. After a while, Hataku came back after asking around. He leaned on the window and said excitedly, "Young master, someone is beating the drum to complain. You definitely can't think of which family they are suing." Shui Rui looked at his face and mocked. Could it be that the Ji family committed a crime? Hataku opened his mouth in surprise. "How did you know, young master? What do you think?" Shui Rui raised his hand and the pear pit in his hand flew through the window and past Hataku's ear. Suli frowned when he saw this. "Let's go down and take a look." Shui Rui touched the black hair on his forehead and covered the scratch on his forehead. He bent down to get down the carriage. Suli reached out to stop him. "Young master, we still have to hurry. If we can't reach Yen province before dark, we will have to sleep in the wilderness. Then we'll leave tomorrow." Shui Rui pushed his arm away and jumped off the carriage. He asked Hataku to lead the way and left. Suli shook his head and sighed. He sat back in the carriage and did not plan to join in the fun. With Hataku leading the way, the master and servant quickly squeezed their way to the front of the crowd. They looked into the hall, but before they could see anything clearly, they heard the dull sound of a wooden board rising and falling. Pa. Pa. Taking a closer look on the floor of the public hall, there was a person lying on the floor, getting beaten up again and again. The long board that was thicker than a thigh, one high and one low, made one's heart ache, but the person who was being beaten didn't even let out a cry. If it wasn't for the fact that the person on the floor bounced up an inch with each hit, one would really think that it was a cloth dummy. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, looked at the beggar-like figure on the floor, and listened to the discussion at the side. After 15 strokes, Yushu's forehead was already covered with a layer of sweat. She gasped, and the veins on her clenched fists were turning green. She felt that her buttocks were about to split open, and if he dared to do it again, she would definitely cry out. No wonder there were very few people who beat the drum to complain. Before the lawsuit was settled, they would first have to suffer a physical pain. Pa. County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel and looked at the beggar who beat the drum to complain about his in-laws with a gloomy expression. He shouted in a deep voice, "Present the complaint paper." Lying on the floor, Yushu gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She turned sideways and took out the complaint paper from her bosom and handed it over to the yamen runner. The hall was silent, and County Magistrate Ma carefully read through the complaint paper. It clearly stated when Zhao Hui was engaged to the Dou family, when she lost her father and fled to Yang. How the Dou family used flowery words to detain her dowry and family property. How Zhao Hui's fiancé died of a sudden illness. How the Dou family's elder sister sent her a letter and seized her dowry and family property. How she filed a lawsuit against the government, and how the Dou family colluded with the Ji family to barter her house, and listed that her appearance did not match her horoscope, and how she was accused of marriage fraud, and how the county magistrate at that time awarded her family property to the Dou family, and even imprisoned her in prison. The more county magistrate Ma read, the darker his expression became. Zhao Hui's marriage fraud case was judged by his predecessor, and he had been an official for 10 years. Based on his experience and intuition, he knew that there was another injustice in that case, and it involved the Ji family. With so many commoners watching, there was no one in Yang City who didn't know that he was the son-in-law of the Ji family. If he was biased, it would certainly attract criticism. So he decided to bring everyone here first, and then act according to the situation in court. Guards, go to the Dou family on the west side of the city, and the Ji family on the east side of the city to arrest them. Several bailiffs responded and left. County Magistrate Ma said to Yushu, "Yushu, where is your godmother Zhao Hui? Why do you need to beat the drum for her?" County Magistrate Ma called out Yushu's name, deliberately pronouncing it in an oblique tone, and discovered that she was his brother-in-law's stepdaughter. First, there were too many people with the same name in Yang City, and second, the Ji family had many descendants, so he really couldn't remember all of them. It had been some time since the incident where Ma Weibo was beaten, and the person in court was a boy who looked like a beggar. Even if he knew who Yushu was, he couldn't immediately connect them together. But there was someone else in front of the yamen, and it was different. Hearing County Magistrate Ma's shout, Shui Rui was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure lying on the ground in a sorry state not far away. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. He knew who it was, and his face immediately darkened. Reporting to Darren, Yushu's voice was not as loud as it was when the court opened. She panted and said, "Not long ago, my godmother was injured by Dou Lu from the Dou family. She is bedridden, so she can't come to court in person. I beat the drum to appeal for justice on her behalf." To complain on someone else's behalf, the first condition was that they were related. Yushu and Zhao Hui were not related by blood, but ancient people compared godparents to blood relatives. She called Zhao Hui godmother, so it was reasonable for her to take the complaint on her behalf. When Yushu mentioned it, County Magistrate Ma remembered the unfinished case from 2 days ago. It was the Dou family who accused a doctor of assault. The doctor refused to plead guilty and was still in prison. But he only thought about it for a moment. He complained that the Dou family had too many problems, but he didn't connect the two cases together. You said that the Dou family embezzled your godmother's property. Do you have any witnesses?" County Magistrate Ma avoided mentioning the Ji family. "Yes," Yushu said. "When my godmother lost her father and came to Yang to seek refuge with the Dou family, an old housekeeper sent her here. The old housekeeper is still alive and runs a bookstore on Changmenpu West Street. His name is Huang Zhou. He can testify for me that what I said is true. My godmother did not cheat the marriage. It was the Dou family and the Ji family who colluded to bully her, an orphan girl." County Magistrate Ma said, "Come to Changmenpu and bring this Huang Zhou here." "Yes, Darren." County Magistrate Ma asked Yushu a few more questions, and Yushu answered them with reason and evidence. An hour later, someone from the Dou family came first. Reporting to Darren, "Dou Hong is here." Dou Hong was the eldest daughter of the Dou family. She married a live-in son-in-law and was in charge of the household. She was about the same age as Pei Jing. She had a pair of slender eyes and 2 wrinkles at the corner of her mouth. She had a shrewd look on her face. Yushu couldn't get up, so she just lay on the ground. She turned her head to look and met Dou Hong's cold eyes. "Are you Dou Hong?" "Yes, Darren." Bang. "Dou Hong, do you know who Zhao Hui is?" Dou Hong said, "I do. More than 10 years ago, when my father was still alive, he arranged a marriage for my second brother. The other party was from a merchant family in Yan province. This Zhao Hui is the daughter of that family. Later, she caused my second brother's death. After I found out that her family lied about the marriage, I severed all ties with her." Hearing this, Yushu sneered from the ground and did not interrupt. County Magistrate Ma said, "Someone is accusing the Dou family of embezzling other people's property in front of Jiudong. They used a fake evaluation report to make a false accusation and bullied an orphan girl. Do you plead guilty?" Do Hong was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and said angrily, "Darren, this is pure slander. My Dou family has been wealthy for generations. My father was the minister-councilor of Western City. Why would I covet other people's property?" Bang! County Magistrate Ma slammed the gavel. No noise in the court. Do Hong unwillingly stepped back. She looked around but didn't see Zhao Hui. She only saw a beggar lying on the ground. Her fear disappeared. After a while, shopkeeper Huang was brought to the yamen. When Do Hong heard that County Magistrate Ma had summoned her, her expression changed. When she heard that Huang Zhou accused her of embezzling Zhao Hui's property and falsely accusing Zhao Hui of a false marriage, she lost her cool. "Darren, please investigate this. This Zhao Hui obviously lied about the marriage. That year, I specially hired a fortune teller to read her fortune. With the evaluation report as proof, how can I falsely accuse her? Which fortune teller did you hire as a witness?" Yushu suddenly shouted. "Ji family's fortune teller." Do Hong blurted out. After saying it, she realized that something was wrong. She lowered her head and glared at Yushu. The Yamen's entrance buzzed. Shuirui's mouth twitched. His expression loosened a little. He couldn't help but laugh. Bang! With a loud bang, Yushu obediently shut her mouth. She tilted her head and looked at Do Hong. She laughed in her heart. "I was afraid that you wouldn't admit it." County Magistrate Ma's face darkened. He said to Yushu, "You heard it. This Ji family's fortune teller is a famous and promising place in Yang City. If you accuse them of colluding with the Dou family to fabricate a false evaluation report, I will not forgive you." "I dare not." Yushu raised her head and said, "Darren, I have evidence to present." County Magistrate Ma waved his hand and ordered the yamen runners, "Present it." "Yes, yes." Yushu fumbled in her bosom for a while and took out several cards. She handed them to the yamen runners and handed them to County Magistrate Ma. He lowered his head and saw that it was a residence card and several evaluation cards from the fortune teller's shop. The signature and handprint belonged to Zhao Hui. He frowned and thought that this was bad. Then, he heard Yushu say with grief and indignation, "In Darren's hand, one of the residence cards is my godmother's birth date, and the other evaluation cards were made by fortune tellers and traders from the 6 fortune tellers' shops on Wanxiang Street after they read my godmother's fortune. The handprint on the residence card is taken as proof. There are also evaluation cards from the Liu family and the Kong family's fortune teller shop. Darren, take a look. None of them say that my godmother's fortune doesn't match her fortune, nor does it say that my godmother's fortune is a curse to her husband. I know that the Ji family is a famous fortune teller in Yang City, but they are still as famous as the Kong and Liu families. Could it be that the Liu family and the Kong family are inferior to the Ji family? Only the Ji family can see that my godmother is a jinx. Are the others blind?" As soon as he said this, the court was quiet, but the outside of the yamen was in chaos. Chapter 114. No one would have thought that Yushu would bring Zhao Hui to several exchange shops in advance to ask for evaluation reports. And she even mixed in the Kong and Liu family. The reputation of the Kong and Liu family in Yang City was no less than that of the Ji family. The evaluation reports they gave did not say that Zhao Hui had a problem, which meant that Zhao Hui did not have a bad fate. Obviously, there was something wrong with the evaluation report the Ji family gave that year. Everyone thought, if there is something wrong with the Ji family's evaluation report, then wasn't the Dou family's case of claiming that the orphan girl was a jinx in marriage fraud a false accusation? Not only was it a false accusation, but it was also an embezzlement of someone else's dowry. These 2 crimes added together were not light. The onlookers knew this, and Do Hong was even more aware of it. Since ancient times, it was taboo to embezzle someone else's family property. This crime was as serious as murder. The difference was that murder had to be paid with one's life, but embezzlement had to be returned in double, and the family property would be confiscated. Do Hong's expression changed, and the wrinkles under her lips turned into the shape of an 8. She no longer looked as calm and composed as before. In a panic, she knelt down and said, "My lord, you've wronged me. Don't listen to this unruly commoner's nonsense." Yu Shu retorted, "How could I be spouting nonsense? The appraisal report that your family obtained from the Ji family was a fake to begin with. You falsely accused my godmother and conspired to steal my godmother's property. How are you being wronged? How dare you say that the Ji family's evaluation report is real?" County Magistrate Ma's eyelid twitched, and he felt something was wrong. He hurried to hit the gavel to stop the voice below, but he was still one step too late. Of course it's real. How could she say it was fake? If it was fake, didn't it prove that she had indeed falsely accused Zhao Hui and coveted her family property? Pa! Yu Shu sneered in her heart. Just as Pei Jing said, the eldest daughter of the Dou family is greedy, and the youngest daughter is shrewish. They are both selfish. My lord, please investigate. Yu Shu gritted her teeth and dragged half of her numb body up. She propped herself up with her hands on the ground and looked up at County Magistrate Ma. She said angrily, "This Do Hong insists that the Ji family's appraisal invitation is real, but the day before yesterday, I did obtain an appraisal invitation for my godmother's horoscope from 6 trading houses. If this Do Hong did not collude with the Ji family to steal my godmother's fortune, could it be that the Ji family miscalculated my godmother's horoscope and misjudged her to be a jinx? If that's the case, then the Ji clan's title as the Yishui clan is nothing more than an empty shell to deceive the world." An empty shell to deceive the world. After a moment of silence, there was another uproar outside the yamen. The hubbub of voices almost covered County Magistrate Ma's astonished voice. Slap. Slap. In the court. No noise. County Magistrate Ma looked at Yu Shu with a gloomy face. He didn't know whether to be angry or angry. How could this sloppy beggar have such a glib tongue? With just a few evaluation reports, he forced Do Hong into a corner. Instead of arguing with the Do family, she accused the Ji family. But he couldn't say that she wasn't from the Ji family. If the evaluation report was real, then it was the Ji family's misjudgment and tarnished their family's reputation. If the Ji family's evaluation report was fake, then it was the Do family who colluded with the Ji family to steal their daughter's property and tarnish their family's reputation. Now it was impossible to tell whether it was real or fake. Yu Shu lowered her head. Under the cover of her hair, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Whether it was the Ji family or the Do family, she couldn't escape this time. Who dares to say that my Ji family is deceiving the public? Right at that moment, an angry shout came from the yamen entrance. The onlookers separated and saw 2 middle-aged men being escorted out by yamen runners in date clothes and black hats. One had a pale face and was slightly chubby while the other had a beard. Both of them looked unhappy because of the criticism about their Ji family. My lord, the second master of the Ji family, Ji Xiaochun, and the third master, Ji Hyotani, have arrived. Yu Shu turned her head to look at the 2 people who were striding towards her, and lay back on the ground. She couldn't guarantee that Ji Hyotani wouldn't recognize her with her disheveled hair. County Magistrate Ma looked at the 2 people who came late, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if they had come a little later, Do Hong would have been coaxed by the wicked people to sell the Ji family. What he didn't know was that Ji Hyotani and Ji Xiaochun didn't come late on purpose. They were delayed because of a collision at the intersection. Ji Hyotani saw the situation as soon as he entered the hall. His second sister-in-law's eldest cousin, Do Hong, was standing on the side in a panic. A beggar was lying on the ground, presumably the one who lied. Staring at the back of Yu Shu's head, Ji Hyotani didn't think that this was his stepdaughter who was kicked out of the family not long ago. Instead, he was more concerned about why there were so many people gathered at the door. Ji Xiaochun frowned and looked at Do Hong. He turned to Yu Shu on the ground and said coldly, "Diaozi, was it you who sullied the reputation of my Ji family just now? Where did this dog come from? He really didn't know his place." Yu Shu ignored him and said to County Magistrate Ma in a low voice, "I hope Darren will investigate this matter and give justice to my godmother." Ji Xiaoqun wanted to say something, but County Magistrate Ma coughed and interrupted him. Although it was his second brother-in-law in the hall, there were so many eyes watching. He couldn't show favoritism. Is she from the Ji family? Both of them said, yes. County Magistrate Ma raised his hand and pointed at Yushu on the ground. This person accused your Ji family of colluding with the Dou family 9 years ago. They made fake appraisals and slandered his godmother, Lady Zhao, by saying that her birth date was fake and helping the Dou family to seize Lady Zhao's dowry property. There are witnesses, Huangzhou, and 6 other shops made appraisals to prove that she is not a widow. Do you plead guilty? Ji Xiaoqun and Ji Hyotani looked at each other. The former stepped forward and said unhurriedly, reporting to Darren, our Ji family is not aware of this matter. Yushu narrowed her eyes. It seemed that these two people had discussed this on the way here, and refused to admit it no matter what. But did they think that this matter could be cleared up with just one sentence? Reporting to Darren, Yushu said. It was clearly the Ji family's shop that made the appraisals. Do Hong just admitted it herself, and Uncle Huang testified. But now this Master Ji is saying that he doesn't know anything. Isn't he trying to lie? Humph. Ji Xiaoqun snorted heavily. He looked calm on the surface, but he had a guilty conscience in his heart. He had some impression of what happened that year. Do Hong did come to him for help, but he was careful at that time and didn't show up. He asked 2 traders in the shop to do it, and then he forgot about it. Who would have thought that this matter would be exposed again, and jeopardize the family's reputation? He couldn't decide how to deal with it, so he looked up at County Magistrate Ma and gave him a look, hoping that his brother-in-law would give him a hint. County Magistrate Ma was in a dilemma. When he saw the look in Ji Xiaoqun's eyes, he couldn't say anything. With so many pairs of eyes staring at him in broad daylight, everyone knew what was right and wrong. If he made a mistake, he would definitely be criticized. Last year, the emperor went to Jiangnan and dismissed several people who practiced favoritism and fraud, and some people were even beheaded. Nowadays, the most taboo in the officialdom was to cover up. It was fine if he didn't get found out, but if someone made a fuss about this matter, he might not be able to protect his reputation. County Magistrate Ma is a cautious man. After a quick consideration, he glanced at the people in the hall. His eyes glanced at Do Hong, Ji Xiaoqun, and Ji Hyotani's faces one by one. He easily figured out the severity of the matter. He slammed the gavel and said, Ji Xiaoqun, you said your Ji family didn't know about it. Could it be that the people in the East store were deceiving you? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall turned pale. Yushu secretly sneered. They are indeed a family. This county magistrate Ma wants to exonerate the Ji family. In order to protect the Ji family's reputation, he actually betrayed Do Hong, and chose to sacrifice the rook to save the king. Do Hong was not so stupid as to not understand what was being said. He turned to look at Ji Xiaoqun in panic and met Ji Xiaoqun's complicated gaze. Do Hong felt a chill in his heart as Ji Xiaogu stepped forward to answer on his behalf. My lord, please investigate this matter. My Ji family indeed had no knowledge of this dirty matter. Since the appraisal invitation had been leaked from my Ji family's trading house, it must have been due to the selfish motives of someone in the trading house. At that time, they were enticed by someone else to come forward and give false testimony. I would like to ask my lord to investigate the case file and find that fake appraisal invitation. I would like to see which scoundrel dared to tarnish my Ji family's reputation and collude with the Do family to shamelessly seize other people's property. Do Hong turns around and sees Ji Hyotani's sharp eyes staring at her. Do Hong falls to the ground on her, and her face turns pale. She knows that the Ji family is trying to distance themselves from her for the sake of their reputation. They want her to follow Ji Hyotani's righteous words. She is very fearless and proactively proposes to find out the truth, which immediately makes many onlookers outside the hall change their minds. Bang! Where's the registrar? Go to the back hall and look through the files of Zhao Hui's case 9 years ago. Bring the fake appraisal invitation to the hall. Hearing County Magistrate Ma's order, Yushu sneers again. If she can find the fake appraisal invitation, she will take advantage of the time when the streamer goes to the back hall to find evidence. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel again and resolutely cuts through the Gordian knot. He says to Do Hong, Do Hong, now we have both witnesses and material evidence. They all accuse you of fabricating the fake appraisal invitation, to falsely accuse Zhao Hui of marriage fraud, and embezzling other people's property. What else do you have to say? What else can Do Hong say? If she says anything more, she will just be pouring dirty water on the Ji family. Now the Ji family clearly wants to distance themselves from her. If she doesn't let go, she is afraid that in the future, bang, since you have nothing to say, you can sign your name. County Magistrate Ma doesn't give Do Hong more time to react. He waves his hand and asks the advisor to take the written statement of guilt. The runners grab Do Hong's hand and press her fingerprint on it. The two crimes Yushu accused the Do family of were considered to be light. Now, only the Ji family has not been decided. County Magistrate Ma immediately sentenced Do Hong to return the property she embezzled from Zhao Hui. Of course, Zhao Hui must come to collect it in person. Yushu can't do it on her behalf. In addition, the Do family's property is confiscated and Do Hong is sentenced to 2 years in prison. She is directly dragged to the side by the runners to be beaten with a board. Do Hong is not as tough as Yushu. She lives like a princess and is not young. Her screams are heard later, giving people goosebumps. Yushu looks at this scene coldly. Finally, she stands up for Zhao Hui. She is angry, but she is also angry. Outside the yamen, people are still talking and arguing. It is noon, but the crowd shows no signs of dispersing. They are still waiting to see what the Ji family will say in the end. Chapter 115. Do Hong endured the flogging and was taken away to be detained, half dead. The registrar entered the room to look through the files. After about the time it takes to eat a meal, one trotted out from inside. Just as Yushu expected, the fake evaluation report that once caused Zhao Hui to be doomed is lost. Yes, the registrar seems to be County Magistrate Ma's confidant. He knows that the item cannot be taken out to avoid unnecessary trouble. The files from 9 years ago only record the case and the Ji family's trading house as evidence. However, there is no detailed information about the identity of the Ji family customer who made the evaluation report for Zhao Hui. In this way, Ji Hyotani speaks with more confidence. My lord, the most important thing in our trading house is our reputation. The biggest taboo is to change people's fate on the evaluation report. Getting involved in this dirty business is like shooting oneself in the foot. Although the person who made the false testimony for Do Hong was from our Ji family's trading house, it was not ordered by the Ji family. My lord, please investigate this. Ji Xiaochun also says angrily, if I find out who did this, I will not forgive him. At this moment, the person he really does not want to forgive is Yushu, who made the Ji family a disgrace. Now the Ji family insists that they do not know anything. The person who made the fake evaluation report for Do Hong accepted her bribe and did something to damage the reputation of the Ji family. The Ji family is also the victim. Yushu does not say a word. She lies on the ground and quietly watches County Magistrate Ma's performance. County Magistrate Ma slaps the gavel and looks dignified. He says to Yushu, the document from 9 years ago was probably lost when sorting out the files. It can't be found now and I can't make a judgment. Do Hong has pleaded guilty. Although the fake evaluation report came from the Ji family's trading house, it must not have been ordered by the Ji family. Your accusation that the Do family colluded with the Ji family to embezzle the property of your godmother's family doesn't make sense. Therefore, I find the Ji family not guilty. What else do you have to complain about? What else was there to complain about? Not only County Magistrate Ma and the two from the Ji family, but the people outside the yamen also felt that the drumming case should end here. After all, the Do family, the main culprit of the false accusation of marriage fraud and embezzlement of an orphan girl's family property, had been convicted, and the family property had also been ordered to be returned. As for whether the Ji family ordered someone to make the fake evaluation report, there is no evidence now. But Yushu does not agree with them. My lord, I have one more thing. County Magistrate Ma was stunned for a moment before he ordered the yamen runner to retrieve it. He saw Yushu taking out another item from her bosom. He took a look at it, and saw that it was another evaluation slip. It was different from the 6 that were placed next to him. This evaluation slip was square-shaped, with the G family's exchange shop's emblem embossed on it. This is an evaluation slip from the G family's exchange shop. Please compare it with the 6 I presented earlier. County Magistrate Ma felt something was wrong. He frowned and spread out the evaluation reports on the table. He looked at them one by one and soon found a problem. Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani did not know why County Magistrate Ma's expression suddenly changed. Yushu was waiting for this moment. She supported herself with her hands on the ground and slowly climbed up. She endured the pain and stood up shakily. She wiped the sweat on her forehead with her sleeve and took a deep breath. She said in a clear voice, "My lord, as you can see, this and the previous 6 were all evaluation reports made for my godmother by the trading houses on Vientiane Street. Although my godmother is not a jinx, her fate is not very good. When the trading houses measured my godmother's fortune, they all said that she would be hardworking and short-lived in middle age. The Liu family's and the Kong family's trading houses were very accurate. They both predicted that my godmother would meet with a great disaster this year, and her life might be in danger. My godmother was indeed killed not long ago." At this time, it was much quieter outside the yamen than before. Everyone was listening attentively to what Yushu wanted to say. With the help of a noble, my godmother tried to entice the 7 trading houses to give them more money. She asked them to tamper with the evaluation reports and change my godmother's life into a wealthy one. They lied that she would remarry. 6 of them rejected my godmother, but only 1 accepted the money and tampered with the evaluation report. It was the one I just presented to my lord." Yushu paused. She turned her head and looked at the 2 members of the Ji family. Her disheveled hair and dirty face hid a triumphant smile. "It's the one from the Ji family's trading house." There was a buzz outside the yamen again. Changing a short life into a wealthy one, and for someone to remarry, this was too ridiculous. What Yushu did was actually very unreasonable. Who would deliberately go to a trading house to bribe someone to make a fake appraisal report for her? It was fine if she did it, but why did she have to say it in public? But in this kind of situation, the unreasonable became the reasonable, and the unspeakable became the acceptable. Originally, by kicking Do Hong, the Ji family had more or less cleared themselves of any involvement in the case from 9 years ago. Now, with this incident, it was tantamount to putting a pot of dirty sh*t on their heads. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ji Xiaochun stared at Yushu with anger and a little panic. Ji Hyotani's face darkened. His eyes flashed, as if he found this beggar familiar. Yushu was not afraid of being recognized. She pointed at the 2 of them and scolded angrily. 9 years ago, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your Ji family's trading house had the guts to help others do evil. He made a fake evaluation report and framed someone as a person who brought bad luck. 9 years later, someone tempted you with a bribe. Your Ji family's trading house still had the guts to make a fake evaluation report and change someone's fate. Was it done by one person or the whole family? Do you think people are fools? Other trading houses don't do it. Only your Ji family dared to do it. Framing someone as a person who brought bad luck and cultivating a wealthy life. This shameless and immoral thing. Your Ji family dared to do it 9 years ago. And you still dare to do it 9 years later. Let's see if you still dare to do it 9 years later. As soon as she finished speaking, both inside and outside the yamen fell silent at the same time. The 2 words Ji family instantly darkened everyone's hearts. Gibberish. Gibberish. Ji Xiaochun's face was livid. He glared at Yushu and wanted to hit her. He was the one who managed this trading house. It had several generations of reputation. How could he let her ruin it? Ji Hyotani pulled Ji Xiaochun back. He was also angry, but he knew he could not do anything to Yushu here. Slap. Magistrate Ma shouted angrily. Don't be presumptuous in court. Yushu ignored him. When she saw Ji Hyotani's face, she remembered how Yu Xiaoxiu's back was beaten until it was bloody. She cried and told him that she didn't want to stay in the Ji family anymore. How they forced her to become the concubine of their precious 4th Mississippi. How Zhao Hui ended up in such a tragic state. Also how she was beaten half to death and thrown out of the Ji family like a dog. Her face was flushed and her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and gritted her teeth. In Yang City, there are 3 major trading houses. The Liu family and the Kong family are both worthy of their name. Only your Ji family deceives the world and pretends to have evil intentions. You don't deserve to be called an aristocratic family. You've humiliated Yifeng. What bullsh * T Yifeng family? Tui. She spat a mouthful of phlegm on Ji Hyotani's chest. The onlookers outside the yamen were dumbfounded. Such humiliation would probably make them the biggest joke in Yang City in the future. Ji Hyotani looked down at the phlegm on his body. His face turned green. This time, not only did Ji Xiaoqun want to hit someone, he wanted to kill someone. Forgetting that he was in court, Ji Hyotani raised his hand high. When he was about to swing it down, the person in front of him suddenly rolled his eyelids and fell to the ground. "Milord, he fainted." A bailiff came forward and checked Yushu's eyelids. He said to Magistrate Ma, who was stunned. Looking at the man who had fainted on the ground, Ji Xiaogu froze in place. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat, and he wanted to punch himself twice to spit it out. Magistrate Ma felt a throbbing pain in his head. He had handled many cases in his years as a magistrate, big and small, but he had never encountered such a case. A tattletale almost angered everyone in the court to death. But he didn't know what to do with this scoundrel. Outside the yamen, everyone was whispering and pointing. Most of them were talking about the Ji family. Naturally, their words were not pleasant to hear. This kid is young, but his brain works fast. However, he is so unforgiving. He is too vicious and lacks kindness. When he heard this evaluation, Shui Rui, who was staring blankly towards the side, turned his head to look at Su Li, who was standing behind him at an unknown time, and the corners of Shui Rui's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile as he said indifferently, "Since you're seeking revenge, then who are you showing it to?" Su Li glanced at him with disapproval and said, "Young master, get in the carriage. We should leave. There's no rush." As soon as Shui Rui finished speaking, he heard a cry resound out from the crowd, and then a thin and pitiable woman squeezed out of the crowd and staggered as she ran into the public hall, and a robust female servant chased after her. Xiao Yu. Magistrate Ma was worried about how to deal with Yushu when he saw a sickly woman lying beside Yushu and crying in the court. "Pa, who is this in the court?" This woman is Zhao Hui." Everyone's jaws dropped. So this is the main character of today's drumming case. Looking at her, she is indeed pitifully thin. County Magistrate Ma's mind spun a few times. He looked at the 2 from the Ji family, cleared his throat and said, "Since you are here, you should personally listen to the verdict. This official has already punished that Do Hong. If you still want to sue the Ji family, then show some evidence first." At this moment, Zhao Hui's heart was completely tied to Yushu. Looking at Yushu's miserable appearance, she didn't have the heart to think about the evidence. She choked out, "I beg Darren to let me take my son home." Ji Xiaoqun and Ji Hyotani do not want Yushu to leave at this moment, but they can't stop her. She is still unconscious and is not a criminal. They can't just splash water on her to wake her up. County Magistrate Ma did not think the same as them. Although the Ji family was unlucky this time, the matter had already come to this. If they continued to make trouble in the court, he would be the one with a headache. He should take this opportunity to close the case and drive them away first. Well, this official will now find the Ji family not guilty. Zhao Hui, sign your name. Zhao Hui pressed her fingerprint on the document and let the strong servant who came with her carry Yushu on his back. They squeezed out of the crowd and left. Pei Jing's carriage is waiting for them in the opposite alley. You also sign your names. Magistrate Ma said to Ji Xiaoqun and Ji Hyotani, who have dishes in front of him. Ji Hyotani gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. He took the document and glanced at it. His eyes fell on a name. Yushu? These 2 words made him suspicious. He thought back to where the familiar feeling came from when he looked at the beggar, and his eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 116. As soon as Zhao Hui left with Yushu, there were some people following behind them. They saw them board a horse carriage across the street and disappear into the deep alley. Then Ji Xiaochun and Ji Hyotani also left with stiff faces. As soon as the door of the yamen was closed, the yamen runners chased after them for a while, and the crowd dispersed. However, some of them still felt unsatisfied, so they returned to the Vientiane street and told the story of the unjust case of beating the drum to those who were unable to make it. In less than an afternoon, the entire Vientiane street would know that the Ji family's exchange shop had been sued to the yamen for helping someone make a fake appraisal report, falsely accusing an orphan girl of cheating her marriage, and helping someone embezzle her family's property. The person who filed the lawsuit against the Ji family was the beggar from the One Dao and One Begging group that went on a killing spree in the Baran casino a month ago. These are all for later. First, when Yushu boarded the horse carriage, she opened her eyes to the sound of Zhao Hui crying. She laughed in a hoarse voice. "Aunt Hui, don't cry. Don't you know that I was pretending? Otherwise, why would they let me go?" Zhao Hui didn't mind the dirt on her body. She pulled her into her arms and held her head. She sobbed. "Who asked you to beat the drum and cry out for justice in my place? Who asked you to be beaten? Do you want me to die?" Yushu was in her chest and her butt was burning in pain. However, her heart was unprecedentedly free. There was no longer anything stuck in her heart. The anger of the Ji family was vented on Zhao Hui. She laughed. "What are you sad about? You should be happy. The Dou family finally got their retribution. They should have a taste of your bitter past." It's not only the Dou family who got their retribution. The horse carriage stopped at a secluded corner, and Pei Jing boarded the carriage. "Mr. Pei." Yushu wanted to get up from Zhao Hui's lap, but her butt was swollen, and it was difficult to move. "Just lie there," Pei Jing said. He sat down opposite them and stared at Yushu, looking at her again and again. Yushu felt guilty under his stare and closed her eyes. Pei Jing said with a deeper meaning. "I didn't expect you to think of such a method. You led everyone to the yamen and forced Magistrate Ma to not dare to openly show favoritism. You even embarrassed the Ji family in front of so many people." Yushu opened her eyes a slit and looked at Pei Jing. She wasn't sure if he knew that she was the beggar. So she played dumb and said, "Speaking of which, it was Sir who told me about the One Dao One Beggar. That gave me an idea. Fortunately, that group of people didn't know what was good for them. When they saw me win 2 rounds, they mistook me for that person and followed me obediently." It wasn't that she didn't believe Pei Jing, but Jing Chen was involved. If she really admitted that she was the beggar, how could she explain the Taoist? She would have to take back her lie. She might as well pretend to be ignorant to the end. Pei Jing looked at her suspiciously and swallowed the matter. He then asked something else. "Ashu, let me ask you something. Do you have a grudge against the Ji family?" After sending Yushu off in the morning, he went to the main hall of the Chamber of Commerce. As soon as he heard the commotion at the yamen, he rushed over and became a spectator outside. He was present during the whole trial. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked as he watched the scene. How old was this child? She was already so scheming. Although Do Hong wasn't a smart person, she was almost played by her in the court. Several times, she lured her to say things she shouldn't. He always thought that Yushu was a good child with a good temperament. Now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Especially when he saw her bite the Ji family in the end. It made him, a man who had been in the business world for a long time, feel a chill down his spine. His intuition told him that it wasn't just for the sake of Zhao Hui. She must have a personal grudge against the Ji family. Zhao Hui knew about Yushu's background and had been helping her hide it. Now that she heard Pei Jing's question, she felt a little uncomfortable. Yushu sensed it and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mayan Xiaoxiu's biological father passed away early. A few years ago, my mother was chosen by the 3rd master of the Ji family, and was taken in as a concubine by the Ji family." Pei Jing was very surprised. He didn't expect that Yushu's background would be like this. "Then your relationship with the Ji family is?" After all, Yushu borrowed Pei Jing's east wind to settle the Ji family. When he asked, she couldn't not answer, so she roughly explained, "A few months ago, I did something wrong and was driven out by the old madam in a rage. Later, I met Aunt Hui and was taken in by her. Then the Ji family took me back and forced me to be a concubine of a family in the capital. They also beat up Xiaoxiu. Later, the marriage didn't go through and we were driven out. This was also the first time that Zhao Hui heard Yushu talk about how the Ji family forced her to be a concubine. As soon as she heard it, she got angry and stopped crying. She said angrily, "Is the Ji family still a thing?" Pei Jing also felt that the Ji family had gone too far, but he was more emotional about Yushu. She was the kind of person who would definitely take revenge after suffering a loss. She was the kind of person who shouldn't be trifled with. She was still young and didn't have enough ability. If she had something to rely on in the future, it would be really scary. However, she was also very loyal to Zhao Hui. She was the kind of person who was most worth befriending. She was the kind of person who would repay kindness. It was a pity that these two personalities were born in the same person. If it was a man, he would definitely be able to rule over a region. However, since she was born as a woman, she would eventually have to bow down to a man. When Ji Xiaoqun and Ji Hyotani returned to the Ji family, they didn't dare to tell old lady Ji about what happened at the yamen. They were afraid that she would be so angry that she would pass out, so they decided to hide it from her. Ji Xiaoqun went to find Ji Xiaohan to discuss it, while Ji Hyotani returned to the west courtyard. He went to the little west pavilion and threw a tantrum in Aunt Chui's room. After smashing a few utensils, he left the weeping Aunt Chui behind and went back to his room to ask the servants to boil water for a bath. Before he could remove half of his clothes, a servant came from outside the room to report that there was an urgent matter. Ji Xiaogu walked to the door with a dark expression. When he heard the servants muttering, his expression changed several times. "Is there a mistake? You saw with your own eyes that the beggar appeared in our gambling house and took someone away?" "Yes, master, it was that beggar. I didn't expect that he would go to the yamen to complain. No wonder he came to our gambling house to smash our signboard. He has been holding a grudge against you for a long time. What happened to you, master? Go back to work." Ji Hyotani went back to his room with his hand on his forehead. His mind was in a mess. The girl he had just driven out a while ago was actually the beggar who won 40 rounds in his gambling house that day? No, it couldn't be her. How could it be her? How could she have the ability to do that? She must have heard about the one Dao and one beggar. So she did it on purpose. Someone must have helped her to win. Yes, it should be like this. Thinking of this, Ji Hyotani's expression became a little better. He poured a cup of tea to calm himself down. As he drank, he sneered. Finally, he stood up and threw the cup on the ground. Bang! Yushu and Zhao Hui left the yamen. They didn't go back to Pei Jing's mansion. Instead, they were taken to another residence in the south of the city. Yu Xiaoxiu had been sent to the room first. He was waiting restlessly in the room. When he saw Yushu being carried in by someone, he stood up abruptly. Jin Bao, who had been lying on his knees, flipped over and fell to the ground with a squeak. He angrily used his tail to hit the tip of Yu Xiaoxiu's shoes and went under the table to sulk. "Sister, what happened to you? How did you end up like this?" Yu Xiaoxiu's mouth flattened and his eyes turned red. "Shut up. Go get a basin of water." Yushu didn't have the energy to deal with a crying bag. Oh. After taking off her dirty clothes, Yushu was stuffed under the quilt. Pei Jing had prepared the medicine early in the morning. Zhao Hui sat on the bed and lifted the quilt. When she saw Yushu's red and purple butt, her tears fell again. Yushu knew that she was crying even with her eyes closed. She was helpless. Ever since Zhao Hui had a near-death experience, it was as if she was made of water. She often shed 2 drops of tears. She didn't like people crying, but she couldn't lose her temper at Zhao Hui, so she had to endure it. "Sister, the water is here." As soon as she heard Yu Xiaoxiu's voice, Yushu quickly pulled the quilt up. "Put it on the side of the bed and go out. Close the door." "Ah." Yu Xiaoxiu understood and said reluctantly, "Can I not go out?" Yushu opened her eyes and glared at him. She was about to die from the pain. "If you don't go out, are you going to stand on the side and wait to see my naked butt? Do you believe that I won't beat you up when I'm done?" Earlier in the yamen, he had only been focused on the battle of words. Once he got excited, he forgot about the pain. Now that he had gone over, he couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't lose his temper at Zhao Hui, so he could only be fierce at her. Yu Xiaoxiu saw the fierce look on her face and didn't dare to argue. He obediently pulled Kim Bao out from under the table and went out to close the door. Zhao Hui and the servant woman arranged by Pei Jing cleaned Yu Shu's body and applied medicine. Halfway through, Yu Shu fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already night time. The mud on her body had been wiped clean and she felt refreshed. Of course, except for her butt. Zhao Hui was still sick, so she didn't accompany Yu Shu. Yu Xiaoxiu had returned to the room. When Yu Shu opened her eyes, she saw him sitting on the table and making Kim Bao do somersaults. Kim Bao was very uncooperative. It was a small ball on the table and refused to move. When Yu Xiaoxiu poked it, it would move away. When Yu Shu poked it again, it would turn over and lie on all fours. In Yu Shu's opinion, this little thing was a classic example of nonviolence and non-cooperation. If you treated it well, it would get angry. If you knocked its head twice, it would be obedient. Of course, if you gave it a silver grain, the effect would be better. Hee. Yu Shu suddenly laughed foolishly. When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he immediately left Kim Bao and ran to the bedside. Sister, you're awake. Yes. Yu Shu's butt was injured, so she could only lie on her side. She raised her hand to touch his head, but she couldn't reach it. When Yu Xiaoxiu realized this, he consciously lowered his body and lay on the side of her bed, so that she could put her hand on his head. He was much more obedient than Kim Bao. Yu Shu rubbed his hair and felt her palms soften. She smiled and said, Xiaoxiu, I helped you vent your anger this morning. Yu Xiaoxiu's eyes widened. He knew that Yu Shu had helped Zhao Hui in the lawsuit, but he didn't know what happened in the yamen that morning. Chapter 117. After winning the lawsuit against the Dou family, Pei Jing had Xingqi follow Zhao Hui to the yamen the next day to hand over the dowry list. County Magistrate Ma hid in the back hall and didn't show up. The advisor sent a bailiff to follow Zhao Hui to the Dou family's house to count the belongings. The Dou family's people went to the prison early in the morning to see Dou Hong, so only the Dou family's eldest son-in-law was there. The bailiff brought out the documents and forced him to open the storehouse and find the housekeeper to get the account books. Xingqi's men moved everything that needed to be moved in one morning. The extra compensation was converted into silver taels. This amount was calculated by Pei Jing's people long ago. Zhao Hui's dowry back then was quite rich because of the family's property. Because the Dou family's business hadn't been good these past few years, the family's wealth had decreased. In the end, after calculating everything, they still couldn't come up with less than 600 taels. The eldest son-in-law originally wanted to deny it, but Xingqi directly pointed at the family's ancestral home and estimated the location. He wanted the eldest son-in-law to get the land deed. The eldest son-in-law almost fainted. The bailiff, who had been bribed by Xingqi beforehand, scolded him a few times and then signed on the promissory note Xingqi wrote. He didn't even look carefully at what was written on it. As soon as they left the Dou family's house, Xingqi and Zhao Hui were watched. The people who were following them watched them bring the carriages of belongings back to a house in the south of the city, before going back to report. At lunchtime, Yu Shu lay on her stomach on the bed and took the promissory note from Zhao Hui. She looked at the black and white words on the note, and smiled as she flicked the paper. She turned her head and said to Zhao Hui, Tomorrow have Mr. Pei send someone to the prison to pick up Dr. He. Zhao Hui was happy but also worried. Dou Lu isn't that easy to talk to. I'm afraid whether she's easy to talk to is Dou Hong's business. Yu Shu rested her head on her arm and said, Mr. Pei has already investigated. The Dou family shops are all losing money. Today we moved the storehouse again, and the yamen searched and confiscated it. There's only that shabby house left. With this promissory note, if they don't pay in cash in 3 days, we'll have people take over the house. Do you think they'll be willing to live on the streets and be beggars, or do us a favor and withdraw the lawsuit against Dr. He and guarantee them a house? No matter what, they won't make a loss. Even if Dou Hong doesn't consider herself, she has to consider her children. She can't expect the Ji family to help them. With how harsh the Ji family was, if their reputation was ruined this time, they would definitely resent the Dou family as well. They wouldn't be relatives anymore. When Zhao Hui heard Yushu's words, her heart calmed down. She lowered her head and lovingly tidied up Yushu's hair, which was a mess from sleep. She slowly said, "Before this, I didn't even dare to think that there would be a day in my life when I saw the Dou family get what they deserved. Xiaoyu, the heavens must have pitied me, so they showed mercy and specially assigned me to be a lucky star." When Yushu heard this, she smiled. She gently tapped her arm with her chin and said, "Is there a lucky star like me? I feel that you started to have bad luck, because you met me. Your life used to be so peaceful. How can those days of suffering humiliation be peaceful?" Zhao Hui shook her head. "Now my heart is really peaceful." Yushu turned her head and looked at Zhao Hui's gentle eyes. She seemed to be able to feel the calmness in her heart. Suddenly she asked, "Aunt Hui, when this matter is over, are you willing to leave Yang with me and go to the capital?" This was the first time that Yushu had mentioned going to the capital in front of Zhao Hui, because she had planned to leave for a long time. She had offended the Ji family without hesitation. Now Ji Hyotani must have recognized her, and was thinking of ways to teach her a lesson. As for Zhao Hui, Pei Jing had talked to her in private yesterday. He would find a day to hold a banquet and recognize Zhao Hui as his sworn sister. With his protection, the Ji family couldn't do anything to Zhao Hui. She was safe in Yiyang City, but she couldn't stay in Yiyang for long. The Ji family wouldn't let her go no matter what. Once this matter was over, she would leave with Yu Xiaoxiu. Whether Zhao Hui was willing to go to the capital with them or not, she had to ask her personally. Go to the capital?" Zhao Hui was surprised. "You and your brother are going to the capital?" Yushu's eyes lit up. "Yes, I'm going to the capital." It wasn't just to avoid the sharp edge, nor was it because she had promised to help Qingzheng find the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 wrens. The capital was the place where all the exchanges in the world converged. There were many talents in the Great Yin examination, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Taisher Library. The Celestial Commissioner was the place with the highest exchanges in the world. She really wanted to see and learn for herself. She had a premonition that there would be more breakthroughs in the laws of algebra when she went there. Zhao Hui looked awkward. She opened her mouth to say something, but when she saw Yushu's expression, she swallowed her words and nodded. "As long as you aren't afraid that I'll be a burden, I'll go with you to the capital to take a look." Yushu's heart was yearning, so she didn't notice the hesitation on Zhao Hui's face. When she heard her agree, she smiled and grabbed her hand. "How can you be a burden? When your body gets better, we can walk slowly on the way. We can even have fun on the way." Zhao Hui saw that she was happy, so she smiled as well. However, her smile didn't last for a moment before she suddenly stopped. She seemed to have thought of something and asked Yushu nervously, "If the third master of the Ji family recognizes you and your mother is still in the Ji family, will he take it out on her?" Yushu shook her head and said calmly, "Ji Hyotani is the smartest one in the Ji family. He can't wash his dirty linen in public. If the first and second branch found out that I was the one who sued the Ji family yesterday, he would be scolded by old lady Ji first and be blamed. He would definitely hide this matter and wouldn't do anything to my mother. At most, he would scold her a little to vent his anger. The more guilty he is, the safer my mother will be." She was sure of the relationship between them, so she could spit on Ji Hyotani yesterday and watch his blood vessels burst. Not only that, when she left the Ji family, she deliberately asked Aunt Chui for her birth date, so that she could predict her misfortune. Last night, she even divined for her. If something really happened to her, she would be the first to know. After all, Yu Xiaoxiu still cared about his biological mother, so she wouldn't care about Aunt Chui's safety. In the afternoon, Pei Jing sent someone to the prison with the IOU signed by the eldest son-in-law of the Dou family and talked with Dou Hong. Things went smoother than expected. Dou Hong took the initiative to ask someone to go to the Dou family to find Dou Lu. The two sisters talked in the prison. No matter what the process was, Dou Lu went to the yamen early the next morning to ask for the IOU. At noon that day, He Fangji was released from the prison. Zhao Hui was still sick and insisted on picking him up personally. In the carriage the two met. Seeing the haggard and unshaven He Fangji, Zhao Hui cried again. Although He Fangji had spent a few days in prison, seeing that Zhao Hui was safe and in good spirits, He Fangji hurriedly comforted her for a while, and asked her what had happened. There were only the two of them in the carriage. Zhao Hui told him from beginning to end, including how Pei Jing owed her late father a favor, and how Yushu sued the Dou family in court. He Fangji sighed repeatedly. Finally, when she told him about the Dou family's fate, He Fangji clapped his hands and shouted, "Evil people get what they deserve." Zhao Hui smiled through her tears and said, "There is a person who punishes evil and upholds good." He Fangji nodded and said, "Mr. Pei knows how to repay kindness. Xiao Yu is affectionate and righteous. Indeed, she punishes evil for you." Zhao Hui looked at him and lowered her head. "I am talking about you." He Fangji was stunned and blushed. "Ashamed," she said. "How can I be called that? I hurt someone rashly and still need you to run around for me. I am really ashamed. You were protecting me." Zhao Hui recalled that day when he stood in front of her bed. Because someone bullied her, he was not his usual gentle self and angrily hit the person. Her heart was still warm. She could not help but look up at He Fangji, her eyes revealing a trace of affection. He Fangji was stunned. When she regained her senses, he was already holding her hand and holding it in his palm. Both of them blushed. Between the two of them, one died before she married, the other's first wife died young. They were both old and single. In the past few days, they had spent time together and developed feelings for each other. However, they did not say it out loud. Now that they were holding hands, there was nothing they did not understand. "Hui Nyang Yu cough cough, if you don't despise me for not being capable, I am willing to always take care of you." He Lang Zhong mustered up his courage to say these words. Zhao Hui's nose turned sour and she wanted to cry again. "With my body like this, I'm afraid I will drag you down in the future. It should be you who despise me." "I don't despise you. I don't despise you." He Fangji grabbed her hand tightly. After saying those words, he felt his skin was thick. He directly grabbed Zhao Hui's other hand and said seriously, "I will take care of your illness and it will get better. If you agree, when we go back, I will look for an auspicious day in a barter shop and hire someone to be a matchmaker. The sooner I can properly take care of you. My father passed away early. My mother's body is very good and she has a good temper. You can tell just by looking at me. A while ago, when I mentioned you to her, she even teased me. If we can be together, it will be her wish." He Fangji often stayed at the medical shop and didn't go home for days. Because of this incident, his old mother didn't know about it. She just thought that her son was busy and didn't go out to look for him. Earlier, Pei Jing had someone bring a message that he was safe, so the old mother didn't suspect anything. Hearing this, Zhao Hui's eyes became wet again. She almost wanted to agree, but she suddenly remembered that Yushu had mentioned going to the capital yesterday. She froze on the spot thinking, "If I get together with Lang Zhong, then I will have to stay in Yang City to take care of his mother until she gets old. How can I go to the capital with little Yu then?" He Fangji saw that she didn't say anything and panicked. He was about to say something, but his hand was pushed away by Zhao Hui. He was stunned and carefully probed, "Xinyang? We don't match." Zhao Hui forcefully found an excuse, but her mouth was bitter. The happiness on He Fangji's face suddenly disappeared. He knew that he was rejected. Looking at Zhao Hui with her head down and no expression, he was puzzled. He didn't know what he said wrong. Just now it was still good. Zhao Hui was obviously interested in him. Why was she not willing when he said it clearly? Chapter 118. Yushu had been recuperating in bed for the past few days. She had specially asked for Pei Jing, Madame Qin, and Dr. He's birth dates and 8 characters. She had used this time to calculate their horoscopes. The time of calamity rule was very useful, but it had an obvious drawback like the clear rain rule, and that was that it had a time limit. It could only calculate the disasters within half a year, and it would be very inaccurate after that. Yushu spent a whole 3 days calculating the disasters that the 3 of them had experienced in the past half a year, and highlighted the serious ones. For example, Madame Qin would have a serious illness because of a cold in a month, and Pei Jing would lose a big business 2 months later because of a villain. Only Dr. He's half a year was smooth, and there were no disasters. Of course, Yushu would not directly show these to them. After organizing them, she noted down when and what to guard against. As long as they were careful, they would be able to avoid it. On the other hand, Yushu found that the time of calamity rule was useless for Zhao Hui. She guessed that this was probably because Zhao Hui, who was supposed to have died in the previous accident, survived, and so her horoscopes were not accurate. Pei Jing found time to come over today. Because Yushu was a generation younger than him, there was no need to be afraid of anything. He directly entered the bedroom to see her. This place was his, and he did not need to be notified. He knocked on the door and entered the room. Yu Xiaoxiu was feeding Kim Bao. He saw Goldie on the table and jumped in shock. "Why are you playing with mice?" His shout scared Kim Bao, and with a whoosh, he hid under the table. Yu Xiaoxiu stood up with his hands behind his back, and looked at Pei Jing awkwardly. He did not know how to explain the matter of raising mice, so he turned to his sister for help. "Sir, you saw wrongly." Yushu smiled. "That is not a mouse that steals food. It is another kind of mouse, and it is quite clean. Xiaoxiu likes it, so we raised it for fun." Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yushu and muttered to himself. "You were the one who wanted to raise it in the beginning." "Really?" After listening to Yushu's explanation, Pei Jing didn't make a fuss. In his early years of doing business in the north and south, he had seen many people raising strange monsters. There were people who raised snakes and wolves, so raising a mouse wasn't a big deal. "Sir, you came at the right time. I have something for you." Yushu took out 2 sheets of paper from a stack of books at the head of the bed and handed them to Pei Jing. She had asked Yu Xiaoxiu to rewrite them with a brush, not her messy charcoal handwriting. "What does it say?" Pei Jing took a look and saw that there were words like, "Be on guard against villains on a certain month and a few days. Don't ride in a carriage on a certain month and a few days," and so on. There were 7 or 8 of them. Yushu had already prepared an excuse. "Didn't I ask for your horoscope the other day? Since I'm free, I read it for you and your wife. I don't know if it's accurate or not. It's always good to be careful." Pei Jing nodded and carefully kept the 2 sheets of paper. He didn't tell Yushu that he had donated money to the Dai exchange shop every month to ask for the safety of his wife and children. Although it didn't mean that they would be safe, it was better to be safe. "Xiaoxiu, go out and play first. I have something to say to your sister," Pei Jing said. Yushu waved her hand at Yu Xiaoxiu and he grabbed Kim Bao from under the table and left. Pei Jing sat down at the round table and looked at Yushu, who was lying on the bed. He said, "The Ji family's trading shop has been very quiet these few days. I sent someone to ask around and found out that the Ji family has left a few traders. The Liu family and Kong family's trading shops have a lot of visitors these few days. It's a free bargain." Yushu laughed. "That's good. I'm afraid the trading shops on Vientiane Street won't dare to accept money to make fake appraisals for a long time." That day at the court, she presented 7 appraisals to County Magistrate Ma. She even claimed that she bribed 7 trading shops to change Xiao Hui's life into a wealthy one, and only the Ji family agreed. This was true, but the money she gave to the Ji family was 10 times more than what she gave to the other 6 families. With 200 taels of silver, not to mention changing a life of toil to a life of wealth, she could even change a dog's sh*t life into a joss stick. There was a saying that only a thief could be called a thief if he was caught. Ji Yunshu had exposed the Ji family and caused such a huge commotion. Killing the chicken to warn the others was more or less a wake-up call for those who ran the trading shops. It was a warning to them that if they had money to spare, they should not reach out. Seeing that she was still able to smile, Pei Jing said, "Don't be too happy yet. There are already people watching the outside of this residence. They are undoubtedly people from the Ji family. They are just waiting for you to come out." Yushu said without fear. "Then let them wait." Seeing her relaxed expression, Pei Jing smiled and said, "I have already made arrangements. 10 days later, there will be a caravan from Tihan heading to the capital. You and Xiaoxiu will pretend to be the nephew of the 7th. I will also arrange for a bodyguard to protect you all the way to the capital." Yushu happily said, "That's great. I will tell Aunt Huai later." Pei Jing curiously asked, You still haven't told Huinyang that you are going to the capital? I have told her before. I want to tell her when to leave and let her prepare. Prepare? Pei Jing finally understood and immediately frowned. She is going with you? Yes, Sir Pei, don't worry. Xiaoxiao and I will take good care of Aunt Hui. Yushu looked at Pei Jing and knew that he was worried about Zhao Hui's bumpy journey. Pei Jing opened his mouth and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. He tilted his head and whispered to himself. Did I see wrongly? It can't be the two of them. Yushu leaned forward. What did Sir say? Pei Jing glanced at her and calculated in his heart. He turned his head to look at the door and cleared his throat. That he Longzhong, isn't he interested in Huinyang? Pei Jing's words were too subtle, and Yushu did not understand immediately. But with her hesitation, Pei Jing immediately felt awkward. He was a 40-year-old old man, and he was discussing the relationship between a man and a woman behind his back. Wasn't he just eating his fill? With this thought, Pei Jing no longer had the mood to gossip. He stood up and said, You can discuss the matter of going to the capital with Huinyang. I will leave first. I will prepare the luggage for you. Okay, thank you, sir. Yushu watched as Pei Jing left and turned over to lie down for a while. She thought about what he did not say and suddenly sat up. Hiss. She gasped and covered her butt. She gritted her teeth and whispered, It can't be. This He Longzhong and Aunt Hui actually like each other? After He Fangji was released from prison, she went home to visit her mother. The next day, she reported to Zhao Hui. Under the guise of treating Zhao Hui's illness and decocting medicine, she wandered around Zhao Hui all day long. Yu Shu, who was lying in her room, couldn't see her. Yu Xiaoxiao, who saw her, couldn't understand. That night, during dinner, Zhao Hui and He Fangji were at the same table. Yu Shu moved out of the room, and was supported by Yu Xiaoxiao as she limped out of the room. Why don't you eat in the room? Do you want to sit outside? I will find a cushion for you. Zhao Hui was about to get up to find a soft cushion for Yu Shu to sit on, but He Fangji reached out to stop her. I'll go get it. You sit. In just a moment, Yu Shu understood. She secretly laughed at herself and hung her head on Yu Xiaoxiao's shoulder. She moved to sit on the round stool that He Longzhong had prepared. While eating, she looked back and forth at the two of them. The more she looked, the more she understood. With the way Longzhong gave Zhao Hui 3 bites for every bite, even a blind person could see that he was interested in Zhao Hui. However, why did she not seem to be interested in Zhao Hui and was a bit cold to Longzhong? Could it be that the man had feelings for the woman, but the sister had no feelings for him? Actually, from Yu Shu's point of view, He Fangji was a good person. He was a few years older than Zhao Hui, had a squarish appearance, was upright, and was skilled. Most importantly, he had saved a damsel in distress. He wasn't a good-for-nothing. If he really wanted to be a couple with Zhao Hui, there was nothing wrong with it. Fine, she would first sound them out before anything else. Yu Shu picked up a few mouthfuls of rice and casually asked, Longzhong, I didn't ask, but who else is there in your family? She only knew that He Fangji's wife had died and he had no children. She didn't know if his parents were still alive or if he had any brothers. He Fangji said, There's only an old mother. Is that so? Is she still in good health? Her body is fine. Yu Shu and acquaintances didn't like to beat around the bush. After asking a few questions, she directly said, Then you've been alone all these years. Didn't she say anything? Ahem. A grain of rice got stuck in He Fangji's throat. He thumped his chest and his face was a little red. It was really strange for a young girl like Yu Shu to ask that question. With a ta sound, Zhao Hui put down the bowl and hurriedly got up to pour tea for him. She looked at him worriedly and said to Yu Shu, Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Is this something you should be concerned about? Yu Shu was confused. From Zhao Hui's appearance, it didn't look like she was uninterested in Dr. He. Didn't she scold her too? Why was she so indifferent towards Dr. He's solicitude just now? It's not her fault, ahem. He Fangji drank the tea. Cha Shun waved his hand at Zhao Hui and caught sight of her concerned expression. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned to Yu Shu with a bitter smile. In the early years, I was wholeheartedly studying medicine, and didn't have the heart to do so. Now that I have the heart, I don't have the fortune to do so. As he said this, he looked at Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui lowered her head under his gaze. She twisted her handkerchief and put down the teapot. I'm done eating. You guys take your time. After saying this, she hurriedly ran back to the room. Long Zhong's expression instantly darkened. Seeing this, Yushu felt a little sympathetic. It wasn't easy to fall in love in middle age. Shouldn't she help matchmake them? What's wrong with Aunt Hui? She only ate this little. Yu Xiaoxiu said. Xiaoxiu, go bring this bowl of soup to Aunt Hui and watch her drink it. Oh. Yu Xiaoxiu listened to Yushu. He took the bowl of soup and went into the room. Only Yushu and He Fangji were left at the table. Yushu shifted her butt and spoke first. Longzhong, I'll be honest with you. Do you like my Aunt Hui? He Fangji was shocked by her straightforwardness again. He coughed twice. Although he was shy, he still nodded. Then does my Aunt Hui know? It wasn't that he hadn't expressed it himself, so he didn't wait for Zhao Hui to respond. Yes, I mentioned it to her. She didn't agree. Yu Shuxin thought. That's strange. The boy has feelings for the girl, and the girl has feelings for each other. Both of them are in love with each other, and they've confessed their feelings. No one at home objected and no one obstructed, so why didn't Zhao Hui agree? Wait a minute, it couldn't be because of her, right? Chapter 119. After dinner, Zhao Hui did not show up again. Ikuji left alone. Yushu stayed in the living room for a while before limping to Zhao Hui's room. She saw that the light was still on. Aunt Hui, are you asleep? Xiao Yu? Come in. The door opened with a push. Yushu walked in and walked around the screen. She saw Zhao Hui sitting on the edge of the bed. Her expression was a bit unnatural. Her clothes were neat and tidy, and there was no sign of her resting. Come sit here. Doesn't it hurt to walk? Zhao Hui helped Yushu sit down on her bed. Yushu shook her head. I forgot to tell you when we were eating. Mr. Pei came by today. In 10 days, there will be a caravan going to the capital. When the time comes, we will go with the caravan. Zhao Hui was stunned. They are going to leave so soon? Yushu said. Yes, if we miss this time, we will have to wait for next month. Mr. Pei wants me to discuss with you. Do you want to take the items from the Dou family with you? Or do you want him to keep them for you? Ah, Zhao Hui said absent-mindedly. Do as you see fit. Either way is fine. Yushu carefully observed her expression. She was even more certain that she did not respond to He Fangji, because she had promised to go to the capital with her. He Fangji's family was still there and could not travel far. If Zhao Hui wanted to be with him, she would have to stay in Yiyang. How could he go to the capital with her? Aunt Hui, are you really willing to leave Yiyang? Zhao Hui came back to her senses. She smiled slightly and said bitterly, what is there to be unwilling about? For example, Dr. He, are you willing to leave him? Zhao Hui was startled and said in panic, You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I be reluctant to part with him? Yushu laughed mischievously and no longer teased her. She reached out and grabbed her arm and affectionately said, Aunt Hui, of course I'm happy that you're willing to go with me. But I don't want to be the wicked person who separates a loving couple. In my opinion, Dr. He is a good person. He has medical skills and is kind. If you like him and want to live with him, then stay in Yiyang. If you miss this village, you might not get another chance. When Zhao Hui heard this, she was not happy. Instead, she put on a straight face and said, Where did you hear that? Who said I'm going to live with him? Don't be angry. Listen to me. Yushu shook her arm and said seriously, I originally wanted you to go with us because I was worried about leaving you alone in Yiyang. Even with Sir Pei's care, it would be inconvenient for a woman like you to be alone. Now that Dr. He has the heart to take care of you, isn't that good? Compared to the bumpy journey with us, it's much safer for you to stay in Yiyang. I know you're worried about leaving us siblings alone without an adult to accompany us, but do you think I'm the kind of person who would suffer a loss? Zhao Hui was a bit dumbfounded. She thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect that not only did Yushu see through it, but she also made it clear to her. She didn't know how to respond. She really was worried about leaving these two children alone. But she asked herself, could she really let go of Dr. He? Everything that needed to be said had been said. Yushu looked at Zhao Hui's hesitant expression and knew what to do. She said to her, Aunt Hui, think about it carefully. Don't be so heartless as to leave with me and regret halfway through. I won't be able to send you back. With that said, she sat for a while longer, then stood up and slowly walked out. Zhao Hui sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. She didn't even know when Yushu left. The next morning, He Fengji came to report in again just in time for breakfast. He didn't see Zhao Hui at the table, so he asked Yushu about it. Yushu saw that He Fengji didn't know anything, so she figured that Zhao Hui couldn't come up with an answer after an entire night. So she might as well add fuel to the fire. She rolled her eyes and deliberately said, She's packing up in her room. Packing up? He Fengji questioned. You're not staying here anymore? Yushu pretended to be confused. Why didn't Aunt Hui tell Mr. He that we'll be leaving Yang in a few days? What? As you expected, He Fengji was shocked. Her expression changed a few times, and she stood there for a moment. Then she turned around and ran in the direction of Zhao Hui's room. Yu Xiaoxiu asked strangely, What's wrong with Dr. He? Children shouldn't poke their noses into adult matters. Yushu kicked Kim Bao, who was grinding his teeth with a table leg by her feet. Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips. He tore off a mouthful of steamed bun and threw it under the table. Yushu originally wanted to go over and take a look, but she was afraid that she'd ruin things, so she held back. She slowly finished her breakfast and dragged Yu Xiaoxiu back to their room. She didn't know what happened between He Fengji and Zhao Hui in the morning, but when it was almost noon, Zhao Hui found Yushu's room. Zhao Hui found Yushu's room. Her nose and eyes were red. Obviously, she had been crying. As for why her mouth was red, it was not worth telling others. Xiaoyu, I have something to tell you. Yushu poked her head out to look, and saw He Longzhong's half leg was hiding at the door. She was amused, so she said to Yu Xiaoxiu, Xiaoxiu, go out and close the door. Yushu Xiao had long been used to Yushu chasing him out for no reason. He picked up Kim Bao and left. He closed the door and stood at the door, staring at Physician He. Yushu sat up from the bed and pulled Zhao Hui's hand to let her sit down. Seeing that she was embarrassed to speak, she took the initiative to say, Aunt Hui, have you thought it through? Are you going to go with me or stay? I can't bear to part with him. Zhao Hui's face was full of shame and guilt. Yushu straightforwardly said, Leave the nose. Zhao Hui softly made an sound. Seeing that Yushu wasn't the least bit dissatisfied and was instead happy for her, her heart warmed. She didn't have the awkwardness from before and reached out to hug her. She said, I've discussed it with Physician He. Since you haven't left yet, let's have a simple wedding in the next few days, so that you can be a witness. Can you pick a good date for Aunt Hui? Isn't this too rushed? How could it be? In this world, the person closest to Aunt Hui is you. If you leave this time, I don't know when you'll come back. Zhao Hui blushed and said, How about I wait for you to come back before I marry? Cough. A loud cough suddenly sounded from outside the room. Yushu looked at the swaying silhouette outside the window and snickered. If she really agreed to Zhao Hui's words, Physician He would rush in to reason with her. Well, although Zhao Hui's marriage was delayed by 9 years, she had finally met the right person. Hee, I'll pick a good date for you, alright? I'll have someone invite Mr. Pei over right now to discuss it. When Pei Jing heard that He Fengji was going to marry Zhao Hui, he didn't make a fuss at all and single-handedly took over the matter. He only asked He Fengji to go back and invite a matchmaker to prepare the bridal chamber. Seeing that she couldn't get involved, Yushu accompanied Zhao Hui every day and didn't step out of the house, waiting for the marriage. He Fengji acted quickly. On the second day, a matchmaker came to propose marriage. Madame Qin arrived early in the morning and represented Zhao Hui to go through the motions. Under Zhao Hui's insistence, they didn't go to the barter shop to ask for the 8 characters. Yushu made a guest appearance and arranged for the 2 of them. Yu Xiaoxiu wrote the 8 characters and gave them to the matchmaker to take back to He Fengji's mother to look over. He Fengji's old house was in Poxi. Coincidentally, It was 2 streets away from Pei Jing's mansion. There was a small courtyard with 2 entrances and a total of 6 rooms. Her family's financial situation could be considered well off. On the 3rd day, Fangji's mother sent someone to send a betrothal gift. Although it wasn't as grand as that of a rich family, it was small. It was clear that she had put in a lot of effort, especially the jade hairpin that Fangji had personally sent over. The hairpin was green and cool to the touch. Even Pei Jing had praised it as a good item. There was also a problem. If they sent all the carriages of dowry that Zhao Hui got from the Dou family to the He family, there would definitely be no place to put them. In the end, Pei Jing thought it through and directly gave the house that Zhao Hui lived in with a warehouse to Zhao Hui as part of her dowry. It was just the right place to put her excessive dowry. On the 5th day, Madame Qin sent the wedding dress. On the 6th day was the wedding day. On the night before Zhao Hui's wedding, she called Yushu to her room after dinner. She closed the door and took out a few things from under her pillow. Xiao Yu, here is a total of 1,000 taels of banknotes. I asked Mr. Pei to exchange it for you. I specially sewed this inner pocket for you. Fold the banknotes properly and put them inside. When you go out, tie it around your waist. Don't leave it carelessly. When you arrive in the capital, familiarize yourself with the place and buy a house to settle down. These 2 bags of broken silver, you can also store them well and use them to spend on the road. Keep these 2 bags of broken silver and use them on the road. I've asked around. You'll be living and eating with the caravan, so you won't need much money. If there's anything you want to buy, don't be stingy. Even if you lose your money, don't panic. Mr. Pei has spoken to the leader of the caravan and prepared a small box of copper coins for you. Ask them for them if you need them. Yushu watched as Zhao Hui stuffed several banknotes into a slender inner pocket and handed it to her. She then took out 2 heavy leather pouches and placed them in Zhao Hui's hands. After listening to Zhao Hui's instructions, Yushu sat down beside Zhao Hui and handed the inner pocket to her. She said, I will accept these 2 pouches of money, but I cannot take the 1,000 taels. Zhao Hui scolded her. Why can't you take it? I am soft-hearted. Yushu honestly said. She was indeed soft-hearted. Zhao Hui had asked for the Dou family's property, but those things were now in the storeroom and could not be used as money. If she guessed correctly, this 1,000 taels should be the cash that Zhao Hui had in her storeroom. How could she take it? Moreover, Zhao Hui was going to get married tomorrow. Fangji must know about this money later. It may cause a rift between them as husband and wife. Zhao Hui laughed. You spent 500 taels on me without batting an eyelid. Why didn't you be soft-hearted? If I am giving it to you, just accept it. I have spoken to the doctor. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of carrying so many things on the road and attracting attention, we would have asked you to take away all the things in the courtyard. Yushu rubbed her head. She remembered that she had spent 500 taels on Zhao Hui's treatment. Seeing that Zhao Hui was adamant that she must accept it, she thought for a moment and accepted it happily on the surface. That's right. Zhao Hui laughed and patted her hand. I have something for you too. Yushu rummaged around in her sleeves and took out a red thread. There were 3 jade beads the size of flowers strung on it. It was the feng shui basin that she had made at Zhao Hui's house. Yesterday, she had asked Pei Jing to send someone to retrieve it from the alley. It was not a great thing, but it was the first time she made it. It was a thought and a blessing. She took Zhao Hui's left hand and rolled up her sleeve. She tied the jade beads on her wrist. She carefully tied the knot and whispered, Aunt Hui, do you remember what I said before? You suffered in your early years and had good fortune in your middle years. You can live to the age of 89 and enjoy your old age. I will tie this bead to ensure your safety and health. Chapter 120. Zhao Hui got married. Yushu watched the ceremony from the beginning to the end. She watched as she got on the sedan chair and followed the wedding procession to He Mansion. Pei Jing personally escorted the sedan chair and invited some business friends to join in the fun. On this day, he announced that Zhao Hui was the sworn sister of the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's manager Pei. Yushu believed that the news would spread to the Ji family on the same day. After the wedding night, Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu sat in Pei Jing's carriage and left together. Under Yushu's request, they went to the east of the city, to the alley of Zhao Hui's house. To avoid any accidents, Pei Jing accompanied her to get off the carriage. The two of them arrived at Zhao Hui's house. Yushu opened the door and went in alone. She went into the house and lit the lamp. She went to the kitchen to get a spatula and dug in the corner of the courtyard for a while. She dug out a long object wrapped in cloth. She patted the soil on it and held it in her hand. She used her foot to stomp the hole. In the dark night, she closed the door. Pei Jing could vaguely see that she was holding something in her hand. He asked, "What did you take out?" "An antique." Yushu didn't explain in detail. The object in her hand was nothing but the ancient sword that she hid when she went to the suburbs to rescue Shui Wenjia a few months ago. She buried it under the wall of the courtyard. Later, when she was kicked out, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still in the Ji family, to secretly dig it out and bury it in Zhao Hui's house. She did not know whether this pair of shoes was an ancient artifact or not, but she was certain that it was an antique. Since she was heading to the capital this time, she might as well bring it along with her. At that time, she could find someone capable of appraising it. If it really was a treasure, she would be rich. It was already summer, and there was a lot of rain in the south. It had just rained last night, and the next day, the air was cool and comfortable. After Yushu washed up, she called for the maidservant who was serving in the courtyard to come in and comb her hair. She tied her hair into a ponytail and coiled it up high. She wrapped an apricot yellow silk hairband around her hair and used some hair oil to wipe off her temples and forehead, revealing her entire face. She called the maidservant to bring water out. She shook off the neatly folded new clothes on the bed and dressed in front of the mirror. His apricot yellow half-body silk robe covered his thighs, with narrow sleeves that reached his shoulders. The slightly open front just happened to cover the rise and fall of his chest. He wore a pair of ash-colored trousers that were carefully tucked beside his black cloth boots. He tied an inch-wide black leather belt around his waist and hung a blue-colored pouch on it. He also attached a colorful string to 3 fortune coins. Finally, he imitated Jingchen and tied the treasured sword, that was tightly wrapped in cloth, to his back with a ribbon. She looked at the mirror and saw a tall and straight young man. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. His eyebrows were curved and his eyes were sparkling. He was elegant and full of spirit. Yushu moved her hands and feet and smiled in satisfaction at the mirror. White Fang struck a few poses and showed off his beauty. He turned around and picked up the money pouches on the bed. He stuffed one into his chest and the other into his bag. He slung it over his shoulder and walked out. Yu Xiaoxiu woke up earlier than her. He packed up faster and sat outside waiting for her to eat breakfast. He was also dressed neatly. Even Kim Bao took a bath last night. Yushu scrubbed him from head to toe with a loofah. The outside of the house was watched by the Ji family for a few days. After Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu ate breakfast, the sky brightened. The two of them were led by a maidservant to a hidden back door in the backyard. When they went out, they saw a horse carriage waiting for them. When they got on the carriage, they saw that both Zhao Hui and Pei Jing were there. They had only been married for 3 days, but Zhao Hui's face was already glowing. When she saw Yushu, she held her hand and refused to let go. She held Yu Xiaoxiu's hand with the other and warned them, "Don't run around on the road. You have to cover yourself with the quilt when you sleep at night. When it's time to eat, you must eat your fill. I've packed 2 bags of snacks for you to eat on the road. If you're hungry at night, eat them. Xiaoxiu, no matter where you go, follow your sister. You're also a little man now. Aunt Huai knows that you're sensible. You have to take care of your sister, understand?" "Yes, I know." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded seriously. "I'll take good care of her." Zhao Hui patted him in satisfaction. Pei Jing waited for her to finish before he said to Yushu, "The person leading the caravan this time is Boss Bai Qing. He is the younger brother of the other deputy manager of our Tihan Trading Company in Yiyang City. There are 20 people guarding the caravan. The captain, Qiu Biao, used to be the chief escort of the Tongyuan Escort Agency. He is very skilled. Because we are transporting commercial goods, it is inevitable that we will run into thieves on the road. Don't be afraid. Just follow the caravan closely and don't run around. I have already informed the two of them. If you encounter any trouble, just go to them directly. Don't be embarrassed to ask. In ancient times, there were few official roads and many outskirts. Grasslands were everywhere and long distances were very dangerous. If one traveled alone without martial art skills, one would be robbed within 3 li of the city. If one encountered bad people, one could even lose one's life. As a result, when traveling far away, in order to arrive safely, the rich would either bring their own guards or hire an escort agency. The poor would find a caravan to hitch a ride with. It was safer to travel together. Yushu noted down Pei Jing's words and said to him, Sir Pei, my mother is still in the Ji family. Please help me keep an eye out for her. If one day she is driven out, help her secretly so that she has a place to settle down. When I settle down in the capital, I will send you a letter. No problem. I will help you keep an eye out. The caravan gathered at the west side of the city early in the morning. When Yushu and the others arrived, the 2 stewards were checking the goods for the last time. Pei Jing got off the carriage first to look for them. Zhao Hui hugged Yushu and couldn't bear to let go. You must be careful on the road and be safe. And you also have to be good. Live a good life with Dr. He and take care of your health. If you encounter any difficulties, look for Sir Pei. Yushu buried her head in her shoulder and hugged her tightly. Then she pushed her away and picked up the 2 bags. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu out of the carriage. Ashu, Pei Jing called out to her from nearby. Beside him stood a man in a long gown. He looked to be in his early 30s, was tall and thin, and had a slight crease on his back. Yushu pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran over. Bai Qing, these are Xingqi's 2 nephews. I treat them like my own nephews. If they didn't insist on going to the capital to find their grandmother, Xingqi wouldn't have agreed to let them go. That's why he couldn't bear to send them off today. You have to help me take good care of them. Don't worry. I promise to send them safely to the capital. Bai Qing smiled and reached out to pat Yu Xiaoxiu, who was close to him. He said, It's good to go out and gain experience while you're still young. I'm 2 years younger than your Uncle Xing. It's up to you to call me Uncle Bai or Uncle Qing. Uncle Bai. Yushu picked one first. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately followed. The 2 were both well-behaved. Few people didn't like them. Bai Qing laughed and said to Pei Jing, Such a good boy. No wonder Xingqi couldn't bear to let him go. If it were me, I would also protect him at home. Well, you 2 go to the carriage first. See? It's the one in front. The roof is painted red. Okay. Yushu turned to Pei Jing and cupped her hands in front of her chest. Her gratitude was self-evident. Pei Jing nodded and watched as they climbed into the carriage in front of him with the big and small bags. Only then did he turn to Bai Qing and whispered to her. Are you sure there are no personal items in this shipment? Bai Qing said with a wry smile. This is the 3rd time you've asked me. If there were personal items, would I dare to lead the team myself? I would definitely have sent someone else to take the risk. That's good. Be careful on the road. I'll go back now. When you come back from the capital, Xingqi and I will invite you for a drink. Okay. Pei Jing put his hand on Bai Qing's shoulder. He took another look at the carriage in which Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were sitting and turned to leave. When a caravan traveled, it was not so delicate. Most of them were carriages without carriages. The goods were all placed on flat carts and pulled by horses. The guards rode on horses, and the merchants either rode on horses or sat on the empty flat carts. However, Bai Qing's caravan had 2 carriages. When Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu climbed into the carriage, they found that there was already someone inside. It was a 15 or 16-year-old youth. He was quite handsome and wore a leech-colored robe. His head was wrapped in a silk scarf. He had a sharp chin and a pair of big eyes. He was looking at the 2 new passengers with displeasure. Who are you? Why are you getting on the carriage? Yushu looked the person up and down. There was some understanding in her eyes. She put down the bag. Yu Xiaoxiu, who had an old face, sat on the side and said, We are brothers. I'm Ashu and this is my younger brother Xiaoxiu. It was Uncle Bai who let us ride in this carriage. What about you? Uncle Bai? The youth's face turned serious. What right does he have to let you ride in my carriage? Get off. Yushu asked suspiciously. Your carriage? Humph, of course it's my carriage. I paid them to give me a ride. This is my carriage. The youth crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Yushu suddenly laughed. He was afraid that she would be bored on the road, so he deliberately gave her some entertainment. Look at this beautiful face, crisp voice, body fragrance. Even if she closed her eyes, she could tell that this was a little girl. He was also a fake boy like her. That's right. We also paid money to hire a carriage. Yushu opened her mouth to fool them. Yu Xiaoxiu immediately laughed. Xiao squinted at her, not knowing what she wanted to do. Ah, you too? Of course, otherwise how could we ride in the same carriage as you, right? The fake boy apparently believed Yushu's words. He didn't drive them off, but he also didn't welcome them. He glared at them, and then looked up at the roof of the carriage. He didn't want to talk to them. She wasn't interested in them, but Yushu was interested in her. Hey, you haven't told us what your name is. Why should I tell you? Because I just said it. My name is Ashu. My brother is Xiaoxiu. You have heard our names. There's no reason not to say yours. Yushu said confidently. I didn't ask you to say it. You said it yourself. Well, since you don't want to say it, I don't know how to call you. I'll just pick a name. Yushu looked at him and clapped her hands. I see that your eyes are big, so I'll call you Big Eyes. That's what I mean. My name is Ashu. Yushu felt wronged. Didn't I just tell you? Big Eyes, why is your memory so bad? Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head and laughed. The fake boy didn't know that Yushu was teasing him. He said angrily, Don't call me that. My name is Xia Mingming. Chapter 121. The caravan set out early in the morning, leaving Yiyang City. Because they were carrying goods, their speed was not fast. Yushu sat in the carriage and looked out the window to see the scenery of the suburbs. In the summer, vegetation was flourishing. Along the way, there was a lush green forest. Birds sang and chirped in all directions. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the canopy, leaving patches of mottled gold in the forest. Weeds and unknown flowers grew on both sides of the official road. Occasionally, butterflies flew by, fluttering their wings. Such a lively scene was a charming sight unique to the countryside during the day. Leaning against the window, Yushu was so engrossed in watching that she momentarily forgot to tease the little girl she had just met. Suddenly, a short scream came from behind her. She pressed her ears and turned her head. She saw Yu Xiaoxiu still in the same motion of taking Jinbao out of his bag. Xia Mingming, the little girl, was curled up in the corner of the carriage, her hands hugging her head as she trembled and looked at him in horror. Old. There were few girls who were not afraid of mice. Xia Mingming was obviously not a weirdo. She showed the normal reaction of a girl seeing a mouse. Yushu gave Yu Xiaoxiu a disapproving look. Why are you scaring her? Yu Xiaoxiu was innocent. He did not see that Xia Mingming was a girl. He thought she was overreacting. Isn't it just a mouse? What is there to be afraid of? Kim Bao squeak. Ah. Another ear-piercing scream rang out, and the window of the opposite car was pulled open from the outside. A bearded man appeared outside the window. He frowned and looked into the car. What's wrong? What's your name? Xia Mingming seemed to see her savior. She pointed to Yu Xiao's arms. It's okay. A honey moth just flew in. Yushu grabbed her hand and did not give her a chance to speak. She patted her shoulder and pretended to comfort her. Don't be afraid. It has already flown out. It's okay. Xia Mingming shook her head vigorously. She wanted to say something to the people outside. But Yu Xiaoxiu's back was facing the window. The people outside could not see Kim Bao. Seeing that there was nothing unusual in the carriage, she closed the window. Xia Mingming wanted to open the window and call for help. She found that her hand was grabbed by Yushu. She suddenly became angry. She broke away from Yushu and shrank back. She stared at Yushu. What are you doing? Yushu laughed secretly. She was the best at acting. Look at the little girl. She thought she was a pervert. I didn't do anything. Yushu raised her hand and grabbed Kim Bao, who was on Yu Xiaoxiu's knee. She touched its moving ears and held it in her palm to show it to Xia Mingming. She smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. It's not a mouse. It won't bite. If you don't believe me, you can touch it." As soon as Xia Mingming saw Kim Bao, she began to panic again. She shrank her legs on the seat and leaned back desperately. She bit her lips and looked at Kim Bao, who was in Yu Xiaoxiu's hand. Then she looked at Yushu, the pervert. She was angry and scared. She looked like she was about to cry. Yushu really did not want to bully her to cry. Seeing her like this, she no longer had the mood to joke. She put her hand on her knee and covered Kim Bao with one hand to prevent Xia Mingming from seeing it. She said to her as gently as possible, "Is this okay? Don't cry. If people outside hear it, they will think that I bullied you." Without seeing Kim Bao, Xia Mingming's face became better. But when she heard Yushu's words, she immediately said stubbornly, "Who cried? I didn't cry." Yushu smiled and did not say anything to tease her. She turned sideways to cover up the constantly moving Kim Bao. She put her arm as a pillow and continued to enjoy the scenery outside. She rubbed Kim Bao's fluffy back with her fingers to comfort it. The little thing was obedient again. It lay on her lap and enjoyed it. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Xia Mingming, who was afraid of mice, with disdain. She took out the textbook from the bag and began to read. After a while, Xia Mingming, who was ignored, could not help but be curious. She took the initiative to ask, "What are you doing with a mouse?" Yushu turned her head and said with a smile, "Mingming, your memory is really bad. I just told you that it is not a mouse. It is called Kim Bao. It is raised by my younger brother. You have seen people raising birds and fish, right? That's what it means. Don't call me Mingming." Xia Mingming shouted at Yushu with a red face. She lowered her head. After a while, she raised her head again and said doubtfully, "Are you serious? This is not a mouse?" Yushu shook her head seriously with an expression of "I never lie." Xia Mingming was immediately relieved. She put her legs down from the seat and patted her chest and complained, "It's good that it is not. You scared me. I thought it was a mouse." There was a muffled laughter in the car. Xia Mingming turned her head and happened to see Yu Xiaoxiu. She knew that he was laughing at her. She said unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" "Of course it is because you are stupid and easy to fool." Yu Xiaoxiu took the opportunity when she turned her head and grinned. When she looked back, he quickly suppressed the corner of his mouth and explained on behalf of Yu Xiaoxiu, "You must have found something interesting in the book, right, Xiaoxiu?" Yu Xiaoxiu replied with an. With this little interlude, the atmosphere in the car became much better. Xia Mingming no longer raised her nose and looked at them with disdain. Yushu took the opportunity to get a few words out of her. She had some doubts about the background of this young lady who traveled alone. Xia Mingming was different from them. She did not hitch a ride. Instead, she spent 100 taels of silver to have the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce escort her to the capital. This was strange. From her accent, Yushu was sure that she was not from Yiyang City. From her actions and attire, Xia Mingming was the child of a wealthy family. Why was she traveling alone? How could her family be at ease with her traveling alone? Yushu felt strange, but did not continue to pry. She was not interested in other people's private affairs. It was only because they were traveling in the same car that it was hard to avoid socializing. She purposely said a few words to Xia Mingming. Before traveling, caravans would always go to the e-store to check the weather. These days, Pei Jing had been getting a weather gauge from Yushu. However, it was not for the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, but for his own businesses. The caravan led by Bai Qing had also specifically asked about the day of the journey before choosing to travel today. The weather was fine and the sun was bright. They passed by a few villages and before dusk, they arrived at a small town. They stayed at an inn in the town. Bai Qing asked someone to call Yushu and the others to get off the carriage and lead them into the inn. The others went to the back door of the inn to park the goods and arrange for people to take turns to look after them. Bai Qing was very experienced and rushed to settle down before the sky turned dark. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a lot of empty rooms in the inn, She booked all the remaining rooms. This was Yushu's first time traveling far. She obediently listened to Bai Qing's arrangements and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu along with her. They followed behind the people who were leading the way and went up to the second floor from an old corner staircase. Because Bai Qing had already informed the people, they let Yushu and the others pick the rooms first. Yushu tactfully chose a small room in the middle. The room was not big and there was only one bed. The bedding was still clean and the window was not facing the street. It was very safe to open on the second floor. When the window was opened, they could see the inn on the first floor. Yushu put the bags on the table and looked around the room. Yu Xiaoxiu had already consciously made the bed. The two siblings had squeezed into one bed in the Ji family's courtyard, so they didn't feel that sleeping together was inconvenient. Turning to the door of the room, Yushu looked outside. Almost all the people coming and going in the corridor were people from the caravan. When she turned her head, she saw Xia Mingming coming out of the next room. He was very unhappy to find Bai Qing, who was talking to someone at the staircase. "Don't they wash the bedding? It's so dirty. I don't want to live here. Find me a good room." Xia Mingming asked with dissatisfaction. "Then you can choose yourself. Which room do you want to live in? I'll ask someone to change it with you." Bai Qing sent him away with a sentence and continued to arrange things for her people. Xia Mingming turned around and saw Yushu. He glared at her and looked at the rooms one by one. He even glanced at Yushu's room. In the end, he probably found that it was not as good as her room. He resentfully turned back to the next room and closed the door with a bang. Yushu smiled. Seeing that Bai Qing had finished talking to someone, she went forward to greet him. "Uncle Bai." "Oh Xiaoyu, are you hungry?" Bai Qing's attitude towards Yushu was more friendly than before to Xia Mingming. "If you're hungry, go downstairs first and find the waiter to order. You can order whatever you want to eat. If you think it's messy downstairs, let the waiter bring it up." Yushu responded and asked, "When are we leaving tomorrow?" Bai Qing said, "We'll leave at dawn. Why are you afraid of oversleeping?" "Haha, it doesn't matter. I'll get someone to knock on the door and call you. I won't leave you two brothers behind." Yushu touched her nose embarrassedly. "Then I'll trouble you." "Go ahead. You must be tired after a day's journey. Have an early rest after eating." Bai Qing patted her on the shoulder and went downstairs first. Yushu went back to the room and asked Yu Xiaoxiu what he wanted to eat. Then she went downstairs to find the waiter. She ordered 2 dishes and 2 bowls of white rice and asked the waiter to send them upstairs. She was afraid that at this time, there were too many people, and someone would carry the baggage in the room. The night in June was a little stuffy. Yu Xiaoxiu and Yushu were wearing undershirts, one on the east and the other on the west, lying on the bed with their heads facing each other. They were only covered with clothes, and Kim Bao was tied to the foot of the bed. Yushu originally thought that on the first day of traveling, she and Yu Xiaoxiu would not be able to sleep. Who knew that when she leaned against the pillow and said a few words to Yu Xiaoxiu, he did not make a sound. She yawned and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Yushu slept until someone knocked on the door. She answered outside and looked at the hazy sky outside the window. She used her foot to kick Yu Xiaoxiu to wake him up. After eating breakfast downstairs, the group set off again. In the carriage, in contrast to the energetic siblings, Xia Mingming's gloomy face was obvious that he did not sleep well last night. She woke up in a hurry in the morning and did not have time to do a divination. Yushu took out 3 copper coins from her purse and threw them on the tea table twice to ask for good or bad luck today. The 2 divination results were not too different, so it was a small luck. Chapter 122. You can perform divination with 6 fluorescent lights? Xia Mingming looked at the 3 copper coins on the table that Yushu put on the table in surprise. Yushu's eyelids moved and she pretended to be confused. "What did you say? What do you mean? 6 lines. Weren't you doing divination just now?" Xia Mingming pointed at the copper coins on the table and looked at her expectantly. Yushu shook her head. "I was playing with them. Can I do divination with them like this?" Hearing this, Xia Mingming immediately looked disappointed. He glanced at her and didn't answer her. He lowered his head to think about something. Yu Shu put her index finger on her lips to Yu Xiaoxiu, who looked up at her. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded knowingly. They were now the nephews of Xing Qi and were still far from Jing City. It was best not to arouse suspicion and cause trouble. Yu Shu puts away the copper coins and secretly observes Xiao Mingming, who is dozing off with his head down. Suspicion flashes in her eyes. The 6 lines breaking method taught by Qing Zheng is a yi shui that only a few yi masters have the opportunity to learn. How can Xiao Mingming know it? Unable to figure it out, Yu Shu put away her curiosity. She took out a calculation book, an abacus, and a willow core charcoal pen that Pei Jing asked someone to make for her. She put it on her knees and began to calculate. This was because after leaving Yang City, the barometer they had made before was useless. Every time they reached a new place, Yu Shu would have to recalculate it. This was what happened when it was sunny in the east and rainy in the west. Different places would have different clouds and skies. The caravan traveled for about an hour. When they met a post house or a tea house, they would stop to rest their feet and fill their stomachs. They would reach the next town before dark. 3 days passed peacefully. The caravan arrived at the estuary smoothly and was ready to change to the waterway. Yu Shu had asked Bai Qing about the route 2 days ago. She knew that they had to travel by boat for a few days. Xiao Mingming had just found it. He was called out to get off the carriage and saw the 2 boats on the river bank. His face changed and he went to find Bai Qing angrily. Yu Shu had experienced too many firsts in the past few days. It was the first time she stayed in an inn, the first time she sat in a tea stall, the first time she ate dry food in a carriage, the first time she squatted behind a tree and peed. This was also the first time she saw an ancient ship. It wasn't a small boat on the river bank in the city, nor was it a pleasure boat on the lake. Instead, it was a large ship that was 2 stories high. It had a tall mast and huge sail. Long oars were hung on the brown wooden body of the ship. Several sturdy sailors stood on the deck and gestured to the people below. Yu Shu followed the merchants to the river bank. She looked up for a long time and felt that the ship was quite sturdy. Then she pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and carefully got on the ship from the plank. According to her calculations, there would be a rain tonight. The further north they went, the heavier the rain would be. In that kind of weather, small boats couldn't sail at all. It was fine for a large ship. She had asked Bai Qing yesterday. Bai Qing confidently told her that their cargo ship was built by the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce with a lot of money. Even if there was a storm, it would be safe to dock. Yu Shu didn't get on the ship because she believed in Bai Qing. She believed in her own divination. Her horoscope didn't work, but Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope didn't. Based on the time of disaster, Yu Xiaoxiu's horoscope would be safe on the journey. Of course, she would be safe if she traveled with him. No matter how unwilling Xiao Mingming was, she still got on the ship with Yu Shu. Most of the goods were placed at the bottom of the cabin. There were 7 or 8 rooms on the deck. Yu Shu chose the middle room as usual, and Xiao Mingming chose the biggest room as usual. They were next to each other again. After tidying up for the whole morning, it was already past noon when the ship set sail. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and there was no sign of rain. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu leaned on the window of the cabin and looked out. They were surprised to see the broad river flowing and the scenery on the riverbank moving backward with the ship. After playing for a while, Yu Xiaoxiu suddenly began to feel uncomfortable. "Sister, why do I feel dizzy? Is it disgusting?" Yu Shu worriedly reached out to support him and touched his forehead. She was afraid that he was seasick. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded. "A little. Then don't look at it. Go to bed and lie down." Yu Shu helped him to sit down on the bed. She asked him to take off his outer shirt and lie down. She poured a glass of water. Seeing his uncomfortable face, she sat on the bed and let him rest on her lap. Then she rubbed his forehead. Yu Shu was very good at massage, which was all practiced after Yu Xiaoxiu was paralyzed. After a while, she massaged Yu Xiaoxiu until he was groaning, not to mention dizziness. Yu Shu went out to find Bai Qing and asked for some pills for seasickness. She mixed it with water and gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu to drink. Then she watched him sleep. In the afternoon, the 2 of them stayed in the cabin. In the evening, Bai Qing asked someone to call them downstairs for dinner. Yu Shu said that Yu Xiaoxiu was not feeling well, so she asked the boatman to send the food to the room. After dinner, there was a muffled clap of thunder, and it suddenly started raining. A gust of wind caused the oil lamps to flicker. Yu Shu closed both windows. Someone outside shouted a few chants, and the sound of some chaotic footsteps could be heard in the corridor. Boom. Another clap of thunder shocked Yu Shu, and the boat shook a few times as well. Yu Xiaoxiu sat up from the bed uneasily. Sister. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Yu Shu went over and sat down beside him. She patted his shoulder and said, It often rains on the river. Go to sleep. I can't sleep. Yu Xiaoxiu slept for the whole afternoon due to seasickness. At this time he was not sleepy at all. It was the first time he was on a boat. He heard the sound of rain outside. It was inevitable that he was a little scared, so he couldn't sleep. Yu Shu knew that he was afraid. She pulled him up and pushed him to the table with a smile. If you can't sleep, let's play for a while. She found a pen and paper, drew a grid of 9 squares on the paper, filled in a few numbers and pushed it in front of him. Here, don't you know how to count? You can also recognize the grid of 9 squares. This way, all the numbers add up to 15 from 1 to 9. Each number can only be used once, so fill in these blanks. Yu Xiaoxiu took the charcoal pen and glanced at the grid on the paper. Without thinking, he filled in the blanks. Yu Shu was happy when she saw it. Not bad. You're quite fast. Yu Xiaoxiu said indifferently. Is there a need to calculate if it's so easy? Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. Easy. Then I'll give you a difficult one. As he spoke, he rolled up a piece of paper and drew 9 parallel squares on it. There were 81 blanks, and he filled in 30 hints to make a Sudoku picture. He left the rest to Yu Xiaoxiu and explained the rules again. Look carefully. In each vertical, horizontal, and square, the 9 numbers can't be repeated. Calculate again. Yu Xiaoxiu took it and looked at it with great interest. He knew that it was difficult, so he honestly thought and calculated, filling in the numbers one by one. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier. The sound of raindrops hitting the windows caused the hull to shake more violently. Yu Shu stood up and walked to the window. After checking that there was no leakage, she returned to sit beside Yu Xiaoxiu and watched him do the calculations. Yu Shu knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was smart and talented in mathematics. In one night, she gave him 5 Sudoku problems. The number of hints was reduced from 30 to 25, and he solved them all. In the end, it was Yu Shu who yawned first. Only then did Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly go to bed. Before he went to sleep, he told Yu Shu that he would give him a few more questions tomorrow. The next morning, Yu Shu was woken up by a scream. Except for Xia Mingming, who was next door, no one else could make such a scream. She pinched her nose and sat up from the bed. She enviously looked at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was sleeping soundly without being disturbed. She put on her clothes and got out of bed to pour a cup of tea. She walked to the window, opened it, and looked out into the distance. It was still raining outside, but the rain was becoming lighter and the surface of the river was gently rippling. She inadvertently looked down and saw a small boat swaying pitifully next to their big boat. There was a person lying in the boat. His clothes were soaked through by the rain, and the red blood stains stung her eyes. She was stunned for a moment, and her heart suddenly jumped. She finally knew where the scream came from. Someone on the deck had already discovered the small boat. A brave sailor grabbed the rope and jumped down to see if the person on the boat was dead or alive. Bai Qing stood on the side of the boat and looked down. Yu Shu saw his head swaying, and she could clearly hear their voices. Boss, the person is still alive. Are there any sharp weapons on the boat? No, it looks like he ran into water bandits. Pull him up. Bai Qing gave the order, and the boatman lowered the rope, tied up the bloody person, and pulled him up. Yu Shu could smell the faint smell of blood in the rain. She frowned and closed the window. Her eyelids twitched a few times. She felt around in her sleeve pocket and found some copper coins. She sat by the table and calmed herself. She threw out a hexagram, but it was empty. Usually, when she used the 6 lines to make a hexagram, there were only 2 situations. One was when the thing she asked had nothing to do with her, and the other was when it was related to her, but she couldn't figure it out. Usually, when she encountered a hexagram that was empty, she would just ignore it. But today, she felt that something was wrong. Worried, Yushu asked another 2 times. The same empty hexagram made her feel inexplicably uneasy. She had a vague feeling that it had something to do with her. She hoped that it was another disaster that caused them to get into trouble. No, she had to go and take a look. After thinking for a while, she got up, put on her clothes, and quickly combed her hair. She glanced at Yu Xiaoxiu, who was lying on the bed, and quietly closed the door and went out. She went down from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. As soon as she walked out of the cabin, she felt a cold wind blowing on her face. She rubbed her arms, lowered her head, and walked to the deck. She looked at the place where she had fished the person out, but she didn't see Bai Qing or the bloody person. There was only a pool of blood on the ground. She called out to a boatman passing by. "Did you fish someone out just now?" It just so happened that this was the boatman who delivered their meals last night. He recognized Yushu and said, "Yes, that man's injuries are very serious. It looks like he's been chopped several times. He's lucky to have met our boat. Boss Bai has ordered people to carry him in, and called a doctor to take a look. I don't know if he can be saved." Yushu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She quickly asked, "Which room did they send him to?" "The room on the 1st floor. I advise you not to go and watch the show." Chapter 123. Yushu walked to the innermost room of the cabin, and looked at the closed door in front of her. She could vaguely hear the sounds of people talking. She looked to her left and right to see if there was anyone in the corridor. She moved closer, and just as she was about to press her ears, the door was pulled open, causing her to stumble forward. She hurriedly grabbed the door frame to steady herself. "Ashu." Bai Qing took a step back and looked at Yushu outside the door. He asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Yushu immediately stood up straight and asked curiously, "I just saw Uncle Bai rescue someone upstairs. What happened to that person?" As she spoke, she peeked inside like a curious child. She wanted to take the opportunity to see what was going on inside. However, half of the door was blocked by Bai Qing's body. She could only smell a faint, sweet smell coming from behind him. It was not very obvious in the humid air. "He's unconscious right now. I don't know what he encountered." Bai Qing peeked inside. He put his hand on Yushu's shoulder and pushed her out. He closed the door behind him and blocked the inside of the cabin. He then pulled Yushu's shoulder and walked out, not wanting her to see the blood inside. Yushu was helplessly pushed by Bai Qing. She turned her head to look at the door that was getting further and further away. She listened to Bai Qing's words, "Sailing on the river and passing through narrow areas. It's very easy to encounter water bandits. But you don't have to be afraid. The guards of our Taiheng Chamber of Commerce are all first-class experts. They're good at swimming. Even the boatmen have some fighting skills. When they see the flag of our Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, the water bandits will take a detour. They won't come looking for trouble." "That's amazing." Yushu was in awe. She didn't want to give up and turned her head to take another look. Bai Qing said proudly, "Of course." Bai Qing sent Yushu to the cabin and patted her shoulder. "Go upstairs. I'll get someone to send you breakfast later." Old Bai. Yushu stood at the top of the stairs and turned to look at the strong man who was striding towards Bai Qing on the deck. Before he reached him, she questioned loudly, "I heard from my men that you fished up a dead man from the river?" Yushu had met this person on the way here. He was the captain of the caravan's escort team, Qiu Biao. He was in his 30s, about the same age as Xing Qi and 3 or 2 years older than Bai Qing. It was said that he used to be an escort for the largest Tongyuan escort agency in Yiyang City. His shout made a few boatmen who were working in the rain on the deck turn their heads to look over. Yushu stopped where she was and looked at Bai Qing. "What dead person?" "That person is still alive," said Bai Qing unhappily. "He's alive now, but it's hard to guarantee that he'll die later," Qiu Biao said unhappily. "It's raining heavily on the river, and this person's background is unknown. How dare you fish him up? What if he's being chased by his enemies? Isn't that inviting trouble for no reason?" "Old Bai, You've been doing business for so many years. Don't you know how to seek luck and avoid calamity? It's already bad to see blood. Now that you've brought him up, aren't you afraid of dirtying the goods on this ship? Being criticized by Qiu Biao mercilessly, Bai Qing was also angry. He frowned and said, since we've encountered him, how can we just stand by and do nothing? That's a human life, not a fish or a shrimp. Qiu Biao snorted coldly. We're merchants, not doing good deeds. Throw him down at the next ferry. We can't let him stay on the ship. How can we do that? His injuries are extremely serious. Throwing him down in this kind of weather is equivalent to harming his life. As the two of them quarreled, a group of people had already gathered on the deck of the cabin. Qiu Biao insisted on getting the person off the ship, while Bai Qing stubbornly insisted on saving the person first. In the end, Bai Qing threw out a sentence that silenced Qiu Biao. Who's going to listen to you or me on this journey? Qiu Biao's face turned red. He clenched his fist and left angrily. Bai Qing said to the boatmen and guards who were watching from the outside, don't you all have anything to do standing here? The crowd dispersed. Yu Shu watched Bai Qing go down to the bottom of the ship with a sullen face. She stood at the staircase for a while, then turned around and went upstairs. When she reached the corner, she heard the discussion downstairs. She stopped and looked down. There were two guards whispering. Everyone says that the boss and boss Bai have an old grudge. It seems to be true. What do you mean? I also heard that 3 years ago, the boss came to our Tihan from Tongyuan Escort Agency. The first time he escorted the team was when he followed boss Bai to the southwest to do business. On the way, he met a group of bandits who attacked the caravan at night and robbed most of the goods. Because Bai Qing is the younger brother of our deputy chief, most of the responsibility fell on us. Later, the two of them had a falling out. In these 3 years, this is the second time they went on a business trip together. Bai, there's such a thing. There's such a big thing. Yu Shu touched her chin and went upstairs with the help of the staircase. The quarrel between Bai Qing and Qiu Biao quickly spread on the ship. Only Yu Xiaoxiu didn't know about it. After he woke up in the morning, he started to get seasick again. His reaction was even worse than yesterday. He vomited twice and groaned. Even Kim Bao was a little listless. Yu Xiaoxiu couldn't leave his side. Yu Shu was busy taking care of him, so she didn't have the time to think about the person who was fished out of the river in the morning. Xia Mingming, who lived next door, didn't move all day. Yu Shu thought she was scared by the scene in the morning. She knocked on the door to greet her, but Lu Mingming didn't even open the door for her. Yu Shu said a few words to her through the door, and then went back to the room. It was strange that Yu Xiaoxiu got seasick during the day, but he recovered at night. When he couldn't sleep, Yu Shu would draw Sudoku for him. When he was sleepy, she would urge him to go to bed, and she would take out a book to calculate tomorrow's weather. There was a knock on the door, and Bai Qing's voice came from outside. Ashu, are you asleep? Not yet. Yu Shu put the 8 gates life and death diagram and the barometer on the bed. She saw that there was nothing on the table that shouldn't be there, then went to open the door. Uncle Bai, it's so late. What's the matter? Bai Qing stood at the door and didn't want to come in. Oh, it's like this. Tomorrow morning, the ship will dock to clear the water in the bilge. I will go ashore to buy some things. At that time, we will stop by the shore for an hour. There is a small town on the shore. If you want to get off the ship and buy some small things as souvenirs, you should get up early to prepare. Yu Shu's eyes lit up, and she said with interest, that's good. Xiaoxiu and I will get up early. Bai Qing smiled and said, then you should rest early. Okay. Bai Qing turned around and was about to leave. Yu Shu's heart moved. She thought of something and quickly pulled him. Uncle Bai. Bai Qing turned back and asked, what's wrong? The person who was rescued this morning, how is he now? Bai Qing thought she was worried about the injured, so he told her, he hasn't woken up yet but his life is saved. Yu Shu carefully asked, will you let him get off the ship when we dock tomorrow? Bai Qing was stunned. He knew that she heard the argument between him and Qiu Biao in the morning. He shook his head and said, no, we will wait until he wakes up and ask him clearly. We will see what happened to him and where he is going. If it's on the way, we can give him a ride. To be honest, Yushu didn't care whether that person stayed or left. She just felt worried, so she asked Bai Qing a few words to know his whereabouts. Uncle Bai, you are so kind. In comparison, Qiu Biao seemed to be unkind. Bai Qing's expression changed. He sighed and said, "It's not that I am kind. In the early years, I traveled by ship and almost lost my life. If it wasn't for someone saving me, I would be a pile of bones at the bottom of the river. When I meet someone who is in trouble, it's inevitable that I will be more warm-hearted." Yushu thought, "So it's because we are in the same boat. Okay, you guys go to sleep. Don't not wake up tomorrow." Little Bai Qing left and Yushu closed the door. Yu Xiaoxiu was awakened by their conversation. He propped up half of his body and turned his head to ask in confusion, "Is it Uncle Bai?" "Yes." Yushu opened the window halfway to let in the light of the night. She blew out the oil lamp on the table and walked to the bed in the dark. She took off her shoes and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Uncle Bai said that the ship will dock tomorrow morning. You are very seasick, so I will take you for a walk." Yu Xiaoxiu said happily, "Really? Really? Go to sleep." Yushu rubbed his head and lay on her side. Early the next morning, Yushu was woken up by the sound of the song downstairs. She sat up abruptly and ran to the window to take a look. She saw the boat approaching the shore, and she could vaguely see the small town in the distance. She still woke up late. "Xiaoxiu, get up." She quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiu up and the two quickly changed their clothes. They took some fresh water from the wooden bucket in the corner to rinse their mouths and wash their faces. They put Kim Bao in their pockets and closed the door. They turned around and saw Xia Mingming poking half of his head out of the room next door. He was looking outside. Yushu was startled. "Mingming, the ship is docked. Do you want to go for a walk?" Xia Mingming turned around and looked at her. "What's there to see in this small place?" Then he went back into the room and closed the door. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu looked at each other and ran down the ship hand in hand. The coxswain, who was wearing a straw raincoat, was directing the sailors to lower the sails and pull ashore. Shadows were running back and forth on the deck. When Yushu found Bai Qing at the bow of the ship, he was counting several boxes that had been carried up from below the cabin. Inside the boxes were strings of copper coins. There was no bank in the small town. They had to use cash to buy everything. Silver was precious and should not be used in small towns. In local circulation, copper coins were the most widely used currency. After the ship was docked, Bai Qing looked back and saw Yushu. He waved his hand and said, "Ashu, come here." Yushu led Yu Xiaoxiu to his side and followed him to the shore. They walked a few steps forward and their feet landed on solid ground. It was a sense of stability that they did not feel when they were on the ship. Yushu could not help but jump and said to Bai Qing, "It's better to be on the shore." Bai Qing smiled and pointed to the village not far away. He said, "I want to go into the city to buy some things. Do you want to follow me into the city or walk around here? I'll ask a guard to follow you." Yushu thought that he was going to do business. It would be inconvenient to follow him. If there was someone accompanying them, they would not be afraid of getting lost. It would be better to play on the shore. She said, "We won't go. It's better to walk around here." Chapter 124. In Shuzhou, the small town by the river was quite lively. Seeing a boat docked, some villagers came up to ask about it. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu walked 100 steps to the shore and saw the market. Most of the stalls were set up outside their houses. The street was full of twists and turns, selling fish, prawns, fresh fruits, and various handicrafts. The workmanship was different, but the prices were so cheap that it made one speechless. After walking around, Yushu really found something good. In front of her was a wooden basin of rainflower stones, blue and pink in a riot of colors. The watery luster was natural and more colorful than jade. Yushu looked at it and asked the price. It was only one baitboard, so she happily picked a bunch. The villagers happily gave her a small cloth bag that they had sewn at home. "Why do you buy this?" Yu Xiaoxiu felt that this thing could not be eaten or used, and was purely a waste of money. "You don't understand. These things are useful." Yushu shook the bag in her hand. Rainflower stones were also called lucky stones. Just like the name, they were not only beautiful, but also could be used to set up a feng shui pond. Qingzheng had taught her a few kinds of feng shui for growing things. Even if she wanted to buy a bag of rainflower stones like this, it would be hard to find anywhere in Yang City, let alone pick one for a dozen copper coins. The two strolled on the street for a while, bought some fresh fruits and a few pieces of sweet glutinous rice cakes, and then the sister and brother ate apricots and walked back. There were 2 or 3 boats docked on the shore, and the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce's boat was the largest and most conspicuous. The sailors on the boat were pouring water into the river, and some were holding rags to wipe the deck. Yushu stepped on a 3-foot-wide platform and jumped onto the boat. There was water on the platform, and she was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu would slip, so she put the things in her hands on the ground and turned around to pull him up. Just as she pulled him up, she was pushed to the side by someone. "Get out of the way, don't block the way." Yushu slipped and fell on her butt. Yu Xiaoxiu quickly reached out to help her up, and looked unhappily at the people who were about to disembark. After Yushu stood up, she looked up and saw Qiu Biao instructing 2 guards to carry a brown sack as they prepared to disembark from the ship. She grabbed onto Yu Xiaoxiu, who wanted to argue with them, and picked up the sack on the ground to return to the cabin. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard a low cry and heard a creaking sound coming from the board. She turned around and saw that the 2 guards carrying the sack had slipped and fallen onto the table, tangling together with the sack. Yushu's eyes narrowed, and saw a few strands of hair peeking out of the loose sack. She immediately understood what was in the sack. Qiu Biao must have taken advantage of Bai Qing's disembark to steal the person they rescued yesterday, and was to send him off the ship. She just didn't know if Qiu Biao planned to directly throw the person away, or find a place to put him. What should she do? Yushu couldn't make up her mind. If she tried to stop him, she might not be able to stop him. This Qiu Biao didn't even listen to Bai Qing, so it would be strange if he listened to her. But if she didn't stop him, and if Qiu Biao was ruthless, wouldn't it be a waste of a life? While Yushu was thinking, Qiu Biao had already jumped to the shore. With one hand he lifted the sack with the person inside, and carried it on his shoulder. He walked towards the shore with large strides. The rope at the mouth of the sack loosened, and as he carried it, the person's head popped out. It was facing Yushu's direction, and half of his face was exposed. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. Yushu's pupils shrank, and her throat slipped, and she cried out, "Wait!" Qiu Biao's footsteps stopped, and he turned his head to look at Yushu on the ship. Seeing her frightened face, he looked down and found that the sack was open. He cursed in a low voice, and hurriedly tied the sack up, and carried it on his shoulder, wanting to leave. "I told you to wait!" Yushu screamed. Seeing Qiu Biao walking forward as if he did not hear her, her face turned serious, and she hurriedly threw away the things in her hand, and stepped on the ladder to slide down the deck. Sitting on the ground, she stumbled to get up, and ran over to Qiu Biao. Qiu Biao was caught off guard, and he took a step back. When he turned his head he saw Yushu, and his face sank. He wanted to scare her, but Yushu was 1 step ahead, and shouted in his face, "Put him down!" As she spoke, she reached out to grab the sack on his back. Qiu Biao's face turned black, and he pushed her to the side. He pointed at the 2 guards who just got off the ship, and said, "Send this brat to the ship." The 2 guards went forward to grab Yushu, but how could Yushu let them succeed? She pounced on Qiu Biao, who was about to leave, and hugged his waist from behind. She firmly grabbed his belt, and hung on his body and shouted, "Someone come quickly! Help me!" At this time Yu Xiaoxiu also jumped down from the ship, and seeing this scene he was dumbfounded. He went forward to help Yushu, and hugged one of Qiu Biao's legs, and did not let him go. Qiu Biao tried to shake them off, but he did not dare to be ruthless, so the 2 sides were in a deadlock. With this commotion, the people on the ship and on the shore were attracted, and in a moment, the surroundings were filled with people. Those with eyes could see that there was a person in the sack on Qiu Biao's shoulder, and they began to whisper. Not long after, someone squeezed into the crowd, and seeing the situation he angrily said to Qiu Biao, "What are you doing? Boss Bai said to keep the person, quickly send him back." This person was the second in command of the caravan, Boss Su. In terms of seniority in the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce, he was even higher than Bai Qing. This time, he was purely invited to come out, so when he opened his mouth, the surroundings became quiet. At this moment, Qiu Biao's complexion was very ugly. He originally planned to secretly send the person off the ship, wait for Bai Qing to come back, set sail, and set off on the road. Even if he was discovered, it would not be good to turn back. Who would have thought that this little demon would spoil his plans? Now that Boss Su opened his mouth, and with so many people watching, no one is blind. Even if he wanted to leave the person behind, he had no choice but to resentfully hand the sack to his two subordinates, and said in a muffled voice, "Send him up." Seeing the situation, Yushu let out a sigh of relief. Without waiting for Qiu Biao to come and grab them, she let go of him and pulled Yu Xiaoyi away, and followed the two people carrying the sack up the ship. She tiptoed to untie the blanket, and peeled off a bit of the sack, revealing a head. Her hands were trembling as she pushed aside the person's hair, and clearly saw half of the pale and handsome face. Her heart trembled, and she swallowed her saliva. It was not that she saw wrongly, it was Jing Chun. It was really Jing Chun. How did he end up on the river? And who was the one who injured him to this state? Yu Xiaoxiu was following behind Yu Shu, and when he saw the head sticking out of the sack, he got a shock, but did not recognize who it was. He had only met Jing Chun once, unlike Yu Shu and Jing Chun who had interacted before. Yu Shu suppressed the shock in her heart, and turned around to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Looking at his appearance, she knew that he did not recognize this Jing Chun who saved them at the outskirts, which saved her the trouble of covering up the matter of her knowing Jing Chun. At present, it seems like it is better not to let other people know. Jing Chun's identity is not easy to explain, so it is better to wait until he wakes up first. After Bai Qing came back, he heard about what happened after he left, and immediately found Qiu Biao's room. The two closed the door, but the noise still alarmed the boat. On the first floor of the ship, Yushu was anxiously waiting outside the door of the room. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at the tightly shut door. She wanted to push it open and enter, but she was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. What the hell is going on? Yu Xiaoxiu uneasily pulled Yushu's sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Yushu looked left and right to make sure no one was around, and then pulled him to a corner, and whispered with her head lowered. Yesterday morning, Uncle Bai fished out a person from the river. He was seriously injured, so he let the doctor treat him. Captain Qiu was afraid that this person would die on the boat, so he took advantage of Uncle Bai's absence to get him off the boat and throw him ashore. Ah! Yu Xiaoxiu was startled, and said angrily, "How can this person be so bad?" Yu Shu shook her head and moved closer to his ear. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the door behind her open. Dr. Sun from the caravan stood in the door with a basin of water, and said, "You too, go get a basin of water." Yu Shu quickly went forward to take the basin of water, and gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu. "Go get some water." Yu Xiaoxiu obediently ran away. Yu Shu looked inside and worriedly asked Dr. Sun, "Is that person okay?" Dr. Sun frowned and said, "How is he? The wound that was just bandaged yesterday has split open again. It would be strange if he doesn't get hot later." After saying that, he turned around and went in, leaving the door open. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment, and then followed him in. This room was even smaller than the one that Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu lived in. There was only one window on the east side of the ship, and a wooden bed was placed against the wall. The mosquito net was tied up, and the figure on the bed could be seen. Yu Shu walked over to take a look, and the first thing she felt was pain. Jing Chun was wearing a pair of white trousers, lying on the narrow bed. His lean upper body was almost completely covered in gauze, and there were some places where blood was seeping out. One of his arms was weakly hanging by his side, and the other was lifted by Dr. Sun to clean the scratches on the back of his hand. His eyes were closed, and under his eyelashes there was a small shadow. There were small wrinkles between his eyebrows, and the tip of his straight nose was covered in sweat. His lips were slightly purple, and she didn't know if it was because of the cold, or because of the pain. This appearance made Yu Shu's heart ache. How did he end up like this? Counting the days, it had been about 2 months since Li Jingchen had bid farewell to her. During this period of time when he had left Yang City, where had he gone? What had happened? Who had injured him? Full of doubts, Yu Shu stared at the person on the bed in a daze. Yu Xiaoxiu came back with water, and Bai Qing followed him into the room. She asked Dr. Sun about the situation, and seeing that Yu Shu was present, she called her out to talk. Luckily you saw me, otherwise if Qiu Biao really got him off the boat, I wouldn't be able to turn the boat back. Bai Qing sighed and patted Yu Shu's shoulder. Uncle Bai, thank you. Yu Shu thought, I should be the one thanking you. Yesterday, Bai Qing didn't bring Jing Chen up, and let him sink to the bottom of the river to feed the fish. Yu Shu didn't even have a place to cry. This was her friend. It's nothing. To prevent Bai Qing from suspecting anything, Yu Shu rubbed her head and explained, if Uncle Bai didn't tell me to leave him here to recuperate last night, I wouldn't have stopped Captain Qiu and the others from bringing him out. At the mention of Qiu Biao, Bai Qing's expression became ugly, but she still said to Yu Shu, Captain Qiu was thinking about our entire caravan, so he went a bit too far. He didn't mean to harm anyone. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.